Click.
Welcome back, everyone, to one of the last matches of the weekend here in the Mania World Cup, 4K World Cup quarterfinals. That is here. We are here with the last of the winners bracket matches. I do believe it is Hong Kong versus United Kingdom, number 4 versus seed number 5 in what is going to be, I think, a very close matchup.
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, these two teams, Hong Kong, 10 places higher, I believe, than they did last year, and UK being much more versatile. A banger of a match to watch. Now, as usual, UK are definitely a team. The race field as well, whereas Hong Kong have been playing really well in the hybrid and long. Teams know what each team is capable of, and having played against each other in 2024, where Hong Kong managed to grasp it at the last possible moment in tiebreaker, I am expecting to see another match somewhat similar to that.
Absolutely, UK out there looking for revenge from that last match last year as well. This year, I mean, looking even stronger as well is United Kingdom, especially. As you said, the Rice Maps, they have been one of the strongest teams in the whole tournament by far on a lot of these picks.
Yeah, and it's whether or not the difficulty increase into quarterfinals is going to change that. Now, UK obviously being arguably one of the best Rice teams in this tournament. I do have a little bit of insider information, I suppose. I was sent a few screenshots, so I could see what UK is capable of, and definitely a worrying team to face. But Hong Kong, as I said, having improved so much from last year, and their LN and hybrid abilities are just so strong that this is most likely going to be a Rice versus LN battle. But even saying that, UK have improved significantly in the LN field, so definitely in for a good one today. But whether or not Hong Kong is going to opt into banning the Rice, I do think that is probably going to be the call. What do you think?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I feel like both teams have their clear preferences in this matchup. There's going to be a very clear divide on what gets picked and banned, but I think at the same time, with the players of this caliber on both teams, there's not really going to be any pick that I can imagine being fully one-sided or a free win for either of them. I think both teams can contend on every single one of these picks in the pool.
Yeah, I guess maybe one map that would stand out to me for Hong Kong would be the LN1. I think UK does have that slight struggle with the LN releases, but outside of that, yeah, this is going to be really close maps.
Rice 5 Protect is very interesting.
This is actually something you would somewhat expect. UK, knowing that they're probably better off in the Rice section, you want to probably protect the more technical, the more physical maps. So Rice 5, not super surprising, I would say.
And I guess as well, you're expecting Hong Kong to be fairly comfortable on the more straightforward Rice maps as well, so you're not expecting Hong Kong necessarily to ban those ones out. I guess making a lot of sense, just like you were mentioning before.
And I wouldn't be surprised to actually see an LN1 chosen almost immediately. But yeah, opting to ban Rice 1. This is, yeah, another expected ban. Rice 1, the speed pick. UK probably very dominant in this one as well. Get really good scores on the Rice 5, 6, and 7. Whereas the other Rice maps, 2, 3, and 4, are going to be very competitive. But on the hybrid and LN side of things, Hong Kong, I think, are going to be dominant, especially on the LN1. Maybe some of the hybrids are going to be very close as well. So I think each team have got their comfort picks, definitely, but outside of that, it's going to be hard to tell.
UK also opting to ban for the hybrid too, instead of any of the LN picks as well. So maybe one that they're just a little bit less comfortable with, less consistent with overall. There is a lot of LN usage in that map too, so also telling in that regard.
But now it's UK's first pick, and I wouldn't be surprised to see an immediate Rice 5, even a Rice 6 maybe. I think those two definitely... okay, not what I expected first, but definitely a pick.
Accuracy test going to be coming in from this first pick from the UK at least. And this pick always gets me nervous when I've been watching it this weekend, because these players, this year are so strong that we're seeing like consistent like 99.9s across the board, despite it being 240 BPM. Side is going to be enough to potentially cost the point immediately.
Yeah, that's just what this map really comes down to, is all that combo if any of these players find this miss, but with how strong every single player is in this lobby, I would be surprised if anyone missed, to be honest. I think it's going to come down to pure ratio. Maybe one player finds an extra 200 that's going to cost it. This could very well be within 1,000. And that really makes me really question this pick. Rice 3 is their very first pick. Surely you'd want to pick something a bit more and really try to get Hong Kong to miss on a skill set that you were so
Kind of agree, like get the ball rolling on something maybe you're a bit more favored on relatively would be a good way to start off the match at least. But yeah, this one is a very dangerous one because I do think United States overall probably have a little bit of an accuracy advantage. It's also not going to be a massive one because I think against most other teams in this whole tournament, Hong Kong would have the accuracy advantage on something like this.
I definitely agree, but with this being UK's first pick, I guess maybe we could be mistaken. Maybe they have sunk in the hours and dedication into this map that they... But, as we said, time will tell. This map is 3 minutes, 21 seconds, so plenty of time for things to go wrong. Plenty of time for chokes to happen. And we'll see if Hong Kong can take the very first breakpoint on the Rice 3, and I think this is actually a very good shot of that happening on this map.
Definitely one of the biggest potential Rice maps for Hong Kong to be able to take a breakpoint off of, but we'll see what happens. United Kingdom obviously very confident with this one going into it as the first pick. And here we go, starting out.
This map very quickly picks up. Very, very easy first 10 seconds, but then when it starts, it starts. The 240 BPM jump stream begins now, and this is the point of no return. Stamina will start to have an effect.
Oh, Ian actually dropping a lot of accuracy at the intro there. Rush of Judgments down to 99.6 briefly.
It's still very early days though. You still have Yusun hanging above 99.97, Zubin not far behind 99.5. Matched though by Kosh with 99.97%, but outside of that, this is really the difference between Ayan and Quotient and Kuriha. But still way too early to tell.
Crazy high accuracies across the board. 5 players above that 99.9, and it's Ayan going to look to try and match that. Actually increasing the accuracy quite quickly as well, already at 99.85, so that act is definitely going to get up to that 99.9 range if given enough time here.
The score difference is so close. Definitely showing why this pick is risky. Now it should be mentioned that Hong Kong in their previous match, round of 16, they did not FC a single map, so maybe that's the reasoning behind picking this, just assuming that Hong Kong haven't got that consistency. But this week is a different week. It's a new day, quarterfinals, new map pool, and Hong Kong looking much stronger in that regard.
Oh, but UK's catching up. This lead is being overtaken by them. Ayan managing to hit that 99.9 now. And the difference between the two teams' accuracies is absolutely nothing. Zubin and Yusun both with the 2 highest accuracies in the lobby right now, and Quotient does find the first miss.
And that's something that we've seen from Hong Kong time and time again. Their accuracies are phenomenal, very good, but one choke can cost them, and with how consistent UK are looking, this is not a good sign for Hong Kong at all. Already up to 6,000 points of a lead in the last third of the map. But stamina still can take a toll. There is still time for more chokes to happen. This is the last break that these players are going to get. Can UK hold on to this lead they have? But Ayan misses on the break. 2 misses. That's going to get the lead back to Hong Kong at the slowest section of the map.
Yeah, the accuracy from Iron drops down below as well. Quotient beating out in the accuracy department as well. Look at this lead. Less than 1,000 points for the United Kingdom, but it's going to not switch over. Oh my god, Koshapen with the unfortunate miss. UK might have been saved at the end of this map.
This is not typical for either team. Both teams finding misses. Hong Kong finding 2 from 2 different players. Ion finding 2 misses at the slowest section of the map, but overall, UK will come out on top. 2 players missing is much worse than just 1, and 5,000 lead into the outro in what could have been a disaster. It looks like UK are going to be able to hold on to this, such a small lead that they had, and wow, race 3, the first map that they choose, definitely should not have been that risky or that close. UK do take the point, but at what cost?
That was way too close for comfort there for the UK. And look at the scores overall, 0-200s to be seen for any player. And we can definitely see the accuracy advantage does lie with the UK as well with those ratios.
2 998s from UK. Kuriha with 997, but it really came down to Quotient and Kosh finding those misses. Now, if there were no misses at all in this lobby, UK would still take it on accuracy alone, but I think it was really that miss from Kosh there towards the end that really sealed the deal. But overall, Hong Kong definitely put up a very good fight and proving that they are capable of fighting back on this rice map pool, and I would not be surprised to see more points that close in the future maps. But now it is Hong Kong's pick, Hong Kong's time to fight back, and I'm expecting an LN1 just straight out the gate here.
Yeah, would be important just for Hong Kong to get on the board first, of course, to respond to that first win from the UK. And both teams would just be able to kind of shake off that first map. It is, after all, the expected result with the first pick being taken by the one that picked it. But it's going to be LN3, actually. We're going with a lot more of a technical pick for the LNs.
This map, we've definitely seen a lot of crazy performances on throughout the quarterfinals round already. This map, 3 minutes long, though, does have a very long extended outro and a somewhat long intro as well, so when this map picks up, it does pick up very fast. Not too sure how to feel about this being the first pick, but still definitely, I think, in Hong Kong's wheelhouse. Shouldn't really see many struggles from these players at all, but as you said, this map being technical, maybe a single miss or two can come out from these players unexpectedly.
We'll see what ends up happening here, whether United Kingdom can try and win a breakpoint of their own. And we'll see who the third player ends up joining here. I believe Ting Momentum, yeah, for United Kingdom is usually going to be one of those really strong LN players.
It's crazy to see all 6 of these players in the same lobby together. All 6 players very well versed in Mania as a game mode. Players very strong players, very good players, and to have to go against each other so soon into the tournament, it's definitely a wild matchup. Round 3, definitely testing consistency here. Who will find the first miss? And so far, it seems like UK are in fact beatable on the back of Ion finding a pretty ugly miss at that break section. So hopefully that doesn't happen again for UK. If it doesn't, then a very strong performance could be coming out from both teams. But Hong Kong really should be taking this pick.
That is definitely what they would want to happen, but let's see how this one plays out. This one, definitely a map that invites a lot of misses throughout it. Very technical one at that. So combo, once again, going to be a bit of a focus for some of these teams as well.
Accuracy as well. If the combo isn't there, if one team does trump the other a lot in accuracy, that can take them to the point.
It's a nice and long 100% for Ion there at the start there. It lasted about 100 notes.
Quickly removed now by the LNs that come into play.
Understandably.
The score lead is going to keep flickering back and forth between these two teams for as long as it takes until one player blinks first, really.
Yeah, the intensity rising all throughout this section. A lot of 200s being dropped by either side, but mostly being traded out, it seems. And dust settles here. Ion does drop a fair bit of accuracy down to 99.5 after that intro, but still not enough for Hong Kong to pull away with any kind of lead.
It does seem like they have the slightest advantage by only a few 300s, but still yet to approach the hardest part of this map. This part is already hard enough, though, that some players are dropping a bit of accuracy that now the UK actually has the slightest of leads, but still going back and forth. Way too early to tell who's actually winning.
Does drop in accuracy just a little bit throughout that section now. Ion being very close to him as well, and Koshapen actually drops the act down from 99.6 range as well. Now UK has the definite act lead going into the second half of this map.
But can he hold on to it is the question. As we exit the very first section of the map into the next, and everyone's still holding on. No misses yet. All 6 players holding on to that FC. Accuracy still looking strong, but really you have Tink momentum. Oh, Caution first to find a miss.
That's going to increase that score lead. United Kingdom on the verge of winning this breakpoint if they can hold it out for this last section. This map is about to end right now, and Minato Aquafan does get one more miss at the end. Not too much map left to really miss on for UK. This 18,000 points. As long as they hold out through this section, this is going to be a breakpoint early on in the match.
A very early breakpoint given indeed, and this is against a team that is one higher seed than you. Very competitive already, seed 4 versus seed 5. So for UK to take that breakpoint super early on, it's a very good sign if you're rooting for the UK. But Hong Kong have definitely got a lot more in the bag. The whole LN and hybrid collection available to them. The UK now in the driver's seat. They get to choose next. With how close that last race map was, I think it's definitely doable.
Yeah, but 3-way FC for UK, that is such a strong team performance. I don't think we've seen many 3-way FCs at all on a map like this. And I mean, look, Mini Egg getting a Score V1 double S at that.
Very crazy scores all around. I mean, the fact that the total combined 200 count for the UK is 7 and total from Hong Kong is 10. That is just how close this match is, and even the ratio is not that far off either. Really came down to those misses from Hong Kong there. Once again.
The smallest of margins separating these two teams, but it's Hong Kong finding a little bit more mistakes so far in these first 2 maps. That's what's decided it. And now they are the ones that have to win a break point if they want to be able to tie this game back up later on.
But it's UK's pick, and this is now where I'm expecting a race 5, 6, or 7. I think all are very good choices. Race 2, race 4, I think way too risky, and I wouldn't even bother touching the hybrid or LN pool here.
Yeah, let Hong Kong do that. LN and hybrid picking, I would say, for UK. Stick with what they're comfortable with. But I think this is definitely a good point in the match to be able to just slam down your protect. Rise 5 right away. Ensure that you get the best chance of that 3-0 lead.
Definitely put the nerves into Hong Kong if you're up that, but they opt for race 7 instead. One of the shortest maps in the pool, very technical, very dumpy, and polyrhythmic. So this map kind of has it all, and very easy to find those misses and give over a 20,000 point lead in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, the point swings on this map have been absolutely gigantic. If anyone finds a messy miss at any point, then that lead will just completely shoot towards the other direction. And that does kind of sound dangerous for the UK a little bit, but at the same time, it's not them that's been finding those big misses so far this match.
Yeah, so far UK only found 2 misses in total across the 2 maps that have been played. So definitely looking much stronger in the consistency side of things. maybe the reasoning as to why we're playing Rice 7 so early. I don't think this is a bad pick necessarily. I think it's actually a good pick for UK. But there is just that risk where one player finds a drop and just like that, all your lead is gone. You give back the breakpoint and suddenly Hong Kong are back in the match.
Absolutely, but I guess the same could be said to some extent with most of the maps in the pool as well. So that risk is kind of inherent in the match itself. You can't get away from being pushed to your absolute limit here against these players.
All players are ready, and of course, as one said, this map is very short, so this map will be over by the time you know it. This thing will happen very quickly. Misses, 200s, 100s, even 300s, anything will play a factor into a score lead in this map, and it will all happen so fast. Definitely potential here for Hong Kong.
And it's going to get right into it early on here.
This map is so scary to watch, so scary to see, and probably very scary for these players to play as well. All the nerves from those first two maps now coming into play in the Rice 7. UK taking the slightest of leads, but with a lead on a 1 minute long map, it is pretty deceiving.
Yeah, small leads like this are basically negligible, as we're still yet to see any big mistakes so far happen in the map. We're halfway through it already, and these patterns are just going to get more and more aggressive now as the second half of the map's coming in. If anyone finds a couple of 200s even would be enough to give Hong Kong the lead.
But this lead is not shifting. UK just winning on a few 300s. It's actually Spanner to have the lowest accuracy in the lobby, but Ion and Zubin just taking it away with 99.92% AC each. These two players looking super comfortable, and if no drops are seen for the next few seconds of the map, UK will take this point with a 3,000 point lead throughout the entire map.
And there's no way we're about to see a 6-way FC at the end of this map. Not a single mistake being made by any of the players, and UK wins on the accuracy. I don't think I have seen this map being won on accuracy. That's 5 SSs. My God. 5 SSs.
1 200 in the entire lobby is absolutely insane, especially on a Rice 7. What is this lobby? The fact that Hong Kong with triple V1SS is still unable to beat UK with 1 200. The ratio difference. And even the ratio difference is not that much. It just adds up in a map this short.
That is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe that we see a team score like that from Hong Kong that loses. But United Kingdom are just showing how strong they are at these Rice ratio. This accuracy and consistency from them is easily one of the best in the tournament.
I mean, that team score from both teams looked super strong that, honestly, even for UK, that did not feel comfortable. That was not a comfortable win, even though they had the lead by 2,000 points for the entire map. By no means was that a very easy point for UK to take. Hong Kong put up an insane fight with the triple V1SS, and what does that go to show for the next few Rice maps that are going to be picked? But LN1 before that is what we will be seeing, and this should be Hong Kong's most comfortable pick, I believe. This should be a pick that they'll be taking away from UK. Should be pretty somewhat easily.
Yeah, we'll see about that, but definitely needed for sure for Hong Kong. They're down 3-0 right now. UK winning those first 3, and I guess the hot priority right now is just to get on the board, get one for the confidence at the very least for the Hong Kong players.
And the fact that this is still the winner's bracket as well. None of these teams being eliminated, only being moved down to face yet another opponent. So regardless of which of these teams win, I'm really worried for that losers bracket. But at the same time, excited for it because I think there's going to be even more banger matches coming up from it.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you've had a peek down at the losers bracket, but that thing is absolutely stacked. Like you say, whoever goes down to the losers bracket from this match is going to tear stuff up. There are so many other teams that you could say the same about right now. That whole losers bracket is insanely stacked. I don't think either of these teams wants to be down there whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the other side of the coin, right? The winner of this has to move on to face China, of all teams, the seed 1 in this tournament. So I think regardless of the outcome of this match, each team's going to have it rough.
It's only
World Cup is not easy.
Level of teams definitely going up this year.
United Kingdom up 3-0 in this quarterfinals match. Can Hong Kong make a difference? Try to somewhat even out the score 1-3. They are still only 1 break point behind, so even though it does look like, 3 points of a difference, all they really need is just 1 break point against UK to tie things up.
And we have already seen how possible that is.
They just can't mess things up. They need to lock in this point. If they lose as LN1, things are going to be looking pretty dire for Hong Kong here. This should be, in my opinion, their most comfortable map in the pool.
And that LN1, definitely the saving grace of a lot of teams throughout MWC history here. As we're getting to the start here, a little bit more axe struggles from a couple of these players. Miniegg, Minato Aquafan, and Newson all dropping down to that 99.6 range briefly.
But even so, Hong Kong will take that slight advantage in the accuracy. And this map is 3 minutes long, so similar to Planet Shaper, if we see 1 miss coming from any player anywhere in the map, that can spell disaster, but the score lead is still so tiny between these two teams. Even 1 slight mistake can cost you.
Yeah, and in fact, Newson and Miniegg actually increasing the accuracy now, so this act difference between the two teams is not very big. Quotient drops a little bit of accuracy too. This is shrinking the lead to less than 1,000 points, but Newson finds the first miss here. United Kingdom, first miss in a long time in this match.
United Kingdom actually giving quite a sizable lead over to Hong Kong for the first time in this match too. But still, not even halfway through this map, to see a slight accuracy drop from Kosh there, but isn't going to cost them too much. That 1 miss has built up 4,000 point lead. But I actually think Newson has recovered pretty well from that. So 1 miss from Hong Kong, even though Newson has already found that miss, I think we'll give it over to UK potentially.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these accuracies now, it looks like the accuracies are just about dead even between the two teams, despite that 1 miss. So this lead is potentially going to even start shrinking over time if Newson continues to build up the accuracy.
But it just doesn't seem that way. The score lead is not changing whatsoever. It's still stuck at 4,000 points, not changing. But we are the next section of the map, and all players are holding on to that combo. Minato actually the first to find the miss from Hong Kong. Is that enough to get the lead over? It seems like it is.
Oh, it might just be enough. Newson and Aquafan both with the same accuracy now, but Miniegg finds the trade back. 2 misses for United Kingdom versus just the 1 on Hong Kong, favoring them in the end.
There is still 1 section of the map left to go though, and we have seen 2 misses already from UK, only 1 from Hong Kong. That's definitely proof that these players are in fact human. Misses can occur, but the score lead is now higher than it ever has been, 5,000 for Hong Kong. Can they hold on? Spaniard Dude actually going to find another miss, and that might just do it, but there is still, this last section, there is still time for misses from Hong Kong.
That is the last FC gone though, a little bit of time left. 8,000 points is not that much, but still enough as long as Hong Kong maintain that combo at the end of the map. They are going to manage to take their first point of the match, it seems.
And this was, as expected, their most comfortable pick for Hong Kong. Definitely good reason to have picked it now, being 3 points down. now getting their first point on the board. And look at these 200 comes from Hong Kong. 4 for 2 players, and Kosh with 1 200. Very strong in the LN release section. Now, can they keep it going forward into their next few LN or maybe hybrid picks? But they still do need to take a breakpoint from UK first of all.
Yeah, that is going to be the first and foremost challenge here. United Kingdom gets the next pick on whichever Rise map they decide to go to. But we've seen so far every single map in the pool that's been played, even that one that we just saw, that was neck and neck until the very end. Lots of potential for both teams.
But what's it going to be? I mean, after Rise 7, I'm still going to keep saying it, I think. Rise 5, Rise 6. It just seems like the most obvious options if you're UK here.
Absolutely. I don't think you want to be touching the Rise 2.
Oh,
what? Okay, never mind. Rise 2, go for it.
This is a very interesting pick. I mean, Rise 3 was already close enough. This is just, I guess you could say, an easier Rise... Well, not easier, but a denser, a faster Rise 3. So this is going to be pretty close again, I feel. This is super risky pick for UK to opt into. And Hong Kong's probably best shot of taking back that breakpoint, honestly.
We'll see if this ends up being a mispick, because I am definitely concerned with the kind of point leads we're going to be getting halfway through this map. Would not be good for my heart.
This map is shorter than the Rise 3 though, by a minute. The BPM is increased by 12, 252 BPM, and that 12 BPM difference does make a significant impact on how the map is played. So maybe prone to more misses happening, more accuracy drops, but Hong Kong, they cannot afford to find these misses. This is a really good test of their consistency. Can they pull out now? Can they take back this breakpoint on the Rise 2? Or can UK solidify their lead and go up 4-1?
We'll have to see. The ratio battle continues once again. UK definitely with the advantage. Last time we saw the jump stream coming out.
Yeah, and the ratios already throughout this match has been very close together, has been slightly favorable towards the UK, but as we saw in that last map, UK were prone to hitting a few more 200s. Of course, with LN, this is Rice, a whole different story, but no one here is perfect.
Kuraha and Yusin both dropping a little bit of accuracy here, still tied between the two teams, but it looks like Zubin right now is the one to pull ahead ever so slightly in the act department. Not quite enough to give any kind of lead though, as both teams still hovering back and forth. No lead to speak of still.
This is exactly what we would expect from a Race 2, especially between these two teams. Of all the teams in the tournament, this is as close as it gets. I actually think that the score difference right now may just be 0. It's going back and forth. It's not going to any one team for any amount of time. Already halfway through the map.
You cannot trust that bar at all. What? I actually can't tell who has the lead. These are dead even accuracies across the board. No one has an advantage. 99.95 is the highest, 99.93 is the lowest. What are we watching?
I mean, just based on these accuracies alone, it does look like UK are winning, but accuracy doesn't just determine who's in the lead. It does seem like they are, though, by a couple hundred points. Only a few 300s or even a 200 can make all the difference here in the last quarter of the map. Stamina might play a factor too, but does anything happen? Do we see any drops, any misses, any 200s? There is still one section.
This last section, it's all going to be decided here. It looks like UK starting to pull ahead a little bit. Zubin now ahead of the rest, but Yusin finds a break at the end! And now Hong Kong just need to hold on to their combos.
Hong Kong, if they can hold on to this combo, accuracy shouldn't play much of a factor. They will take the breakpoint away from UK. They take their breakpoint back. The score is now 2-3, and it's Hong Kong next to pick. All of a sudden, they're now back into the game. No more deficits.
Fully back in. We may as well be looking at a tied match once again. The smallest of margins in the end, and Hong Kong take it back 2-3. And in hindsight now again, we can say this maybe was a bit too risky of a pick from the UK.
My hand was over my mouth for that ending. That was so close, and Hong Kong managed to pull out the hat on consistency alone against the UK, the team that is known for their Rice consistency. Lose out to Hong Kong on the Rice 2. Now it's Hong Kong's pick. They did lose the LN3, so LN might not just be too free, might not be as much of a given.
We still have a hybrid pool as well. Hong Kong very strong on the hybrids themselves. I'm looking at something like a hybrid 1 potentially being picked up here if they want to go to it.
Unbelievable team performances there from both teams, and this is just the pattern that we're going to be seeing in this match. I don't think it's going to get any different. These points are going to stay and remain so close, but LN2 is opted by Hong Kong. I don't know what to think of this pick, to be honest. I don't know if it's good or bad. I couldn't say.
I'm not sure if I think it's the best pick from Hong Kong, but again, you know, I'm not sure what would be the best pick for Hong Kong. Maybe LN4 may have been a little bit more release focused to capitalize on that advantage they had in LN1, but this one gonna be much more of the straight up density, straight up jump stream. And I feel like United Kingdom might be pretty good at that themselves.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yet again, going to be a close map. If that race 2 wasn't close enough, this one, I believe, is going to be the same deal. But Hong Kong, they just want to tie out the score. And this pick is very important to do that. Try to make it out to 3-3. They give up that breakpoint again, and things are going to be as rough as they were before.
Absolutely.
All picks need to be wise from here on.
Super important point of the match here for Hong Kong. They can tie it up after being down 3-0. That'll be a massive momentum swing in their favor for the rest of the match.
But LN2, there's only one more LN in the map pool after this, as the LN4. Whether or not Hong Kong will opt for that is yet to be decided, but they probably will. But we need to get to this LN2 first. 2.5 minute LN jump stream. There is a little bit of release involved too, but not the main factor here. This is going to be probably an accuracy battle. I think all players are going to be very capable of holding onto that combo. But we might even just get another Rice 2 situation.
And we'll see. The comfort levels should be showing pretty early on this one as we get into the denser patterns in a little bit.
Just this intro alone, this score lead is negligible. Very minimal difference between these two teams. Can't argue that one team has better ratio than the other, but it's actually Kura to find the first miss, and very early on, in fact. That's going to give the very early lead towards UK.
And that's a big act drop as well, down to 99.5. All of UK scores an exceptionally high accuracy as well. Spanner Dude on with a 99.9 right now. And United Kingdom with a solid early lead.
Yeah, 6,000 points just out of the first section alone. That only came down to that one miss. This would still be a very tight game if not for that. So UK now just need to hold on to what they've got. If they find a singular miss, that can give the lead back.
Absolutely. Some of the players starting to drop in the accuracy a little bit. But Spanner Dude above everyone else right now. Giving that acc lead over to the UK. Even with a singular miss, a clean miss might not be enough for Hong Kong to take back this lead at this point.
Yeah, they've already worked up their lead to 9,000 points. One miss might only bring the lead down by around 6,000, so might need An ugly miss at that to give the lead back over. Hong Kong cannot afford any more misses or accuracy drops. They need to be as clean as possible in the last section of this map. Does UK find a miss?
It's going to take so much at this point. UK's accuracies, all three of them above the best accuracy on Team Hong Kong. With the 3 FCs, but Iron finds a miss there. Fairly clean one though, so it shouldn't actually be enough to flick it over. Oh my god! What's happened to UK?
A team collapse, 3 players missing at one section. Now the score lead is barely in Hong Kong's favor, 3,000 points. One miss can still bring it back over to UK. But do we see it? We see accuracy drops.
Oh my god, less than 1,000 points in the intro.
700 points of difference.
Hong Kong might just have barely escaped death there at the end.
Oh,
and the accuracy from UK was not enough to withstand the full team wipe.
That was the one thing that could have possibly happened to give the lead back to Hong Kong. That was the one thing they needed to avoid, and it's the one thing they did. Hong Kong taking that point yet again on consistency alone. Kurahab missing at the very start, but FCing the rest. United Kingdom with a team collapse in the last 10 seconds of the map. That could have been another breakpoint, but Hong Kong not ready to give it up just yet. We are tying the score at 3-3.
And oh my god, I hope none of the players playing that was watching the stream or look back at the stream just yet, because they were going to see how close that was at the end.
That was a 15,000 point lead, I believe, in the UK's favor, and right at the end, in an instant, the lead is gone. Hong Kong take that at the very end, but now it's UK's pick, and they finally go for Rice 5.
There has to come now, right? You can't be bleeding any more points over to Hong Kong if you are the UK. It's been 3 in a row for UK, followed by 3 in a row for Hong Kong. And now they're going with what should be one of their strongest picks in the whole pool.
If we see a tiebreaker again between these two teams 2 years in a row, that would just be phenomenal. I would so want that to happen, but we need to go the full distance.
It feels like it's written in the script at this point. It just has to happen. It's fated.
UK, 2 picks left. Same goes for Hong Kong. No more advantage to either team. No more break points. This is back to even Stevens. UK now trying to take it on the Rice 5. And they still have Rice 6 in the bag as well as their next potential pick if they so wish. But Hong Kong now, they do have LN4 available to them, but then it's going to have to be a hybrid after that. So who's really ahead right now? It's too close to tell. All these points are so winnable for either team.
Yeah, even if we are talking about picks that each team will likely make, that doesn't even necessarily mean that they will win, as we've clearly seen in these past few. And it's going to start off here, this one, a very kind of trill, polyrhythm focused technical pick. Very easy to drop, a lot in accuracy quickly.
Yeah, a very technical map. Maybe Hong Kong have built up that consistency over time in this match, which we have seen. But UK do just have that accuracy advantage. The lowest accuracy on the UK side is 99.96 from Zubin. Very scary team to go against in the Rice department here, but still only a quarter of the way through the map and 2,000 points difference.
Quotient does drop a little bit in accuracy down to that 99.7 range really quickly, but is going to be able to build back up. So far, UK, all 3 players above 99.9. That's giving them the lead in the act department.
This lead doesn't look like it's really shifting at all. It's going to stay at around 2,000 for as long as it takes until someone finds a drop. But who will be the first to do that? UK maybe feeling the nerves after losing the last 2 points. They know they need to bring it back. And
now, I mean, they know at this point they can't afford any mistakes. They know that if they both teams know that if they miss, the other team is going to capitalize on that 100%.
But still, I mean, this map, even though it's 2 minutes, it can feel like the longest map in the game, but Koshpen, now the first player to find a miss. That's in the Hong Kong side, so that's going to solidify UK's lead at 10,000. Only a third of map left to go. Even one miss from the UK is not enough to bring the lead back. This does look like a UK pick, if anything.
Oh, don't speak too soon. We saw what just happened the previous map. But definitely a very messy miss there from Koshpen.
Oh.
Iron does find a miss, a very clean one, so not going to affect the score too much. And we're just hoping the other 2 UK players hold on to their combo at this point. 7,000 still should be an okay lead for them to close it out on.
Yeah, unless we see any more drops from the UK, this is still looking pretty comfortable, but there is still time. 1 miss, unless UK just hang on, which it does look like they will into the closing section of the map. They will take their lead up to 4 points, with only 6,000 points of difference between these 2 teams.
Yeah, holding my breath at that ending section just in case something weird did happen at the end there, but it does actually look like if Koshpen didn't find that mess up, Hong Kong would have had enough to be able to capitalize on that miss for sure. But luckily for the UK, they do get through this one. They end up with very strong team score. Again, that's 0 200s on the entirety of the United Kingdom. They are so strong at this accuracy.
This team, definitely, as you said, very strong in Rice. But Hong Kong now, it is their pick. Rice 5, I feel like wasn't given to the UK. It definitely should have been a pick that I would have suggested they pick earlier, but they get out the way now. They do win, and that might actually be one of the biggest leads in this match so far. Rice 4 from Hong Kong.
Rice 4 being picked by Hong Kong.
That PTSD from last year, man.
Such an interesting pick coming out here. I mean, it is definitely a pick that Hong Kong could win, and I guess United Kingdom were not probably going to pick this at all in the rest of the match, so they want to risk it a little bit here.
I guess the main problem here, though, is if they lose this, now it's UK's pick, and Rice 6 is going to come out, which doesn't look too good for Hong Kong. So I feel like there's a lot on the line here for Hong Kong. This is a must-win pick. I probably would have picked a hybrid or LN first before picking into this. But if they feel confident on it, then we can't blame them.
It's such a scary skill set to leave to this point of the match where you really have to win it if you're Hong Kong.
Cannot afford to lose. And 150 BPM, much higher than last round. Last round, I believe, was 140, so it's only going to keep getting higher. Can these players maintain 150 BPM for 2 minutes straight?
I mean, I think the answer is a resounding yes, they can, but will they is the question. With the nerves on the board, they know that any mistake will be punished, that any mistake from Hong Kong could just result in UK straight out winning the match within the next map.
Yeah, and I will say, with personal experience from actually playing in this team, UK are actually not super great at core jack, but with the new addition of Ion and Team Momentum coming back, there is definitely a chance, but this could actually be a good pick for Hong Kong here. Depends if UK find those chokes, which, you know, looking back at it in hindsight, I think could definitely happen.
It could. I mean, we've seen it happen on both sides pretty much evenly throughout this match so far. Misses have been happening across the board.
This map is one of the short ones to miss 15 seconds. But even still, OD 8.5, we have seen some crazy accuracies on this map throughout this round. Do we see any more here? I'm gonna assume the answer is yes, because core jack is known for being one of the easier patterns to ratio, but also very easy to mess up if you're not careful.
Yeah, mess ups will cost you massively on a pick like this. But for now, starting off with, of course, very high accuracies out the gate as expected.
And here we go. The map begins. The lead in no one's favor at this moment in time. Spanadude did drop quite a bit of accuracy, down to 99.8 now. The only player in this lobby to be at 99.8, but Ion still at 99.98%, which makes up for that.
Yeah, such high accuracies now. Everyone hitting that 99.9 range. Koshapen actually dropping a little bit below now. So does Spanadude. So the accuracy is basically even. It's only Ion with the exceptionally high accuracy keeping United Kingdom a couple hundred points ahead.
Yeah, 400 points we saw at that LN in favor of UK. But that is the difference of only a few 300s. 1 200 from UK can get the lead over to Hong Kong just like that, and now it starts flickering.
Oh, there's the 200 coming from Spanadude, it looks like, down to 99.88 now, matching Koshapen's score. And it looks like two players on Hong Kong increasing their accuracy ever so slightly. Newson does as well, though. 99.96 and above on 4 of these players right now. If any of them messes up even a little bit, this lead is going to flick back and forth.
Yeah, Ion's accuracy so strong right now. 99.98, 99.97, shifting between these two numbers. 600 points of difference it looks like between these two teams with only 1/4 of the map left to go. Yeah, again, 1 200 can be the difference.
Only a little bit left. Will anyone mess up in the last little sections of this map? It looks like Spanadude managing to reach that 99.9. So does Koshapen, and wait a second. The lead is flipped over. Ion found a 200, a couple of 200s at that last section, and that might not be enough. Is that going to be enough for Hong Kong to win?
Yeah, again, in the last section of the map, Hong Kong snatching it away from UK. This was Hong Kong's pick.
What judgment was that? That was 2 100s.
Oh my god. What is this match, dude? What is this match, Potassium?
It's single chord. That would have been a single jack at the very end. And look at Hong Kong. They are getting more and more consistent as this match goes on. That is a 3-way double S for Hong Kong.
Honestly, I feel like that was such a risky pick from Hong Kong, and the fact they've picked it and won it, got it out the way, things are looking much better, I would argue. United Kingdom now, they do have one pick left, which I think Rice 6 should be pretty much confirmed at this point. Whereas Hong Kong, even though they still have to get the Rice 6, but what do they pick next? I mean, Hybrid 1, Hybrid 3, none of the hybrids have been picked yet. LN4 still on the board, but we've seen how close the LNs have been, except for LN1. This is getting really sketchy.
Yeah, it feels like you're not really sure what you should pick at this point if you're either of the teams. But I just can't believe that gamble paid off for Hong Kong in the end by the slightest of margins.
It all comes down to one singular choke from any player, and I think that's just what's been happening this entire match. Yeah, Rice 6, as expected, coming out from United Kingdom, trying to push the lead up to 5-6, take themselves to match point. If Hong Kong do take this point, however, though, this break point can prove crucial. Can immediately win them the match.
I wouldn't say immediately, but definitely will put them in a great position to do so. But yeah, this one, every single map has been so ridiculously important so far in the match.
I'm so nervous, man. I'm actually scared watching and casting this match. I've never been so scared before. All these points have been so close. The competition is fierce. Every single point, I believe, has been within 10,000 points.
It's been within like 1,000 points almost every single map until the very end of it. The bar in the middle is really stressing me out in this match.
And there's only 2 maps left to go. Maybe 3 if we even go the full distance. But Race 6 is going to be the first of 2, potentially 3. Can UK take the lead up to 5? Can Hong Kong take a break point? This is going to be as close as every other point in this match. Nothing will change. The ratios, the accuracy, the miscount, everything is so matched between these two teams. It only makes sense that these teams are Seed 4 and Seed 5 respectively.
feels like it has to go the full distance. I feel like we would be robbed if we didn't see a tiebreaker between these two teams, but let's see what happens and if we do end up getting there.
But Rice 6, another 3-minute map coming out. We have seen some misses in the first section and some other maps, but they do eventually get countered by either good accuracy or another miss from the opponent. It's just something we see often in this match and other matches alike.
Starting out nice and calm in this one, but we're going to be seeing some very tricky patterns coming in right away, starting now, as it slowly starts building up into the map. Quotient actually getting a little bit of a rough start there, down to 99.5. Gonna give United Kingdom a little bit of an edge early on.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. That couldn't have been 300s. That must have been maybe a 100 or a few 200s to impact the accuracy that much. But this is where the map actually begins. The one-hand trills, the high BPM speed dump, whatever section. Spanadude can be the first to find a miss. And this is on UK's pick, mind you, so giving away a breakpoint on your last pick of the match, not something you want to be doing, but in such a long map, this one miss might not come back to haunt them, but it also just might.
It's definitely doable for United Kingdom to claw this one back, but the accuracy drop from Spanadude, even bigger of an issue right now, dropping down to 99.6. Gonna have to build it back for a while to catch up to the likes of Quotient. But right now, Zubin and Iron both with the highest accuracies in the lobby, so the accuracy is still strong for UK overall.
Yeah, the UK has two 99.9s, Hong Kong doesn't have any, but it's just that consistency across those three players. All three players in Hong Kong having roughly the same accuracy versus Spanadude's miss. This is really costing them right now. This lead isn't really going to change much. There's only half of the map left to go, but if Hong Kong keep up their accuracy the way they're doing right now, I don't think UK can really take it back because it's so close. But Kuroha does find that miss to trade back the score now. Suddenly UK are going to take that lead back.
I think they win on the accuracy, yeah. The 99.9s are still there for both of the UK players. And that was Hong Kong's best accuracy on Kuroha, dropping as well down to 99.8. UK have the advantage by just 2,000 points, it looks like.
But these sections are still so rough. Any more misses can come out from any of these players. There is still room for error here from the UK, even though they have a 2,000 point lead. It is such a small lead to be having, with still about maybe 30 seconds of map left to go.
Yeah, any miss could swing this back either way. Still a long outro section. This is really tricky. No one finding any kind of real drops to speak of here.
And now the lead's up to 4,000 points. That seems like it's coming to a close.
They're just going to get through these ending jacks.
Taking back their lead in this map. That was incredibly close though. UK barely taking this point. Now the lead 5-4. One map left to be played before we potentially see a tiebreaker. It all comes down to this. Hong Kong, you have two hybrids, one LN. What's it going to be? The most important decision.
Even pick in this situation, I cannot imagine. The LN4, I feel like, is maybe the pick that they'd be tempted to make. I kind of also want to see Hong Kong pick a hybrid, though.
Yeah, no hybrids have been picked at all in this match, and UK did ban hybrid 2, so maybe that's a sign. They will opt for a timeout, though. I can definitely see why there's a lot of decisions to be made here. Do you go for your LN4, or do we test the waters a little bit with the hybrids? It all comes down to this.
What a moment to test the waters as well on the last possible pick.
Yeah, just at this point in time
to make. I can't imagine Hong Kong wanting to go with hybrid 3 at this point. That feels like too much of a risk.
Yeah, I think Hong Kong maybe at this point thinking maybe we should have picked second or first, whatever. The pick order should have been reversed, you know? It all comes down to this. If Hong Kong had the first pick or second pick, whichever other way it was, then United Kingdom would have to make this choice already. And Hong Kong might actually be feeling much more comfortable. But now they have the choice to make, which is both a good and bad thing.
Yeah, well, they've been dealing with the pressure so far in this match from behind. This time no different. They are still behind in the match just by 1 point. And really having a good think about this.
I'm so nervous. I think a Hybrid 1 or an LN4, one of the two maps I'm thinking. Maybe leading towards the LN4, but I don't know. The LN2 and LN3 were so close. And just playing a new Hybrid just seems... It is just a gamble, but does that gamble pay off? Weighing our options here.
I guess the tiebreaker is also a hybrid, so if you're planning on winning one of the hybrids anyway, you know, might give you the boost that you need for the tiebreaker after that.
Going back to what you were saying earlier, if we don't get a tiebreaker, I think we've just been robbed. This has been such a close match, such an intense match between these two teams. We need a tiebreaker.
I think everyone watching wants a tiebreaker right now. They feel like they deserve it, for sure. I deserve a tiebreaker, especially one of the Osu original songs coming out here. Hasn't been played yet this weekend.
But can Hong Kong take us there, is the question. Still thinking about what map to play. The timeout will be running out eventually, but Hybrid 3!
I don't know whether it's the best option, but I love it anyway.
This match has been down to the wire, has been so close in every single map that has been played, and now we're finally getting into Hybrid 3, the only hybrid that has been picked in this entire match.
And I mean, I guess thinking about it kind of in a logical way, this also kind of makes sense. Because if you think about all the maps that Hong Kong have won on the LNs in particular, they've all come from misses from the United Kingdom. The misses is why they have managed to win out on all of those LN picks so far that they've won. And if you think about maps where, you know, you're inducing the other team to miss, this is definitely the one to look at. Very, very volatile patterns on this one.
Yeah, same as that for both teams. Both teams have been losing points in the back of one random choke, whether it's a miss or an accuracy drop. I think that has been a decider in almost every single map that has been played so far. So both teams, this is the time where each team, each country is going to be trying their hardest to get that combo. I do think UK, as seen throughout the rest of this match, is ahead in ratio, but only by maybe 2,300 in total. It's been so close that if both teams perform at an equal level, I think UK will take this, but that has not been the case throughout this match. We've seen random chokes and accuracy drops from both teams that anything can happen in this point. Anything that Hong Kong could have picked would have been somewhat risky.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're just going straight out for the riskiest of them all. And I mean, also, like, kind of going back to what you said, if both teams do end up performing at the same level, if they all FC, then United Kingdom should have a little bit of an accuracy advantage, but that's exactly why the Hong Kong would have picked the one map. I do not expect to see 6 FCs on this. No way.
And that is potentially the final blast. Good luck, have fun, entered into chat by both teams. Can Hong Kong take us to tiebreaker, or will UK steal it from them just shy of it, 6-4? All to be determined by this Hybrid 3. This is it.
The last regular pick we're going to be seeing, and the nerves have to be at an all-time maximum for all of these players.
The very slow intro, really building up for what's to come. I am already nervous for all these players on just this section alone. I can't possibly be imagining what stress, maybe adrenaline, that these players are going through right now.
these patterns are just so cruel as well in a time like this.
Spanner Dude actually jumping to 98% accuracy. What happened there?
Just a bit of a mess up on one of those early bursts, it seems. But still should have plenty of time to recover the accuracy, of course. That combo is going to matter a lot more than the accuracy in the end if we do see misses coming out.
But this is still just intro. Zubin jumping at 200 there actually on one of the LNs. Hong Kong with only a 1,000 point lead, but is nothing in the grand scheme of things as the map finally begins.
On Zubin finding the first miss here. United Kingdom and 2 in response for Hong Kong. Kuroha and Koshapen both finding misses and Quotient as well. It's a full team wipe for Hong Kong. United Kingdom in the lead by 10,000 points in the blink of an eye.
3 misses coming out from Hong Kong, only 1 from UK. UK, if they hold on to this combo with such a lead accuracy, shouldn't make too much of a difference at all. But still 3 minutes of map, only a minute and a half to go. If we saw 3 misses come out from Hong Kong, we can definitely see it from UK.
Accuracy also now in favor of UK though. Koshapen dropping down to the 99.4 after those breaks. And Quotient finding another miss. That's a repeated one. 18,000 points and climbing for the UK. They're starting to run away with this last pick.
Oh, and Koshapen with another miss as well. United Kingdom looking so dominant on this last pick. Hong Kong not so comfortable. 27,000 points in UK's favor and climbing with only a quarter of the map left to go. I'm still going to say it's doable in case we get triple team miss. Spanner and Quotient do trade it though. Koshapen with another miss now, and that might just be it.
Yeah, that is a messy miss at the end for Koshapen. There's not much time in the map and 41,000 points. This is not recoverable whatsoever here. Iron still the only full combo in the lobby with a 99.7. It's looking like United Kingdom has managed to pull out ahead in this match.
I can't help but believe it must just be the nerves from all these players. And especially going into a map like this as your last pick. That might just be the thing that comes back to bite them.
Have to respect the decision though for this pick. I can't hate the decision no matter what the outcome was. This was a risky pick, but it always was going to be. And United Kingdom going to profit from it in the end, 6-4. They managed to pull off the, I don't even want to call it a seeding upset. These two teams are exactly the same in skill level.
And what a way to end it. A match that has been within 10,000 points in every single map to end it on a 50,000 point lead in UK's favor to take the match 6-4. I guess good news is none of these teams actually being eliminated, just Hong Kong being shifted down to the losers bracket. But what an incredible fight both teams put up against each other in today's show up.
Absolutely. Massive props to all the players. So many absolutely nail-biting maps in this match. And United Kingdom coming out on top. They get the prize of versing China next week in the winners bracket semi-finals.
Yeah, and just to mention again, Hong Kong not out of the tournament just yet. They will be moving down to the losers bracket where I'm sure they'll put up an incredible fight and could even see each other again in the losers bracket if UK lose to China and fate aligns. So Hong Kong's still in it, and with how they performed today, I would not be surprised to see them make it really far in the losers bracket.
Yeah, that losers bracket is being stacked up very, very far. I think there's some crazy potential for matches. I'm looking at, let's have a look. Philippines, Hong Kong, Canada, Thailand, Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia. Oh, that is a bit messed up, I would have to say.
Yeah, good luck to any team that is now playing in the losers bracket. With how scary that losers bracket looks, what does that mean for the winners bracket? Now, there's only, I believe, what, 4 teams? Or
yeah,
four matches?
Teams in the winners bracket. 4 teams in the winners bracket for semi-finals. They have all been decided already, I do believe. That's going to be United Kingdom now versus China, and the United States versus Chile, I believe.
Yes, definitely got some banger matches ahead of us. But with that coming to a close now, we do have one match from now, 50 minutes from now, 17 UTC. So don't go anywhere. But I do believe there's one more thing that we must mention, Potassium.
Oh, yes. What might that thing be?
Well, I, for one, have been really struggling with making my profile look as good as possible. I want to be as presentable, to look as clean, and to represent the teams that I support. So there's only one way that I can think of doing that, and that is banners. Mania World Cup has team banners that you can display on your profile at the low cost of $2.50 USD. You can have as many banners as you want on your profile, support as many teams as you want, or the same team many times. There is no limit to how much you can support. So if you want to make your profile look as clean as some of these insane profiles that we see already, then go down to the OSUS store and buy some banners today. But with that being said, Potassium, that is it from this match, and I look forward to the Spain versus Peru match 48 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then.
Bye.
boundless expanse of the multiverse, the allure of traveling from parallel universes beckons intrepid adventurers. Each universe presents distinct laws of physics, alternate histories, and uncharted wonders. versions of ourselves and ponder the myriad possibilities that overtake them. Guided by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, we embrace the thrill of discovery amidst the enigmatic landscapes. This cosmic odyssey, the dance with destiny, reaffirms the indomitable spirit of human curiosity, a feeling that the wonders of the multiverse are limitless. 「
Let's go!
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Oceania 4K World Cup 2025. We've had some insane matches all across the board, almost having a tiebreaker on two of these matches as well. But now, we're going to be at the final stretch of this tournament, with these two teams being the final ones to decide who will make it to the last spot of the semifinals weekend, which is going to be between Spain and Peru. This is Lively Peninsula, and joining me on the commentary booth is none other than Dynascape. Hello, how are you doing today?
Doing great, Lively Peninsula. And this weekend has been lively, to be honest with you. This is the last match for the quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken, and this should be a very good one. Spain getting through the conditionals by beating Argentina 6-2, Peru beating Netherlands 6-3, and I think that these teams are close enough where, yes, we did not get the tiebreaker for last match, but we might get it for this match.
There's definitely potential for that, and I really do hope so, because man, we've had a lot of close calls. I really do want to see the tiebreaker being played, just because it's an OSU original, and it's a very good one at that. So, with a very nice roll, definitely nice because they are able to beat out Dendro here. So they're going to be able to take control of the first protect and also having the first pick as well.
Yeah, as per game plan, I would probably say that Spain is going to stay in the LN section, as Spain and Peru playing about 8 and 9 maps respectively in their last match this weekend. We have a little bit of info. Spain and Peru probably did their due diligence, saw the other opposing teams' matches, and LN3 definitely was one of the higher discrepancies in terms of scoring. Spain getting about a 2.54 million team score would have beat Peru by about 45,000 points, so that's a really good protect from them. Peru is going to protect Rice too. Also, I think probably the perfect protect for them, as well as on Endro, the jump stream map. They would have beaten Spain by about 49,000 points. So very good research coming in from both teams, and yeah, I think this was the perfect protect phase. What do you think is going to happen during the bans?
I expect a lot of adjustments to happen here. It's going to be a bit difficult for me to be able to really 100% assess the situation, because both countries, well, they're very good in a lot of aspects. But at the same time, there's been matches where, let's say, Peru didn't have Anku in, I think that was round of 16. I do hope to see everyone present in this match. That's the first thing that I really want to see. Spain banning LN makes a lot of sense. Peru has some really good LN players. As for Peru banning... Wait, sorry, my bad. Sorry, I think I got the bans wrong. My bad. Okay. Peru banning LN makes a lot of sense. But actually, I don't know. I think it could have been a better ban. As for Spain banning Rice, that also surprises me. I was expecting Spain to ban a hybrid. Maybe hybrid 3 in that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, where there is the knowledge where Spain could have banned something like Kinetic Flux of hybrid 2. I kind of get the fake ban just because it's such a weird LN map that I guess Peru doesn't want to deal with it at all. As for first pick though, Peru just has a lot of different options. They have something like, even though Rice 3 was banned, they did very well on Andrew Rice 2, so I think that could be the first choice. But no, they're going to stick with Korjak, and this is also a good choice. These straightforward accuracy type Rice maps are kind of Peru's bread and butter right now.
This is a very interesting pick to start. Usually teams have picked the Korjak like in the middle of the match, not necessarily early on. I think they're gonna bank on Anku having a really good score. I did see that 100% from Anku, by the way, on Danger and Danger. But I'm not sure if Spain played it. I don't think they did. So they're gonna bank on their performance being enough against Peru here, which could go wrong. It could go wrong if they aren't careful, but can really pay off if they're really willing to take the risk.
Yeah, just to remind everyone with how it went for the Netherlands match with Peru, Anku getting 7 grades out of approximately 2,300 notes, had that unofficial B2SS with that 100%, but Lolito and Eric did take misses, so as long as both of them can clean up those scores, I think they should be fine. It's just, you've already missed once in match with Lolito and Eric, but now we have Dendro instead of Eric coming in. So with Ime Abril and Nico Blaze on Spain, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this because, the inconsistency is already there. It's on the record for Peru. And you're already fighting a good team like Spain. I don't know if Spain has that innate accuracy, but you can still bank on the inconsistency from Peru through Spain.
I'm so curious, really. I just think that with the information that Spain has from Peru, I do apologize. I got the picks wrong. I've been getting some wrong. I do apologize about that. But hey,
Been a long weekend.
yeah, it's been a very long weekend. I think Spain is hoping that Peru finds the misses that they had, which I'm going to see again. Yeah, Peru did have like 3 misses across the board. So I think Spain's gonna bank on hoping to have a triple FC and just overall overpowering Peru. We have to see though if that consistency is present because this can really say a lot about the other picks in the future.
Oh yeah, for sure, because if Peru is able to secure their first point, it'll bode well for them in the other straightforward time maps. I know they're probably going to be gunning for Endro, as well as probably something like Rice 6 afterwards. But for now, Spain actually having a little bit of an advantage, and that's because of Lolito taking a drop in accuracy as Spain, everyone at 99.9, and same thing with Peru, besides Lolito as we said. Third of the map in, and Spain holds just the tiniest bit of an advantage.
Yeah, it's really just that difference from Lolito, but there's so many patterns in this chart which can make you miss. There are some anchors here, some rolls even. So, it didn't even happen on the roll, so that miss from Dendro, that's what Spain is banking on this entire time.
Yeah, and it turns out their gamble paid off as Spain now in the firm lead of 10,000 points. We're halfway in, and the density, the anchors are getting a little crazy, but everyone holding on tight. Dendro able to get back up to combo cap. Lito recovering their accuracy from that earlier drop by just a little bit, but it's not enough. Spain too strong right now. Still all 3 players above 99.9. Ime almost matching Anku even.
Yeah, that's an amazing effort from Spain. A 30,000 point lead isn't exactly safe, but it's still something. And as long as they're able to have like that accuracy advantage against Peru, which they probably have a good ability to be able to keep it in. However, it's still not over yet. There's still a little bit of the chart, although it's not as technical as some of the other parts before. So I think this pick really made a lot of sense for Spain, and just like that, secured the first point. Very, very good accuracy lead as well.
Yeah, I think as we bring up all 6 scores here, Spain was just the better core jack team, better MA. Those misses didn't matter from Dendro, the 50 didn't matter, the 200s from Lolito didn't matter. They just outright would have beaten Peru in an act battle on core jack, which is, I would say, a little bit surprising, but Spain always, they haven't shown the best scores this weekend on some of the Rice picks, but surely they've got to be one of the stronger core jack squads. And now Spain with that first break point, they're gonna go up 1-0 and have this next
No,
pick.
no. Just a correction. No, it wasn't a breakpoint. I apologize. I said this was Peru's pick. So
Oh, wait.
this, you know, I
No,
do
we're
apologize
actually
for that.
crazy today.
Wait,
Like,
wait. So,
the-
so, so you also thought this was Peru's pick? Oh my
yeah, no,
god.
I
Okay.
thought this was Peru's pick.
Oh my
That's so
gosh.
insane.
We're both confused. It's okay. It's okay. All good. All good. I guess you could say that you really have to pay attention for it's okay. Now it's gonna be Bison Charge. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to feel about this. Just because I think Spain's hybrid score in the qualifiers, and even though it's a qualifiers, you know, even though this isn't like round of 16 or any other stage of the tournament, the qualifiers tend to be around the mid range, like they're around quarterfinals. So I actually do wonder, because I think Spain has a really good hybrid 2 score on qualifiers. One second, let me double check that. But again,
Yeah.
like what I said, I'm just not sure about this pick from Peru right now.
It's gonna be really interesting. Most teams don't really pick Hybrid 1 as their first choice. Usually, most teams delve into Rice or LN at first. And even within them, the subsections of do I want to go for the core jack now that there's 2 picks, or do I want to just go for the density since we are the better LN team? So Peru picking Bison Charge is quite interesting, especially since Spain didn't play it in their match against Argentina. There's no really notable things, and I wouldn't even say that Peru got a crazy team score on it either. We had one miss from Denjo last time, and both Lolito and Anku had about a 988. So if Spain's able to, match the accuracies yet again, we could be looking at the first breakpoint.
Okay, I just looked at it now. I get it now. So in qualifiers, Hybrid 2, Peru was number 7, Spain was number 16. And to give fairness to Peru, Spain picked something that, Peru. Spain picked something that Peru played in. So now Peru's trying to do the opposite. So Peru played this, Spain didn't. I guess Peru is trying to like show that even with even with a performance like that, they can beat Spain. So that's probably their confidence right now. And I'm actually a bit nervous because if since what you said is true, is that Spain didn't play this chart, this is gonna be another one of those gamble. But they might be basing it off the qualifier results, which right now I can definitely say Peru has an advantage just based off the qualifier hybrid 2 score.
Yeah, so might be interesting to see how this map goes down. This map very, very speedy, a lot of hybridy bursts, so you gotta be on your toes when you're fighting your way through this map. You already see a little taste of it in this intro.
Yeah, this intro is very deadly. There are some technical rice parts, those mini jacks and anchors that can really make you miss or drop some act. Oh well, right on cue as Victor finds a drop. However, this is not safe. Peru, despite having this right now, there's so many parts in this first half that can really make you unstable. But seems like Peru has gotten through a lot of that. Very, very good runs from everyone so far. It's really just that one miss. I do think Peru still has the lead even without that though, just because of that accuracy advantage Anku has over Abril.
Exactly, you have Lito about the same as Victor, but Victor did take the miss, then Drew about the same as Ime. So all players pretty well matched up evenly, but that miss really hurting Spain as we go to this last little TI section. It's truly very quick, and of course you gotta watch out for the end. Victor not able to keep up yet again, so another miss coming through for Spain. Crew extending their lead to 18,000 points, and here is the last TI. Is anything able to happen? The thing that happens is not what Spain wants though, as Abril falls, and Ime, the only FC, Peru gonna take it. So now it's tied up 1-1.
Wow, okay. So just from that, so that qualifier hybrid 2 score really does make sense now. If you're going to look at this, seems like hybrids is something that Peru can take an advantage on against Spain. So this probably opens the door for some long notes too, which is kind of weird if you think about it, because if I'm not mistaken, Peru's span was LN4. I could be wrong about that, but I think that
Yeah,
was
it was
the
Ellen 4.
Okay, yeah, it was indeed LN4, and Spain banned Rice 3. I honestly think just something I realized, but I was expecting that to be a little bit of the opposite. Like I was expecting a Spain to ban the LN while Peru banning the Rice. Was really surprising to me. I would have expected Peru to ban Rice and Spain to ban LN. So honestly, very interesting dynamic that we're seeing right now.
It is pretty interesting. I think Spain just looked at their LN2 and 3 scores and saw that it was better than Peru's LN2 and 3 scores for the quarterfinals, and we're like, yep, this is probably our best shot at winning points. And Peru definitely didn't want to deal with Fake at all, so Spain is going to dip into LN1. They had a pretty good team score against Argentina. I think they can replicate it here, and at a glance, I just think that this squad for Spain is probably really gonna have a better innate accuracy than Peru, whoever they choose to field for the LN1. So far, we've got Dendro and Lolito. I'm not sure who is going to be the third player for Peru. Maybe it's Sophie Decoy.
Maybe, yeah, okay, we do see Sophie the Cool here. So Lalito and Denro, they've both have very good experience in long note department. So as for Spain, we're gonna be expecting Ime. Oh, I guess. Maybe Abril, I think, should also be playing this. Yeah, Abril, definitely very, very good. Very good choice for Spain here. This trio will definitely be here for the Ellens. And also for the hybrids even.
Yeah, Bill, pretty good anchor in this quarterfinals. I believe has been playing almost every single map, so you won't see them switch out too often, at least maybe until it gets a little bit more physical. And so with everyone in the lobby, can get on with the map. This is Golden Ray. It's Spain's second pick. They're going to try to go up 2-1, and no breakpoints yet. Peru gonna try to make that change.
Mm-hmm. Now, you did say that we're trying to look here in the multiplayer links. Okay, so Peru didn't play this, but Peru had other LN scores. Although Spain did play this and had a very good score at that. So I guess Spain is really banking on having the same performance here, while hoping that Peru falls a little bit off. And that's kind of evident right now. But the thing about this chart is, oh, I was about to say it was very, you could miss if you aren't careful, and there it is.
Yeah, there it is, Victor falling, unfortunately. But to be honest, that miss isn't super crazy considering that Abril is beating out the second man on Peru of Lolito, and Soviet Koi and Victor are pretty much tied. So I think as Victor's back at the combo cap, things are going to start swinging back over towards Spain. As long as they can hold that combo, they should be able to win by a decent margin. But Abril missing as well. It's not looking good for Spain. You know, a lot of misses adding up. We're a third of the way through the map, so you know there's a lot of time to make it up. It's just that they look very inconsistent right now, especially with Victor falling yet again.
I actually said this in a match before. I think this was Italy-Poland. Even though Peru has the lead right now, we see that Spain's potential to increase that accuracy is a lot higher than Peru's. So even if Peru has this lead right now, the moment that Peru finds a drop in any point, that lead will shrink very fast. And there's so many portions in this chart that can make you unstable. So this is not over yet. This lead will reel back to Spain just because of that accuracy advantage they have.
Yeah, I think it topped out at around 7,000 points. Now we've cut it down into half of that, and we still got about half of the map left. It's just, you know, it's about to get a little bit more dense, and I worry for Spain because it seems like in these parts where you have the releases, but you also have the LN Jacks to go around it, they've been struggling quite a bit in terms of getting the combo all the way through. And Peru, even though they don't have the best accuracy, they look decently comfortable on the map. You may still with
What?
Dendro, but not
No.
anymore. So a fourth of the map left, and Peru once again accruing yet the little bit of a lead that they have. Is it enough? Maybe enough to carry them all the way through, but they do need to FC through the entirety of the rest of the map.
Just a thing though, there are no more full combos on Spain, and that miss from Email was on the break section, so that was even worse. It's very clean, yes, but in the break sections, those were the parts where teams will have very low chances of missing. And now, even if the lead has decreased, oh, now all Peru has to do is focus, but there's still a lot of Ellen Jacks. I see a 200 from Sophie, but that might not be enough. And just like that, Peru takes a breakpoint off of Spain. Spain, that ratio difference is significantly in favor of Spain, but the misses were way too much that even if that's the case, Peru takes the point.
Yeah, pretty rough showing for Spain, and especially that's something you don't want to see on their pick. However, I think they should still feel good about choosing the other LNs. I mean, they had a total of 7 misses on the side of Spain and still was able to close that gap to about 3,000 points. So, yes, they are pretty dominant in terms of accuracy. As long as they can hold 1 or 2 FCs, they should have been able to seal that. But, I mean, they look pretty good for LN2 and LN3.
Now, Peru? I don't know what Peru should. You know what? I think they can pick Hybrid 3 right off the bat. Just if Spain is gonna perform like that on Hybrid 1, I think Hybrid 3 can really benefit Peru right now.
Yeah, I think Hybrid 3 could be a very good choice. I don't think they want to go up to the right section just yet. I still think that they have a couple of very good picks that are quite obvious that are still up. But, you know, I think as the match goes on, it might even favor Peru considering the amount of rice we have left, and we only have 2 LNs left for Spain, so they're going to have to scramble for any other points across the board. And yeah, like you said, they are going to pick Hybrid 3.
Yeah, that's definitely the choice to make in my opinion. The thing about Hybrid 3 is it's very chokeable, you can miss a lot of times, and there's a lot of Ellens that can really make you struggle here. And Peru has that ability to be able to keep it ahead. I think Peru has to keep in Dendro, Lolito, maybe Anku in? Whoever played Bison Charge should stay. So I do think that was Anku. Yeah, Anku, Lalito, and Dendro. That's the trio. As for Spain, I'm expecting the same players that we saw. So, I actually do think Peru, this might be a good pick for Peru here.
Yeah, this is one of the only 2 maps, the other being Rise 5, where neither team played this. We don't really have any info on it when you kind of look at past results. However, like you said, Peru does really well on hybrids. They did well on Hybrid 1. They did well on Hybrid 2 in the qualifiers. They should feel pretty good going into Cherry Blossoms just because of the pure speed that you see in the map and the weirder, funkier hybrid patterns. They're not as straightforward as Hybrid 1 at all, but I think, you know, the speed is there to catch out Spain and force out a couple of misses.
Yeah, that's gonna be the problem here. Spain has been the inconsistent team right now. Even though Peru found the miss on that Korjak pick, it's not really the case after in 2 charts where Spain has been the team to find more misses.
Very calm start, as it's just a prelude to what's to come. And what's to come is a lot of very scathing, very, very physical patterns. And you start off with a little bit of finesse needed here, as you know there are a lot of multi-lane holds, some inverse, you know, I guess slower inverse, but Spain coming out with a little bit of a lead, and that's really just off of the back of Lolito not having the best time. I think a couple of 200s from them, a late 200 here, an early 200 there, and this like 1,000 point lead doesn't really matter too much because as we ramp up here, we're gonna see where the accuracies lie.
But hey, even if accuracies lie there, if you can't stay consistent on these jacks anchors, that's not gonna matter too much. That's 2 in a row already. Although Peru has had some moments where they don't have the best act, like in the case of Lalita right now, as long as they hold very strong in the consistency with these roles, they will be golden. There's so many parts in this chart which could really make you miss here.
Yeah, no, we've already seen that from Victor and Ime. 1 miss each from them. Abril trying their best to try to match Peru, and they're doing well. I mean, Abril top of the pack right now. It's just those 2 misses really hurt. About 7,000 points for Peru, but I do think that they can probably make it up as long as they're able to FC, and especially with the help of Lolito dropping.
Seems like, ooh, that's 2 miss in a row from Lolito. 3 actually. Okay, this part is a very miss-heavy part. So any player here who will drop, there we go. See, the thing about this is like there's a lot of rolls, a lot of mini jacks, a lot of LNs, so you'll really be unstable playing this section.
Yeah, especially with the different snappings of the LNs, and you compare it with how you have to hit rights along with the shorter LNs, with Abril missing as well as Victor. Now it's swung over to Peru. This is kind of one of those matches where it seesaws in big favors, and you know, we're getting to the end here. Peru just a little bit of a lead, but every time they get a lead, someone misses. Dendro is next up to fall.
Yeah, that's scary. There's only 4,000 points left. 3,000. It's actually continuing to go lower because that miss from Dendro is very, very dirty. No one missed at the final mini jack. Everyone kept their cool at the very end, and just like that, it was more than enough to secure a win for Peru. But if you were Spain, now being down 3-1, that's a difficult position to be in. Imi with only 1 great. You know what? I'm seeing a trend here. Spain tends to have the better accuracy, more stable in general, but they just really cannot secure those full combos, or at least they miss a bit earlier, and that really just cost them a few charts already.
Yeah, I think this map was pretty much separated by 1 miss. If Ime didn't miss, or if anyone else didn't miss 1 less time, and shout out to Anku who had the only FC on the map. If they had missed, Spain would have taken that point 100%. So good on them for having that only FC on the map. Peru, well deserved, but very close point. And they're immediately going to be hit with Toki. So this is quite interesting to see Spain pick yet another rice map. Gonna have to see how this goes, and it's quite interesting as well because again, like we talked about, they still had LN2 and LN3 up, you know, and one of them was their protect. But to see them go for rice when their backs are currently against the wall is a little interesting.
Imagine picking this on high pressure situation, especially being down 3-1. That's gonna take a lot of confidence, just because any mistake here is going to be very detrimental. Think about Toki's, like look at the length, it's very short. With the nature of the chart, it's very technical. So you're really only given such a small margin of error here, and a single mistake can change the course of the entire chart. So now here, we've seen Spain miss more than we've seen Peru miss. So they're really gonna gamble a lot. I am a bit scared for Spain here on this choice.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried, but you know, Spain has shown us that they are pretty good, at least when it comes to jack heavier maps. And obviously this is a whole different beast, but a lot of Toki is, you know, dealing with the very long jack anchors with the rice around it. So, you know, they should be okay, I think. And you know, there's a reason why they chose it. It's just that when you're facing very good rice players like Dendro and Anku, it can get really scary really quick.
Okay, to be fair, so I'm looking at the previous match. They do have information on Toki where Peru did actually lose the pick against the Netherlands. So Spain is banking on Peru to perform here. So there is a important swap out here. That was Eric playing, and now we have Lalito playing. So they're probably banking on consistency here, which I think is a good move. But hey, Spain's accuracy is really tough to beat. Though we've seen Spain miss on very crucial moments. So if that trend continues, then this is not looking good for Spain still.
Yeah, it seems like top two players for Spain just a little bit behind top two players for Peru. Victor trying to make up that deficit, and especially with Lolito taking a couple of early 200s and Anku breaking, this means that Spain firmly in the lead. This is only a minute 35 map, one of the shortest maps in the pools that we've seen so far. So with a fourth left, Spain, good cushion to work with.
So 15,000 is not safe, because any mistake on those mini jacks, those anchors, that lead is gone. But hey, Spain has somehow kept their consistency. Lalito finding a massive drop. The confidence to pick this in a high pressure situation after missing so much should be commended. And now Spain with a commanding victory against Peru on this pick. 26,000 points. 200s, the only ones being dropped from Spain. And as for Peru, they actually do have the best ratio here, but I think with Lalito's accuracy, that would have probably not been enough to beat Spain. But
Yeah, I mean,
wow,
what a team score from Spain. Only 200s on each side, and then an average of about like 994. That's a really good score on a map like Toki.
2984 would beat so many teams in this tournament. So now Peru, do they go hybrid too? I mean, they can. I think Peru will go for hybrid too, but they gotta play more consistently. Because while hybrid 1 was a bit more safe in terms of a lead, hybrid 3 was extremely close. So now, oh, really? I'm not sure what to feel about this pick actually.
I think that, Peru should probably feel really good, honestly. Enjo was one of their best performing maps from this weekend, and I think they can really replicate it. It shouldn't be too bad. Dendro and Anku getting Dendro almost getting a 999 on this map, and then Anku almost getting a 998. So you already know that you're going to have two players that are very consistent on Rice and are able to get extremely high scores. The problem is their third player going to be enough to match the third player on Spain?
That is true. I actually do find it interesting as well that, both teams haven't really swapped out players often. So that's something you gotta keep in mind. Because fatigue can definitely be a factor. And that's something I'm a bit afraid of for both teams. Because the moment your fatigue really kicks in, it can really damage your chances of performing to your best. So now, I really do hope both teams are prepared for situations like this.
Yeah, and this is one of the maps where both teams have played before, so you should probably expect around a 995 from each of the players on Spain. And like I talked about, or well, maybe a 993 or around there. Honestly, Spain struggled quite a bit on Andrew against Argentina earlier, where Abril had 4 misses, Victor had 4 misses as well, and these two players are still in here. So I don't know what to think. I mean, the accuracy was there for them. It's just they were very, very unstable. 4 misses is a lot on a jump stream map. So we're gonna have to see if the inconsistency is still lingering from last match. Peru, like I said, very good on maps like these. Expect very high scores. It all really rests on, will Peru miss? And if so, is Spain able to capitalize on that? Because I don't know if the accuracy differential will be enough.
I will say though, the lone full combo of Spain in the previous time we played this was Nico 777 plays. And I don't even think he's not even playing here. So that's gonna be a bit of an interesting decision. Though like what you said, it's really just dependent on the chokes. Because there's so many parts here which can really make you unstable. I've been saying that phrase a lot. But that's the thing about pools like this. There's just so many parts where you could be playing something straightforward and then suddenly something will make your hands shaky and that will could kill your run.
So far, no run killers here. Things are swapping a little bit back over to Peru, but it's really back and forth right now. Things are pretty close. I mean, like I said, Denjunaku having stellar accuracy, but Abril finally taking the fall, so a big lead coming through for Peru, and this is the first that we've seen. We're halfway into the map, so things can still be rectified, but they need to happen soon.
There's still around a third of the map left, so it's definitely not over yet. But with these trills, I can definitely see a scenario where Peru somehow gets unstable, but right now Spain is the one that's looking that I'm really starting to get scared because, again, like what I said, only a little bit of the chart left. There's still some potential here. Can everyone remain consistent on these drills? I think it's gonna be a yes here.
Yeah, not a lot of time left now, and Peru, pretty good lead. 7,000 points is enough to where it's late enough where you can take a miss, but it does not seem so as the final quad LN comes through. Another great team score from Peru. Gonna have to see as the scores load in. Yeah, 998.5, almost a 999 from Dendro. So yet again, Dendro and Naku recreating their magic from last match. Unfortunately, Spain not able to catch up, and that miss honestly looks like it wouldn't have mattered.
No, actually, it may have been enough because I'm looking at the difference. It was like around 6,000 points, right? Had a Brill full combo, that could have been like 996 or something like that. So just from that, Spain could have actually won this had that miss not been there. Like it would have been very close for sure. So that miss really decided that Peru was gonna take it.
That is true, kind of doing the math on the 300s. I'll have to tally that up later and see really how close it was because, yeah, you're right. Even Peru had one more 200 as well. So, I mean, very close match regardless. Peru sweating by with another point, and they're up 4-2. There's a bit of an upset in the rumblings right now as Spain up next to pick. Again, they have a lot of good choices. LN2, LN3. It can still be done. They are still able to tie this match up, but it's gonna have to start with something. And I really do feel like that something is going to be in the bottom half of the map pool.
Very much so. So yeah, okay, Spain go for LN3. Okay, I can understand why. LN3 is very choke heavy. Even though Spain has been the team that has been choking a lot more, if you were to actually look at the previous match, which is Spain versus Argentina, Spain had an extremely good score in Planet Shaper. So I'm not surprised. Even if they were choking a lot today, their accuracy here I think should be more than enough. That even if they miss, they can probably beat Peru here. So I'm expecting Sophie the Koi here for Peru.
Yeah, I would expect Sophie as well, as they're usually the hybrid slash LN player. And I'm not sure who to expect for the other slot. It's probably going to be Dendro Lolito if I had to take a guess. But, you know, we've only seen one LN map so far. Yes, Lolito does come in. This is Planet Shaper, so it's a little bit physical. You know, there's a lot of choky parts, especially during the shieldy sections. And like we saw on Golden Ray, I mean, Spain flubbed over that point to Peru by way of them having just like 7-8 misses on the map and Peru having a triple FC but lower accuracy. So are we going to see that again?
I just don't see a triple FC happening right now. Because number one, very high pressure situation. And number two, Peru. Like, here's the thing with charts like this. This is like one of those charts that I just don't see a low full combo happening super often, just because of the nature of LM3s. These kinds of charts are very um choke heavy. With the shields, you will definitely find yourself a lot of misses here. So it's either you get a clean FC, clean miss, or just a dirty run overall. So those are the highest chances. And I just think that if Peru will rely on combo, I don't think it's gonna be that straightforward compared to like the previous LN pick, which was LN1.
Yeah, I think for a map like this, usually it comes down to you either have it or you don't. At least in terms of shields, it's one of those skill sets where, if you were not very accuracy focused on it, you're probably struggling a little bit in terms of physicality or reading. And so Spain choosing Planet Shaper, I think that they are able to take this point as long as they can just really lock it in. And like we said, this was actually their protect. They would have won if, we're taking past matches from this weekend. They would have won by 45,000 points. So there's already a big accuracy discrepancy there. As long as they can have the combo and not take repeated drops, or at least as long as they can take less repeated drops than Peru, they should be fine on this map.
Yeah, that's the problem though. With such a big difference, this is exactly why Spain would want to pick this. Like what I said, even with a lot of misses, they can definitely have the accuracy. And that's really all Spain has to do. Ensure that their accuracy is way too far ahead that even if they miss a lot, it's still gonna be a victory. And that's what they're doing right now. Except Victor finding a drop. Oh, that's not looking good.
Still very much so salvageable. I mean, look at the accuracies on Ime and Abril compared to the rest of the Peruvian cast. As long as Victor gets back up to the combo cap, which he does, things are going to start to lean over towards Spain's side. And really just need to hold on the combo like we said. Peru, not one person above a 99.7, whereas we have a 99.83 on Ime. Jacks are still coming in, lots of weirder shields, and Abril is gonna take the fall, so I think that's like 3 misses to 1. Things are gonna start to look kind of scary for Spain, and it just seems like they can't hold combo yet again on an LN map where they should be winning, and Victor dropping, so now lead extended.
It's not even 3 misses to 1, more like 5 misses to none. Never mind, I was about to say that, but Sophie with a massive drop, that's what I was seeing. If Spain missed, oh, there we go. See, this is the cushion that Spain was looking for. Like, even if Peru had the lead, if they miss, it was gonna be more dirty. But Victor misses at that part. It could still very well be a Peru win because there's a lot of mini jacks still at this ending.
Yeah, what an exciting match. So many little misses from everyone. You almost saw a full board wipe as we had 4 players miss at around the same time. Abril and Anku, the only ones with some semblance of a combo, and Anku, the only FC left. However, this map is about to end. There's almost no difficulty left. And as the dust settles, we see Spain 3,000 point lead. As long as no one lifts their hands off the keyboard at the end, Spain should be able to secure this point and live to fight on at 3-4.
Very, very close one. 3,000 points. At this point, I don't know what Peru's gotta pick. I don't think Highway 2 is safe. Wow, that's scored for almost a V1SS from Ime. Anku with the only full combo, almost bringing the victory to Peru here, but that was just not gonna be enough.
Yeah, it seemed like a lot of people couldn't handle the physicality that was needed towards the end, but it still favored Spain again just by way of having better accuracy. So Spain gonna hold on to their point, Peru the next point, and they have a couple of choices still left in the right section, if I had to say. But they are picking to try to get to match point, so it's a very important one to take.
So, wait a second. You're kidding, right? Is Peru actually picking LN2?
Um,
I'm not. I don't know what to feel about this
No
pick.
way.
Actually. I don't think I like this pick because with this tells me one thing. They're gonna be banking on Spain to miss a lot, and we know that they have the axe superiority.
yeah, this is a bold move by Peru if I were to undersell it. LN2 is super crazy. This is what we thought Spain would have delved into after Peru's pick, but no, Peru is actually going to straight up just finish off the LN maps in the pool and try to take this one. This is really interesting. Why do you think they took this?
They're probably banking on the fact that Spain is still missing a lot, which is true. Spain did have a full team miss, but hey, Peru's accuracy, in my opinion, just isn't really on the level that Spain's at. So that's my biggest concern. Are you really going to be hoping for Spain to miss a lot? Well, to be fair, it has happened in most of these charts. I think the only chart which Spain has a triple full combo on, or one of them, two of them rather, was the Korjak pick and actually Toki. So like that's a big variance there. Toki is very technical, yet they full comboed that. But with some of the other picks, they've missed on those. So Peru is taking a big gamble here. And I do agree that risks have to be taken. I just don't think this is the best risk to take right now.
Yeah, I thought that they had an abundance of rice maps where, Dendru and Aku could probably get a good enough score to stave off some of the Spaniard players, or even, I think one of the hybrids was open, right? Hybrid 2, was it not?
I think... Okay. To give more perspective on Hybrid 2, let me double check something real quick. Both teams played Hybrid 2.
Yeah,
And Peru has a
a better
29,000
score.
advantage. 29,000 advantage. So that's actually massive. I don't think, just from what I'm seeing, 29,000 point advantage on Peru, they missed it, in my opinion. They just almost won Planet Shaper, and they won both of the hybrids. In my opinion, they should have went Hybrid 2.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree that Hybrid 2 probably was the play here. But, Peru gonna have to live with this one, and this is their pick. Maybe they are feeling something that Spain doesn't see, so we're gonna have to see how this all pans out as we finally get into the density section, see how innate accuracies lie, and as Peru, everyone drops under a 99.6 as we look over towards Spain and just see Ime and Abril with great accuracies. You have to wonder, was this the choice for Peru?
I really don't think so. I was actually looking at the scores for both multiplayer links. And Spain has a big advantage. It's like around 25,000 points or more. So again, Peru is just banking on the fact that Spain might miss. Because to be fair, they have been missing the entire match. I just don't think this is the pick where Spain misses a lot on because of how straightforward it is compared to like the other picks in this pool.
And I mean, so far it doesn't look like Spain is gonna miss. You talk about how they're probably banking on for Spain to miss. To be honest, even on Planet Shaper, Peru is missing a lot. So you're banking on two factors: Spain to miss and Peru not to miss, right? And that's a very risky play. You don't really want two conditions to be satisfied in order for you to win. And currently, none of them are being satisfied. Peru, accuracy not super great. Luluso did get it up to 99.73. It's almost matching Ime, but it's just not enough. That second and third man differential is huge as we get a 10,000 point lead for Spain, and no one has fallen in combo at all.
Yeah, no misses on Spain. Again, this is a very interesting situation. Victor does find a miss, but what? Oh, is this what Peru's been banking on this entire time? Because that was two massive drops. Oh wow! 3 massive drop. Oh my, no way.
There's no way.
There is no way. Wow! Peru with the triple full combo, despite not the best accuracy, that was just more than enough. Their gamble paid off very hard. I'm at a loss of words. What just happened?
I think Peru set up a booby trap in the later half of the map. I think they did some like witch's curse, casted a hex on Spain or something because like we talked about, this was not a point that we'd expect to go that way, and Peru sliding by the skin of their teeth on a map that they had no business in winning, getting to match point. If it works, it works.
I just didn't think that it would work like that. That was actually crazy. Peru's gamble worked, and now Spain's going for rice. 5. Oh my gosh, I had to count. I had to count. Wow, I just saw that. Okay, Peru, Peru versus Spain on this. That's a very interesting decision. Cause right now, I just think that I'm gonna double check something real quick. So Spain won on Toki, but lost on Angel. They won on the core jack. This chart combines a lot of tech, core jack streams, something like that. I'm not sure what to feel about this pick, honestly. Because I think the moment Spain finds misses, Peru takes it. Peru has been so consistent.
Yeah, they've been looking pretty good on these rice maps so far. And Grosso's Castle, it's kind of scary. Spain doesn't have a lot of good choices left. With Peru taking out that last Alan pick, they definitely don't want to go into Kinetic Flux. So they kind of are forced into this rice conundrum. And Grosso's Castle going to be their weapon of choice. Spain fighting for their tournament lives in the losers bracket quarterfinals. And boy, they have quite the journey to make. They have to win this one, and they have to win Peru's pick as well if they want to get to just the TB.
I'm really interested to see what they're trying to go for here. So I'm actually just scared. I'm really scared right now. Because this is match point for Peru. And Spain has shown to have the superior act. But the consistency has really costed them very hard on the... Oh, that's an abort. That has to be an abort.
That probably isn't a board. If not, that would be... If Spain doesn't call for it now, that would be really, really unfortunate, but hopefully we can get the score sorted out. There we go.
No, it's an abort. No, it's an abort. Spain's kind of lucky that it happened at the very beginning. If this happened 30 seconds later, this would have not been considered. Just because that's how the disconnects, that's how the rule works here.
Yeah, good thing it happened at the very start, but it's also most likely to happen at the very start. At least in terms of Grosso's Castle, this is, compared to all the other Rice maps that we played, probably you could say most similar to Toki, though the way that the tech is featured is so much more different in terms of bursts and jacks and the interlacing between them. To be fair, Spain won quite convincingly. They had a really good team score with Email and Victor, about a 994 average, and they had just better overall accuracy along with no misses to boot. And if they're able to replicate a performance like that, they should be pretty good on this match, or at least on this chart. The tech is a lot lighter in here, so it's less strenuous, but I mean, Spain has shown that they've got some tech in their bones.
Technicality could work for Spain It's just that with how the charts have been going recently, I just feel very scared for Spain. Just really, they do have Toki, which again, to be fair, that's a very insane score. But yeah, just moments like that make me question, is this pick really it? I would have thought Rice 1 may have been a better choice, ever so slightly.
Yeah, Rice one might have been a good choice, but Spain's gonna have to deal with this one as Abril takes a very, very early drop. If you're gonna drop, it is the best place to do it, but it is going to give over Peru a pretty large lead of about 10,000 points. Looking at the accuracies, unfortunately, Amy and Victor are not enough to stand up to Anku and Lolito and Dendro, all three of them having massive accuracy advantages.
To be fair though, we've still had some moments where Peru does find some drops. And this chart has a lot of mini jacks and anchors thrown over you. So this is definitely not over yet. But it's starting to get really scary. 10,000 points is, compared to something like Toki, which is a very volatile chart, this one is actually a bit of a safer cushion that Peru is working with right now. Then again though, Peru still has to complete the task. This is still not over yet. With all the varieties of patterns that are in here, there's so much that's being tested, and just like that, Victor finding another drop! There is no way! What is going on? And even, that's a full team miss!
Super unfortunate, you know, silver lining is that Lolito drop, so maybe something can get started, but it's gotta be quick. A fourth of the map left, and Spain are playing their tournament lives here on this chart. Abril the only, not even the only FC actually, as they missed very early on. Dendro and Anku need to miss now, or Lito needs to take repeated drops, but a lot of easier jacks left in this match, and there's only one Ki. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Things are coming down to the wire.
I think it's enough. This is 17,000 points. It would take like a lot of misses from Peru for this to even be a win. Oh, that's only one. It had to be more than this, but it's getting a lot smaller. And just like that, Peru makes it to the semifinals round. 6-3. I actually think Peru had the better act this time, just because of the ratio from Victor, and also the 200 counts overall. Anko and Dendro securing V1 double S's. That's crazy though. Seed number 20 makes it to semifinals. That's actually crazy.
That's a huge upset. Well played to Peru. I'd like to issue a formal apology. I was not aware of their game, and you know that LN2 pick worked out for them. So very dominant win for Peru by taking 2 breakpoints from Spain on the LN sections, and also just riding along through and a lot of the Rice. Very comfortable on the hybrids as well. So we're going to move on to the semifinals as seed number 20. And I mean, they're going to fight South Korea in the losers bracket, so they have their work cut out for them next week, but they can definitely revel in their win for this one.
I could be wrong, but this is Peru's furthest placement in MWZ40 so far. And I also believe Spain also probably went, this might be one of their deeper runs in general. But what a match, both Spain and Peru. I saw their strategies. I also agree with you. I did not see that Peru was able to close it out like that in such a very interesting fashion. Like, they really waited for that moment to strike, and strike they did. Very, very important win. That LN2 victory really decided the entire match.
No, yeah, I have to agree with you 100%. And with that, the bracket is finalized for both the winners and the losers bracket. You see here, at least on the losers side, a lot of interesting matches. I mean, you are up against Hong Kong. Next week, we got Canada, Thailand, Korea, Peru, Vietnam, Indonesia. So a lot of Asian representation in each match. As for the winner side, pretty interesting stuff. But there's only one thing, or I guess 2 things left to do. There's the showcase over at 20 UTC, so that's going to be in about, what, 2 hours? But before that, isn't there something else that we're missing, Lively Peninsula?
Alright, the banners! I'm pretty sure that's what we're missing right now. So if you really do want to support your teams, any team in this tournament, don't forget to, buy those banners. And like what I keep on saying, if you want to support all the 32 teams, who's stopping you from buying all the 32 banners? Am I right?
That's true. You could do that. But yes,
Yeah.
banners 100% for the price of less than 1 month of supporter. You can support your favorite teams. You can support the tournament scene that you love, Osumania, 4K World Cup. And now just get a little bit of swag for your profile. With all that being said, hope you guys enjoyed. I'm going to take a small break, so sit tight. We'll be back in 2 hours for the semifinals map pool showcase.
Thought I would miss it before I ditched it, dismissed it. Yeah, I was timely, put up all out be. Satisfied now, would you die now? Happily, happily. Go backwards. You're like a running from the future. Time traveler.
OC Mania 4 Key World Cup 2025. This is going to be our third last match of the weekend, if I do remember correctly, and it's a European versus Asia matchup, or if you want to call Russia and Europe or Asia, it depends. But anyways, looking at this matchup, C9 versus C11, going to be extremely close, and I, for one, am excited to see how this turns out. Commentary is going to be Nightcore. Joining me is going to be Eliminate. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Looking forward to this match as always. Russia versus Indonesia. Now, Indonesia, quite of an interesting story there because they did lose out in round of 32 against Italy, who Italy are C22. So I don't really know what happened in round of 32, but either way, they're now in the loser bracket already. Who just yesterday faced Malaysia, beat them 6-2, and Russia also just yesterday faced France and did the exact same thing, 6-2, and both teams getting very similar stats overall. Russia playing good in the hybrids and some of the LNs, Indonesia playing really good in the race and some of the LNs, so this match, as always, has the potential to go either way. All we can do is hope for a close match, and good luck to both teams, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see how this turns out. And maybe from yesterday's matches, they could probably make a strategy out on what they were kind of weak on and what they do kind of thrive on. I do remember that Indonesia had some extremely solid race scores from yesterday's match, so especially on that race 2 department. So maybe eyes might be peeled for Indonesia maybe to go down the road of maybe Rice and try to get that pure accuracy, but their LN is not really too far off as well. So again, it's going to be how comfortable they are, and as you said, maybe Russia might go towards some of the hybrids, and that's all I really have to say. For me, predictions look pretty cloudy. I think both teams are really able to give us a lot of surprises.
I think Russia is definitely in a spot to be able to do well, but they're just gonna really need to lock it in, right? Indonesia have got really, as you said on race 2, they actually got seed 2 on race 2, and on LN2 they got seed 3. So Indonesia very much so capable of playing both sides of the pool. It's just whether or not they can play it in quarterfinals at such a high level, and can Russia compete? I mean, the seeding, they don't lie, you know?
Absolutely. And especially just how close this was. Again, Indonesia and Russia, very scary teams in the losers bracket. I do believe Indonesia, yet again, they were knocked out by Italy, but I feel available at the scene, so maybe yet to see their full potential for now, but maybe it has been unlocked with the last match. So, going to be interesting to see 91 on the side of Indonesia for their roles, so looking likely for them to get their first protecting picks. So, really, after yesterday's performance, you could maybe hop into something like Rise 2 again, or maybe with the similarities of that, maybe Rise 3 as well might not be too bad if they're able to keep up with the stamina.
Well, what do we think Russia and Indonesia are going to protect? I think maybe a bit of a no-brainer for Russia to potentially protect a hybrid, and even knowing how good Indonesia are at Rice, I wouldn't be surprised for a Rice protect either, because Russia did play almost the entire Rice pool last week, so I think this team is very consistent at Rice. It's just whether or not their accuracy can keep up, and I think they did have a little bit of a combo issue, so hopefully we get the same thing. That's going to be very important. But Indonesia actually going to be protecting Rice 6 and Russia LN4, so I guess nothing too surprising.
Yeah, I can totally see the protects being out. I guess we're going to go into bans, but looking at yesterday, Rice 6 protect from Indonesia. Looking at the sheet from yesterday, was a small bit of combo issues, but looking at the pure accuracy alone was very impressive, especially Ray getting that 997.6. So maybe they might just are willing to, maybe hope they're going to for the Rice 1 ban. I totally understand it after the Rice 6 protect, and maybe going for an LN ban, so yeah, LN1 is going to be out the equation.
No LN for Indonesia, even though they did get a really good score. Somewhat like a jump stream map with LN, so I guess nothing. Russia maybe just going to struggle more in the accuracy. I guess Russia, you probably want to win, so maybe you want to play more into the Rice 5, 6, or 7, and Indonesia wasting no time, going to the Rice 3, our stamina map. 3 minutes 21 seconds of straight jump stream / hand stream, 240 BPM. I think this is quite an insane first pick, but
I think they just really want to throw into it, maybe try to tire out the Russia team a small bit. But after looking at their Rice 2 performance from yesterday, I can totally see Indonesia jumping straight into Rice 3. So yeah, as you were jump stream, hand stream, there's a bit of that stream difficulty spike when we do get to the guitar solo in the middle of the map. So maybe the difficulty will climax a small bit there. But really, it's going to be more of your pure accuracy test and consistency as well.
By no means do I think this is a bad pick from Indonesia. I think this is just a pick that really gets the nerves going right from the get-go. This is just what a Rice 3 does with the map length and just the consistent patterning that you feel in practice shouldn't be as physically demanding or technical as the other maps in this map pool. So to bring this out so early is really setting the stage.
Yeah, I'm expecting really close scores from Russia and Indonesia on a pick like this. Anything can still happen. Like, as a map is pretty simple as this, finding a miss would be really hard to tank on your score. So looking at this, we're going to be seeing Osumania, Gamer, Rift 2 and Newbie on the side of Russia, Zeppelin, Ray and Albert on the side of Indonesia. This only makes sense. I did see the Steyr in for Russia, but maybe just map as well.
Zeppelin is Russian, not Indonesian. So I don't know what he's doing on the Indonesian side.
Oh, my knowledge is gone, but I guess they're good. I guess they'd probably be going in for the Russian side, if I had to guess. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know. People are just all over the place right now. I think just figuring out who is playing for what side. Zeppelin will hop out, Fire will hop in. This looks like this is going to be the roster.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing Fier for Indonesia. I do recall them last time setting up some really strong race scores when they come to the earlier rounds. So we'll have to see if they will be able to transition well into the big game. Of course now, kind of more matching the difficulty of the qualifiers, so the physicality will be ramped up a small bit. I think just looking at both these teams, I think they'll be able to keep up. But how comfortable will they be with the more PM increases?
Yeah, and you mentioned qualifiers. Both teams obviously doing quite well in the qualifiers to get seed 9 and 11 respectively. So if we're taking that into account and using it as a comparison for this match, then this is going to be pretty damn close. This intro is pretty chill, not really much to be seen here, but it does very quickly get into it, as we're about to see. And from this point on, it's just straight consistency, same jump stream pattern.
All bets are off pretty much. Coming off the intro, we already are seeing a 4-way 99.9 with Newbie not too far behind as well. But it starts off pretty simple, so 300s are going to be traded back and forth between the score difference, so kind of like that mini tug of war at the start. But just looking at it, accuracy slightly goes over towards Indonesia, but again a 200 could just take things for a turn for the worse by either side. And coming off this intro, everyone just taking this up very easily. I'll be taking a small accuracy drop, but it's not going to be too much of a problem.
Yeah, the accuracy, the score difference right now is very neck and neck. Really, it's Albert versus Newbie at this moment in time. But Ray is actually very far ahead in the accuracy department, 99.96%, highest in the lobby as we get into the first Ki. The score lead is ever so slightly increasing, but really shifting back and forth, so no clear advantage here. It just seems like Indonesia has been having a couple 100-point lead since the very intro. A few extra 300s or a single 200 can give it back to Russia very easily. Still as close as it gets halfway through the map. Still plenty of map left to go though, and that's just another Ki coming out of it, and Indonesia taking a few 300s of a lead.
Alright, here we are into the guitar section. The rolls are starting to ramp up. It's actually starting to go over towards Indonesia at this point. Albert is climbing their accuracy back up, and on the side of them as well, no one has taken any accuracy drops, even then just from both sides. It's only been ever so slightly gradually decreasing. But on the side of Russia as well, nearly a freeway 99.9. Very close and very impressive performance from all 6 of these players. Ray taking ever so slightly off that accuracy drop, but still leading the pack. We'll have to see if the final Ki does change anything. And with that basically 3-digit score difference, will anything shift? A 200 could give it over to the side of Russia, but as we do now, we jump into the final Ki.
One last section of this map to go. Not long left of map. If Russia want to take back this lead, they're going to need to really focus on their ratio as much as possible, or pray Indonesia hit 200. The score lead is going down ever so slightly, but it's only a matter of 300s. There really is not much time left for Russia to take this lead back, but it does still go down. only by a slight amount. No one finding any misses. Everyone looking super consistent. We're down to 800 points of a difference between these two teams on the very first pick. On Indonesia's first pick, we're looking at a 1,000 score difference. If we see a singular 200 in the outro, that would change it, but ultimately we did not see it. Indonesia winning by 841 points on their first pick. A pick you would think maybe would be their most comfortable and the biggest win, the biggest lead, but Russia really fighting back on this one.
One absolute masterclass performance by all those 6 players. And what a way to start off the match as well. 6-way 995k. Actually, nearly. Albert just 8 points off, sadly. But single-handedly, that was a freeway V1 double S. 2 on the side of Russia and 1 on the side of Indonesia. But pure ratio carried alone. I do believe Ray almost getting that double-digit 300 count as well. Indonesia definitely have more than pure accuracy when it does come to Rice. But now, it's going to be onto Russia's pick. And I think, as you were saying a bit earlier, I want to jump into the LN as well. And yeah, they're going to go straight into their protect, attempt to kind of seal a Jaws shot going into LN4.
I still cannot believe that last map. 4 players in that lobby had a V1 double S, and 2 players had 1 200. Oh, sorry. 3 players. Ray did get 200. If 1 player had received 1 less 200, that could have went either way. That's how close that was, where 1 singular choke anywhere in the map changed the outcome. But Russia, I would not be upset with that performance whatsoever. You know how competitive you can be on Rice, but now how competitive can you be on the LN? This is their first pick, LN4. This is also going to be showcasing their LN potential, LN skill. A map you'd hope they would perform very well on against Indonesia. But Indonesia, as we all know, are very strong, very capable in all aspects, so it's not going to be as free as it potentially could be.
Yep, and we're also going to be seeing the Steyr on the side of Russia, and yeah, on the side of LN. Both very strong players in their respective category. And actually looking at this, I don't think Russia have played this yesterday. Might just be more confident with a pick like this, or maybe banned by France. But maybe if on the side of Indonesia, have they played this? It looks like they have, but looking at it, a small bit of consistency issues from yesterday. But with a new player swap, so they're actually going to be, I do believe, resorting to Fier instead of Resort from yesterday. So maybe they might be a bit more consistent when it does come to a pick like this. If they can keep up their consistency, they also have the chance of stacking this breakpoint. But for Russia, I would say that this pick does give them a bit of advantage for them as well. But we'll just have to see. Both teams really capable when it does come to an LN pick like this. So it's just going to be coming down to who falters first.
This map is definitely really easy to miss on, especially at its length, 3 minutes 39 seconds. So this match might just come down to who finds those nasty misses, who finds a few misses in a row back to back, who finds misses at all. I mean, if we see a triple FC from both teams, then it will come down to pure accuracy, which Indonesia have that slight edge in just coming out the intro. All players in Russia at 99.7 or below. Whereas Indonesia has, 99.8. And Ray not far behind. It's a very early lead given to Indonesia, but really not much to be said. Indonesia, like you said, did find quite a few misses on this yesterday. Maybe consistency issues. If Russia can exploit that and just play the combo game here, then this point can wait.
What is kind of interesting about this pick is they're going to be using Fier instead. Well, I think Fier definitely has the very strong consistency. Actually is slightly bit below compared to Resard, but I think as long as they keep their consistency, I think that's what will matter the most. And getting into the Ki now, going to be a bit more bursty, containing a lot of those scatters, a lot more of those density areas in the map. Everyone's holding on very well. The accuracy from Ya and Ray, 99.7 on both of their sides. Very impressive performance coming out the first Ki. Gonna be kind of more of your bursty LN, some of those free no patterns, some of those rolls as well, just eating it up. But Fier finds a miss as well, and that is not really what you want, especially as the score is just gonna go over towards Russia.
Already halfway through the map, and Russia still, as we were predicting, wanting to play that combo game versus Indonesia, but how long then can they keep it up for? 3,000 point lead now for Russia. Nowhere near comfortable. This is still comebackable for Indonesia on accuracy alone, so Russia maybe just needs to focus just a little bit more, but none of these players are aware, of course, unless they play with leaderboard on, which I'm sure most players don't. This nice break section just to get you ready, get you prepared for what's to come in the outro. Still a third of map left to go. 3,000 points. Nothing to be scoffed at here.
And here we are, getting more into that build-up. Still having a lot more of those different snap releases. Everyone holding on a bit well. Fier getting back from that recovery. Again, Russia don't even have that safety net as a point. A clean miss at this point will make the score go back over towards Indonesia, but we'll have to see. Going to be a bit more bursty and a bit more of that coordination heavy near the ending as well. You cannot falter anything. Freeway 99.6 on the side of Russia. Ray and yeah, still holding on to that consistent accuracy as they were earlier. Again, it still comes down to the ending. G2 just being given here and there, but still heading into the outro as things do get a bit lighter, but more on that coordination heavy side as well. Again, falters are still maybe likely to be seen, but the map does come to the close. I don't think it's going to be the case. Russia are going to be taking their first point on their protect, and that is going to be it.
Russia evening out the score now with that 3,000 point lead, but by no means was that an easy score. So close between both teams, and really come down to the wire. I think that ultimately came down to Fire's miss there in that map. Even though the 200 difference is quite a lot, the ratio is just looking much stronger in the Indonesian side as a whole. This map could have went either way, just like the Rice 3, and overall, I don't think this is quite as simple as saying Rice versus LN. Both teams seem to be so strong in each of these skill sets that they can probably just pick anything and hope for the best, right? This is super competitive, super close. Both teams really have to try their hardest just to take a point in anything.
Absolutely. Like, again, you see, had Fier not found a miss there, it would have went over to the side of Indonesia. So that's why misses are just especially important in this. And now Indonesia's pick. Going to be jumping into Rice 5. Going to be the light tech pick. And what a pick in Indonesia on Indonesia's side. I do believe last week, going into this, if I do remember correctly, let me pull it up. Wait, no, they haven't picked this. But
well,
judging...
I guess this would be the equivalent of Rice 4 last week.
Yeah, so I guess it's...
Yeah, so Russia has played this last week. Indo did not opt for playing this. Russia getting seed 9 on this, which is definitely a really good score. They only had one player, Rift, who found a few nasty misses lowering their score, but if that consistency from the map we just saw shows up in this map, then they can easily get a much, much higher team score.
There is crazy potential for all these 6 players in the lobby to get really high scores. And I expect things to still go very close. And this map is not easy as well. Again, the lighter tech compared to Rice 7, but you still have to focus on some of those stamina aspects. The polyrhythms, the gluts, and a dump. This map throws everything at you, and if you're not careful, then it can spell danger for you.
Oh yeah, I'm still debating this inside my head. Is the top player in Indonesia Fire or Fier? Because you're saying Fier, but I feel like it could be Fire.
I don't know, I'm just pronouncing it like how you'd say Pierre. It would be French PTSD.
French
from my
PTSD.
French exam. He was always
But-
in my friend tab.
I before E, except after C.
Okay, that is true.
Yeah. Primary school English coming into play here. All players now ready for this 2.5 minute long Rise 5 technical map. I think this is actually quite an interesting pick from Indonesia because obviously a technical map is going to be more on the physical side, and if we see any misses come out, then that can be the end of it. So I think Indonesia, knowing their ratio is just ever so slightly better than Russia, I would have expected them to maybe pick a Rise 2, but Rise 5, I guess, feeling a bit more comfortable, a bit more confident in taking a point against Russia here. But does it show?
I guess we'll have to find out. Again, this intro doesn't really show much. Gonna be more of your late Core Jack with some of those mainstream sections until we get after the Core Jack, which is still kind of yet to happen. But for now, everyone holding on very well. 6-way 99.9 plus coming out the intro.
Yeah, it just depends, like we said. And Russia, I think, are really trying to match Indonesia, but that will give quite the lead to Indo already, but it is still very early days. I don't know why the score lead is going up so much.
I think it's just really because of Ray's. I do believe it was a climb error earlier showing that lower accuracy, but now the map starts to climax. You'll be seeing some of those free no anchors at 128 BPM. You'll be seeing more of that dump in as well, so a bit of some more natural accuracy drops from the side of Indonesia, but still holding on to that freeway 99.9. But here's getting more of that jump stream and more of those roll sections as well.
The score lead barely moving, still sitting at 3,000 points. And Nubi going to be the first one to find a miss already. Halfway through the map though, so there is still time. But Russia, when you're already down 3,000 points, you can't be finding these misses like that. Now Indonesia look to have a very solid lead here coming out of that section, but there is still a quarter of map remaining. But this is looking as comfortable as it has been at any point in this matchup. And Tire also finding a miss. And that is gonna almost seal it at this point. There isn't much room for error for Indonesia.
Yeah, I just
As long
don't
as they
really
hold on.
Indonesia definitely have to hold on. Of course, they do have that safety net of 18,000 points, so as long as nothing major does happen, I think this point will go over to them at a very comfy 19,000 point lead. But of course, they still have the ending where the anchors take more of a climax. But even then, everyone's still holding on very well on both sides. No significant accuracy drops at the ending. And look at these scores. Almost a freeway V1 double S on the side of Indonesia. 95 300s for Ray as well.
This is an absolutely insane team score from Indonesia. 2,990 as an overall team score. I mean, on any map, that is very rare to see a team pull off. Russia also performing very well. Only 2 misses spread out across both players. But the ratio and accuracy is just unmatched here. Russia do get close, but when you look at Ray, a sub 100, 300 count, that's just something that is going to be incredibly difficult to match. So Russia cut their losses, right? Indonesia definitely proving themselves. Rise 5 is a good pick for them. But Russia, is LN3 a good pick for you?
I think Russia, maybe to go for the less riskier. You were correct. Gonna be Planet Shaper.
He just knows. He knows, he knows. The Russia team, after doing so well on the LN4, even though they did keep it close until the very end, it was 3,000 points of difference after all. They do know that Indonesia, to find those misses in this map, has quite a long intro, quite a long outro. So the difficulty of this map, when it actually peaks, it makes up for it. So this map I think could go either way, but Russia just gonna be banking on Indonesia finding those misses like we've seen before, and I think that's probably something we will actually see.
I think so too. Especially LN3 is a very brutal map to keep your combo on. You can tell probably by picking this, Russia's definitely maybe they're probably expecting to get a freeway full combo, which is definitely doable. But again, the outcome is still kind of cloudy. Anything can still happen. Like, especially in the map like LN3, throwing in a lot of those shields, tech, density, trills, broken jump stream, and of course you still have the ending as well, well outside the outro. But this map is a lot shorter than you expect, because you have the intro and the outro which take up a good bit of the drain time. So you might think you're playing a 3-minute map, but it goes in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, 3-minute map. Actually, maybe working out to be 2 minutes instead. But can these teams perform when it matters most in this quote-unquote 3-minute map? That is what we're about to find out in map number 4. Russia looking to even out the score 2-2. If they fail to pull this off, things are going to be looking pretty grim, considering I don't think LN2 is going to be a very great pick for Russia. Indonesia looking very strong on last week's LN2. So to me, this is somewhat of a must-win pick for Russia.
Yeah, especially in a matchup like this, you do not want to be giving away any breakpoints. It is super important that you know what you're picking, playing your cards right as well. But here we are, getting into things. You'll start to see some of those shields before you do get to the density build-up. Any part of this map can throw off any of the players. Density starts to pick up a bit. Pretty balanced. Accuracy does go over towards Indonesia as Newbie does find a few 200s getting into that transition. But anything can still happen heading into the main draw.
Oh, the Star gonna be the first player to find a miss, and that is on the Russian side. When you combine the Star's miss with Newbie's 200 drops earlier in the map, then that is going to combine to spell disaster here. 15,000 lead already given to Indonesia. As we were discussing, this map is a lot shorter than you think, so to have such a lead for Indonesia already is not looking very good for Russia at all. And Newbie with another miss on the Russian side, so that's 2 FCs gone, but yeah, it does trade it, so isn't going to be the end of the world here. There is still time for more misses to happen. But 17,000 points built up already. 2 players missing on the exact same note.
That is all 3 misses on the side of Russia. All full combos gone versus 2. Not really what you want to see, especially still in the main area of the map. It might be unrecoverable, but we still have a good portion of the map left. But most of it is from the outro. So if Indonesia don't really tank as much accuracy, then they'll be able to get the first breakpoint to this match. And a very important breakpoint for them as well. Heading into the final bit, yeah, it does find that drop. But when you do have that score advantage of 30,000 points and that being a clean drop as well combined, it's not really going to be putting a dent in the score difference. And as you do get to the outro, I think it is safe to say that Indonesia have took the money and run. They've taken Russia's break points as they were trying to bank on those freeway full combos, but unfortunately, Russia weren't really able to do it.
Yeah, and this very long outro, there is definitely not enough time for anything to happen. Newbie actually missing one of the LNs there. Luckily, did not play a factor in the result of this map. Indonesia taking the first breakpoint of this match, looking ever so comfortable as well. The 30,000 lead. This is the biggest lead that we have seen on any map in this match so far, and it's on the LN map, one that Russia was looking to take, and Russia, maybe one of their better picks against Indonesia, now gone out the way on the back of some of those misses. Look at the accuracy from 3 of these players here. Rift, Yen, Ray. 3 200s and 2 200s. Very incredible accuracy from these players, but it really came down to the misses, as we saw. And I think that's what this matchup is going to be consisting of mostly.
Russia do have to hope they do take a breakpoint back against Indonesia, especially in a matchup like this where you just cannot really afford any breakpoints. So that does probably give them a morale boost a small bit over towards Indonesia at this point, and that gives them the confidence advantage as well. But the question is, what will Indonesia go for? Jumping into their protect, gonna be Rice 6. Totally understandable pick as well. Probably one of their greatest.
Yeah, I think this pick definitely an expected one. I was gonna say either this or Rice 7, but Rice 6 probably a lot more, I guess, well suited for Indonesia than Rice 7. Rice 7 is a very short map where a singular miss can cost you the point, so why not play a bit more consistency again where Indonesia are just feeling much better on?
See, my question is though, I think this could go either way. Both teams have played this yesterday, and a few misses were traded back and forth. On the side of Russia, it was, I do believe, 1 miss. On the side of Indonesia, it was 2. But looking at it, Indonesia having the better raw accuracy. So, it is going to be going down to the miscount. And especially in a map like this, Sky I don't think needs any explanation when it comes to their maps. It is going to be our dump picks, so going to be very abrasive on a lot of the dump patterns, trills, and most importantly, the slow anchors as well, which might catch off some of the players.
This map seemingly has it all, and has it all for 3 minutes indeed. Russia, I think if they hold on to their combo, they do have a chance of taking this, because you're just seeing plenty of random misses come out from both teams, and we're kind of getting to that point now in the Mania World Cup where the maps are getting much harder, so combo does actually play much more of a factor than just accuracy alone. So one less miss from Russia, and that could give them back their breakpoint. And this might be a good pick for that.
Again, anything can happen with a pick like this, and if Russia can take back this breakpoint, it can make this matchup a lot more hype, I would say, as this definitely has one of the more likely odds that we could see a tiebreaker as well. But again, we do have to get through all the maps before we do see that potential tiebreaker, if it does happen. Intro starts off pretty light, but we do get into the swing of things, starting to see more of that light jump stream, hand stream as well. Very flowy at the start, so I think everyone will be able to manage this pretty well.
Yeah, but also Mania Gamer has dropped a lot of accuracy. Was on 99.7 already on just the intro alone, but everyone else looking really comfortable, I think above that 99.9% threshold. But this is where the map really begins now. This is where the first difficulty spike comes to play. But everyone hitting it pretty nicely. The score lead is not increasing for any team here. It's just Indonesia holding on to a couple 100-point lead. But can they hold on to it for the rest of the map? I'm hoping that we see something similar to the Rice 5, where Indonesia just stay ahead by the smallest of margins. Still definitely winnable for Russia here.
Pretty much going to be both teams keeping their head above water until who gets that cramp first and finds that drop. But we do get into more of the lighter section, as we have seen with the intro, but still nothing to kind of scoff at. Those trills on either side are still absolutely brutal, alternating between each hand. But the hardest is still yet to come. We get into the second Ki. Here we go. The stamina needs to kind of more get a test in. Again, still getting more of this light section before we do jump into it. And just look at the accuracy. Lowest being a 99.8. Or 99.79.
Yeah, the lowest accuracy in this lobby is still very high, very competitive, but Ray still above that 99.9%, has been for the entire map. Accuracy looking superb, and this is getting pretty scary because this map is still peaking in difficulty, but no one's finding any drops. This is just a few 200s coming up from Russia, strengthening Indonesia's lead, now at 3,000, but with still a core map left to go. A singular drop can do it. This is still as close as it gets, but everyone's hanging on. If we see 3 FCs from each team, Indonesia looking to take this on accuracy alone, as they have been doing throughout this match, and it is looking very strong. But a miss still can happen, but is not to be seen as we come out of the outro rather. 5,000 point lead for Indonesia. Cannot say that was an easy point to grab. Russia still keeping it as competitive as ever. Ray with the 99.92% on the Rice 6. Not an easy feat, but does take it for their team. Indonesia now up 4-1, but still only one breakpoint ahead.
An absolute masterclass performance by all 6 players. And what a team score from Indonesia. Freeway V1 double S. Absolute amazing performance. Again, Russia still not really too far behind. But even if they did get the V1 double S's, I think ratio advantage would still go to Indonesia, but by a very close margin.
Yeah, Indonesia just shy of being that 2990 score mark yet again. This team looking super strong on these Rice maps, but now Russia's time to pick, and they do need to take back that break point. They cannot afford to lose any more points. Each pick that they make now has to be done with caution, and it might seem a bit crazy, but Hybrid 2 last week, I mean, they did phenomenal on Russia, so they could maybe go for, okay, never mind. They go for an LN2 instead of the Hybrid 2. Now, LN2, I'm not too sure about, to be honest. I think Indonesia are very much so capable of playing an LN2, especially with the accuracy advantage as well. This is super risky.
I 100% agree. Especially looking last week, Indonesia getting a team score 2977 in that freeway full combo and very minimal 200 count as well. So it kind of does raise the question, will Russia be able to keep up? Or are they going to be more relying on the full combo side on their team and maybe hoping that one of the people on Indonesia finds a miss?
It seems like Russia are very close to Indonesia in accuracy, but still do lose out on it just by a slight margin. So Russia, as usual, probably going to be playing the combo game here, hoping that Indonesia find a miss. But if they don't, things are going to be really close and very rough for this Russian team. But this point, as I said, does mean a lot. If they lose this point, that's 2 breakpoints given to Indonesia and match point along with that. So I think this is the most important map of this match. Russia needs to win this. This is a must-win point. They cannot afford to lose it.
And let's hope, like, if they did pick this, they have the confidence to go in and put on a really strong performance. So let's hope they do it. Again, this map, as it is with density, I think everyone is well capable of setting some really strong scores on this. But as you said, it's going to be who does falter getting some of those misses. Even 200s matter really. Even 200s and 300 count as well matter a lot in a pick like this. As we have seen with earlier picks as well, some of the Rice. The LN is no exception when those come to MA and PA control as well. It is pretty simple, as I think the difficulty does more climax near the end, where it does get a bit more anchory, and there are also some free no patterns as well that you do have to watch out for. But I think for all these players, it should be a pretty easy task.
Yeah, this map really kind of acting like a jump stream map in disguise. Instead, just having that LN difference, so it's whether or not Russia or Indonesia can just be consistent for the entire map. This map isn't as long as the other maps though, so 2.5 minutes should be pretty chill for both teams. I don't think there should be any stamina problems, unless, you know, the fact you've already played 5 maps before this comes in and plays a factor, but I think all players should be pretty okay on a map like this. It will just come down to that accuracy and whether or not a player finds a miss, but so far looks like Russia actually have the slight advantage in accuracy for the first time this match.
It is looking very close, and actually, yeah, slightly favoring towards Russia. Fire a bit under with that 99.3, but really as well, Ray and Yeah still holding on to that 99.8, which is only going to be making the score difference around 3 digits. But getting it the first drop, that is what we have a taste testing to see before we do get into the remainder of the map. Again, just still piling on in density, not faltering anywhere. Again, you have to be super consistent with this map as there's very minimal breaks.
Yeah, I mean, this is a super risky pick as well from Russia, and they probably know it themselves. Last week, Indonesia had a triple FC with our lowest score being 993. So Russia, they definitely know what they're up against, but coming out of the first Kiai, they're 2,500 points in the lead. But by no means is this a large lead. One miss, a few 200s, maybe even one 100 can get back. So they're going to need to keep that lead for as long as possible coming into the last quarter. Ray actually finding a miss just before the Kiai starts, and now it's... Okay, that was a bad miss. Still keeping it competitive, still close, 3,000 points of difference. Can these players hold on? Accuracy is going to be super important from this point onwards. A few 200s can be the game changer here. But Russia looking so strong, and this lead is not shifting, is not changing. 3,000 for the rest of the map, actually going up on the back of some accuracy jumps from Indonesia, and Russia actually taking this point with dominance, I would say. This is not a point I would have expected Russia to take so seamlessly, but even though you could say 5,000 points was close, this looked like they had the lead. This was in their wheelhouse for the entire map. And now evening out the score 2-4, but still a break point behind. Still more effort needed from this team, but not one I was expecting.
What an absolute team score as well from Russia. Freeway 990. As long as Indonesia as well. 300 from Ray, 4 from Ya as well. Really solid scores showing from all these players. Fier though, a bit behind. I mean, not Fear, Fire a bit behind when it does come to the PA. But again, that consistency is still really good for them. But Indonesia.
Whoa. Yeah, Rice 7. I'm not too sure about this pick. I said earlier that Rice 5 and Rice 6 are good picks for Indonesia because you're playing consistency game here. And I did mention Rice 7 as well, how maybe it wouldn't be the best pick because this map is so short. And one miss gives like 20,000 points to the other team. So, and a map so short where there's so many polyrhythms, so many tech and dump patterns just thrown at you within a short amount of time. This could be anyone's game here, and I still think this is a bit risky. I am still waiting to see the Rice 2 come out from Indonesia, but it doesn't seem like we're going to see it. Instead, they are going to play the gamble of Rice 7, and I think this is a very winnable pick for Russia if they play their cards right.
Absolutely. And, like, we have seen scores. We have seen Indonesia score from this yesterday. We only had a one full combo on the side yesterday, and kind of seeing the tech consistency from today as well. It might be a bit tricky for them to come out with that freeway full combo, but the same could say on the side of Russia as well. But although not having played this map yesterday, I think if Russia keeps on to their consistency a lot more, then I think this is a feasible breakpoint they can take as well.
Russia have definitely proven themselves to be good at combo. We have seen it throughout this match, but Indonesia, the same on their end as well. It's going to be who is more comfortable, who's more consistent on this map alone. Rice 7. And if Indonesia take this point, that's going to be match point to them. And as I said, Russia, I think this is their best pick to get that break point on, to take their point back and start to even out the score. If they lose this pick, match point, Russia will need to win 3 in a row, including a breakpoint, which is not an easy task.
Easily not an easy task. So this point really matters a lot if Russia wants to take back and keep on that fight a lot more. At a map at 1 minute 35, even finding a 1 or 2 200s can be detrimental. Especially in a techie map like this. Already, just hearing the map, starting off with those polyrhythms, newbies kind of faltering a small bit on them, which is going to get that slight advantage over towards Indonesia. But the map is still yet to make that climax in difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, the map just started and already a quarter of the way through. That's how short this map is. One simple mistake can give a significant lead over, but with only 2,000 points of difference, this actually isn't that much at all, knowing how short this map is. As a single 200 right there, but still all players holding onto that combo. The accuracy looking just about even, but that's only between the players on each team. When looking at Indonesia versus Russia, everyone in Indonesia above 99.9%. And accuracy might be the game-winning plan here for Indo.
But wait, Rift actually dropped a few 200s in that previous section, which is actually going to give that pretty decent advantage over towards Indonesia. But misses can still be found on the side of Indonesia. But heading into the last drop, Rift finds a miss. That's only going to increase the score lead, and a pretty nasty one at that. Going down to 99.5 is Indonesia's time to thrive. When we do get to the ending, seeing a lot more of those 3-0 anchors. Pretty minimal accuracy drops on the side of Indonesia. They're going to be taking this point, getting that match point.
I mean, yeah, this one was kind of a given, knowing how good their accuracy was. Indonesia looking so strong, so consistent on a map like this. Russia, though, did have two players that weren't far behind, but when you see that Indonesia's lowest score is 995, what can you really do on this? You have two V1 double S's, Ray with 1,200, but still just about tying the highest score in the lobby. So this was somewhat of a dominant pick, I guess. Russia was needing to hope that Indonesia found a miss or something, but didn't find one, and it was actually Rift to find one on the Russian side, but overall did not change the outcome. That would have been an Indonesia point regardless. Russia now need to win 3 points in a row. 2 of those are their own pick, though, so this is only 1 break point behind. But what can they do on Indonesia? I don't think they would pick Rice 4. That seems a little bit too risky. The same could be said for Rice 2. It really comes down to who finds a miss if misses are found. But if we're expecting triple FC to come off from Indonesia, then Rice 4 or Rice 2 are good because their ratio is just much better. But for Russia, what 2 maps do they pick? I'm not too sure here. Maybe a Hybrid 2 and a Hybrid 1?
It has to be Hybrid 2 and Hybrid 1, I think. Maybe they want to go for the more riskier side. Hybrid 3 might be a bit feasible. But for Russia, I would say Rice is a no-go, especially Rice 4. I think just because of Indonesia's pure accuracy alone, I think relying on them getting a miss is definitely a lot riskier. It's like putting green on roulette at that point.
We love talking about the roulette table, don't we? Russia definitely betting green in this match, trying to take back 3 points. Not an easy feat, and can seem like the RNG gods need to be in their favor, but skill will trump all if Russia can just hold on to that combo, which it seems like maybe they're dwindling upon. That is going to be key, but if Indonesia also manage to get that triple FC as they have been doing in these last few maps, then it is going to seem near impossible for Russia. Accuracy making all the difference. So maybe just needing to opt for the more technical, more physical style of maps. And that's why I think Hybrid 1 or Hybrid 2 is going to be the next pick from them.
I think if I had to look at that, I think Hybrid 1 would be their best bet. Yeah. Kind of seeing how they were a bit weaker when they come to some of the shield sides on Planet Shaper, I think Hybrid 1 is definitely their best pick. And they gotta prepare really well for this, gotta have their consistency in, because if not, this pick might be their last. But I've no doubt that Russia can strive off this pick.
Yeah, if Russia wants to make a comeback, it will happen on this map. Bison charge, 1 minute 42 seconds, very short map. Right after the Rice 7 as well, which was 1 minute 30, so 2 back-to-back, very quick maps. Not really testing much stamina, but more so accuracy, consistency, and I guess who finds a choke within that short period of time. But with this being LN instead of Rice, I think Russia maybe just feeling much better after the LN3 performance. This could definitely be the start of it.
It's going to be a wild ride. So actually Albert going to be getting swapped in for Fire, and side of Russia will be seeing the Steyr as well, Hybrid. So strap in. This is going to be really interesting pick to see, and very close one at that as well.
Yeah, and it's like crazy to see both these teams go head to head so early in the tournament. Seed 9 versus 11. So it's not something you should be seeing very early on, but only happened because Indonesia had lost their round of 32 match and looking to make an insane run in the losers bracket, taking out Russia, a team 2 seeds higher than them. But they do need to secure that. They do need to win one more point, and it might just be a matter of time. Russia definitely to try their hardest here, try their best, lock in that triple FC. Accuracy will play a factor too, knowing you're playing against Indonesia. But how long can you hold on for?
All players on the starting line getting a pretty nice start off the intro, but again, it's just more that pretty simple jumps around 240 BPM. Nothing great to scoff at though. Here we are. The LN's going to be getting thrown in as well to the mix. Actually, it does take a slight drop between most of the players, but that is to be expected. The mini jacks are also going to be making their way into the map. They'll be taking that slight accuracy drop, which is only going to be favouring that lead up towards Indonesia, especially Ray holding on to that 99.9 after the first area of the map.
Yeah, these one-hand trolls are not very pleasant on the hands, and Indonesia are actually going to be the team to come out on top in the accuracy department, but still, all players holding on to that FC. I'm not too sure. Those are probably Bancho misses if I had to guess.
I would probably guess as well.
Oh,
Wait.
seems like Rift and Ray actually did find those 2 misses. Oh no, Ray didn't. Okay, Rift, the only player coming up with a miss out of that section. That's a huge lead given over to Indonesia. With only 1 section left to go, Russia need to hope that Indonesia find drops anywhere. Accuracy is not going to cut it at this point in time. With only about 20 seconds of map left to go, do Indonesia find a miss? It's probably going to need to be 2 misses at this point. There is not enough time. Both 1 section to go. Can this lead shrink? Can Russia take it back? It's all going to come down to Indonesia's combo. There's not going to be any misses. Indonesia taking it on another breakpoint from Russia, 6-2. That is going to conclude the match. And it all came down to these misses from Russia, which isn't really what I was expecting in this match. But I mean, the accuracy difference as well. Indonesia with 6-200s combined. This is an absolute dominant performance that we saw from Indonesia today. Getting very high team scores. Not really just one player carrying the team. This is all 3 players looking very strong. As a seed 11 team already in the losers bracket, I would be really scared if I had to face this team next.
Absolutely. What a very close 6-2 we have between those 2 teams. Especially near some of the starting picks as well. Especially that Rice 3. Well done to everyone performing on the side of Indonesia and Russia. Absolutely amazing performance shown by everyone. But unfortunately, as we all say, only one team can advance. And it will be Indonesia getting that victory, securing their way into the losers bracket semi-finals. So that unfortunately means we do have to say goodbye to Russia. But after putting up a good fight, you cannot be too disappointed in that performance. It was very impressive to see how you fought with just the absolute masterclasses as well with Indonesia.
Yeah, Russia did play phenomenally well, and that is actually going to be the first single-digit seeding team to be eliminated from the tournament. But like I said, that was just a really, really unfortunate matchup, having Indonesia lost so early. But we do have 2 more matches to go. No more conditionals, I believe, so unless I'm mistaken, unless there are, and this just isn't updated. But regardless, there are 2 confirmed matches: Hong Kong versus UK about an hour from now, and Spain versus Peru. But we can't just end like that. We have to end on a banger, right? So
Yes.
how, Nightcore, am I able to swag out my profile? I know that I definitely can do it, but man, I've really been struggling.
Well, you're supporting your... Well, I know you are from the UK, and I know you really want to support your team, right?
Of course. But how do I do
Well,
that?
look no further than the O2 Mania 4K World Cup 2025 banners. That's right. For a small price of $2.50, that is cheaper than most meals you get in Ireland or the UK probably. You will be able to show off your profile in style. Want to impress your friends? Want to just show us how many banners you can fit on your profile? You can buy as many banners as you want. If you want to buy one of every team, if you want to buy one of 32 of one team, and, well, we have seen some crazy combinations before, and if you think you have all your crazy combinations, make sure you do send them in the Mania World Cup channel, or pretty much anywhere. If you do, I will give you something cool, a fist bump, as Dynascape does say, I do believe. But, what are you waiting for? Just go get your banners, and just saying, if the banner for your team if you pick the banner of the winning team for this Mania World Cup, it will stay for the rest of the year. Well, for the next year, the next 365 days.
I think that sounds very appealing, and I think I might just do that myself. But with that being said, stay tuned for the next match within an hour. Don't go anywhere. Use this time to grab a snack, use the restroom, all that jazz. That is going to be it from us, and I wish you the best.
Goodbye.
everyone! Welcome back to another Osimania 4K World Cup 2025 showcase. This is going to be the semi-final showcase. We're here after a very exciting round of quarterfinals this year. Some amazing matches, some extremely close ones. Some incredible upsets as well, but I'm not here to summarize this weekend for you guys. You can go back and watch after this this showcase. But yeah, with the top 12 teams that are in place, I think it's about time we show you guys what we have in store for you. My name is Mint, and I'm here joined with Alexire. What's up?
Hello. I'm really looking forward to semifinals right now. Especially with the teams. I think we all saw that even in quarters, we had some really interesting lineups, really interesting upsets, you know. So I do think that the following pool will definitely match up with the skill these people have.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just honestly, just like in general, I'm just really hyped about this pool in particular. There's just a lot of interesting things going on here. Like, I don't even know what to say. I can't wait to show it off. I really can't. It's gonna be really exciting. I can't wait for you guys to see what we have in store. And I mean, without further ado, let's just get right into Rice 1, shall we?
The chase.
Alright, so first off, we have Highlottle's Senko no Yukue. This one is, it's a Rice 1, so if you know what the map structure is like, you basically know what to expect. Very fast, sort of streamy patterns, single streams, lots of that sort of stuff. I would say a little bit, okay, so based on the speed, it is slightly faster than it's going down now. That was 336, this is around 350 at peak during the courses. And I will say the verse sections are a little bit lighter than you might expect given the previous two Rice 1 maps in round 16 quarterfinals. But overall, I would say like it pretty much follows that sort of formula that we were going with. That sort of like streams in the choruses and then sort of lighter patterns and like elsewhere. It's kind of that's kind of the vibe we're going for here. 350 BPM is pretty fast, but honestly, in terms of stamina, it's not really like it's more of a consistency thing, I would say. And even then, it's like really short, 2 minutes 9 seconds, and a lot of that is like relatively like calm, like breaks sort of sections, so not really sustained all that much. But you definitely have to watch out for like the consistency aspect. And some of the transitions are also like we can see some here, like the mini jacks right there. Those can definitely trip players up as well if they're not looking out very carefully.
I must have to agree, but you know, it's always a funny surprise seeing trails and not charted by Lemon Guy, you know. But I think that's interesting because now I believe for all the generic slots for stream, jump stream, stamina, and chord jack, we've seen something by Falcom in the slot, you know. It's interesting how versatile that ends up being.
Yeah,
But,
for sure.
yeah, that does bring us to the end.
Yep, that was Rice 1. I mean, it just goes by really quickly. I mean, I feel like a lot of these maps are gonna be pretty short, but also like the other half will probably be like more on the longer side. Just kind of give an idea of what to expect for this map pool. Yeah. With that being said, we can go into Rice 2. This is going to be Cosmos by Miari Chesu. This one is, I mean, fairly anchory, sort of 270 jump stream. It's Miari Chesu jump stream. You kind of know what to expect if you've been here for the past couple years.
Indeed. I believe we've seen Miaori Chezu's jump streams quite often now, especially outside Mania World Cup in specific, so I do believe they have quite the recognizable approach to jump stream, and this is no exception.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, it's just with this being the not stamina slot, this is still fairly like draining, all things considered. Like the way that the anchors are patterned, it's very very rough in my opinion, and the trills they definitely don't like they. It's really really intense the whole way through, but you really just have to watch out for those sorts of things.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, all over there's two-hand trills, the occasional one-hand trill. You know, I believe, as I said, that is no surprise coming from Nyarichezu.
Absolutely, and I think I would say the second half definitely gives you more breaks than the first half does. So we'll probably see some of that coming up soon. But in general, I will say that this is, I mean, definitely comparable to last year's Uchoten Dimache. If I had to give a comparison to last year, but I think this is definitely more intense overall. I'm not really sure. I think it basically, yeah, I think I feel comfortable saying that. It is more intense overall.
Sure, we did just see that, like, small break, but it goes right back in, as expected. But as it does that, it also does end off the chart rather fast.
Absolutely, yeah. It goes by really fast. Again, like these are the short. These are meant to be like relatively short slots after all. It makes sense. The next one, however, will not be as short. It will be around 3 minutes 30 seconds. This is going to be Violent Storm by Lemon Guy. This is 260 BPM, so it's slightly faster than previous rounds, or not previous rounds, but like previous year's semifinals. But I will say the jump stream, it's not really focused on jump stream as much as you might expect. It definitely has like a lot of jump stream, that's for sure. But you'll see some mini jacks, you'll see some bursts, some sort of sweeps, the streams, like trills, all sorts of things. You definitely have to watch out for the trills, because those are absolutely brutal. Especially in the second half, we'll be seeing some really long, extended two-handed trills, and we already saw a few one-handed trills coming in on both hands earlier. We're not even a quarter of the way through the map, we already saw some crazy patterns. And it just gets even more difficult towards the second half as we approach the solo sections, which are really, really rough. So you really have to watch out for your stamina. Even though this is not sustained patterning, this will drain you if you don't watch out. If you continue to sort of max out your gains, you will feel the drain. And we're in semifinals now. This is no joke. This is like, these patterns will really really get to you if you're not careful about managing your stamina wisely.
Indeed. You know, I was just mentioning how it was interesting to see not Lemon Guy make a Trails map, but you know, here we are. Lemon Guy does in fact make the appearance short after. And it is of an expected slot, of course. You know, Lemon jump stream. That is always a surprise. Or surprise? Maybe the opposite, actually. But, you know, I believe we're all too familiar with Lemon.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Lemon stamina is definitely... We're no stranger to Lemon stamina here in MWC, but I would say that this map, it does deviate from the typical formula a little bit, but probably not too much. Here we get the trills, the two-handed trills that I was talking about. I think we get more later on, but definitely you want to watch out for those. Those are pretty cruel.
Indeed, cruel patterning, always in a Lemon chart. I mean, it wouldn't be one without it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you really have to have these sorts of things for a Lemon Guy chart, or else it wouldn't be a Lemon Guy chart. You know, you have to add those anchors, you have to have those like flams, you have to throw everything in there. Really, it can't just be like sharpshoot jump streams straight all the way through. It really can't, and especially for stamina pick, it does kind of get tedious when you have to play a singular pattern for 3+ minutes straight. So really, this is kind of a shakeup that we wanted to sort of introduce. for the players to be able to kind of make the stamina pick a little bit more interesting in terms of strategy. So that's definitely something that we took into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, stamina at a baseline is just anything that drains your stamina, so doesn't have to be very specific jump stream.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, that is the end of this stamina pick. So with that, we go into core jacks.
Yeah, we have Midorigo Queen Bee by Dorjin. This one is really, I mean, okay, so this is our core jack pick. This song is from Umineko, for those of you who are fans of that. Shout out to Umineko. But yeah, I mean, this is very heavily focused on these 3-note anchors. And the intro, I think, demonstrates that really well as a motif that kind of continues on for the rest of the map. I will say the patterning is around the same, like, in terms of just difficulty as Danger Danger, but maybe a little bit more awkward on the one-handed stuff, and less on the 4-note jack type of things. We definitely, I don't think we have any 4-note long anchors in this map actually at all, but it's definitely harder just because of the sort of like one-handed sort of things you kind of have to do in this map. And of course the BPM increases by about 3, so there you go.
Yeah, I do believe it's similar to, kind of in the similar, oh sorry, stuttered. It's similar in structure to Tree of Misery, perhaps, in the sense that it kind of progresses with the difficulty as it continues. But as we can see right now, it's already very tough pattern-wise. But, you know, we do get a break here.
Yeah, absolutely. It is fairly long for a core jack pick, especially considering our previous core jack picks. But yeah, I mean, the break section is really long, so you get quite a lot of that sort of downtime. But you have to watch out for this one-handed alternating mini-jack thing going on here. That's definitely something you have to keep in mind because, I mean, I don't think you'd expect to see those sorts of things all the time in core jack maps. You get this sort of like anchored on the 4th column there. It's kind of like the very interesting sort of gimmick that kind of comes back from the beginning.
I do want to bring up, I believe this is the first map from Dower to appear this year, is that correct?
This is true, yeah, and I think the first map of theirs to appear in any MWC at all. So yeah, welcome to the club.
I believe many people do actually know who this person is, but as of
very
now they go by,
from what I know.
They go by a different name in Eterna now, which is either Sanctuary or Marzi.
Yep,
I believe there's a formula to which name is used, but it is at essentially a baseline no different. Yeah. Yep.
Again, welcome. I hope you guys give them a welcome to Osu. Welcome? Okay.
Yeah. Now that does bring us to the end.
Absolutely. And that was our Rice 4. That was our core jack pick. Now we're getting into our tech picks, and we're going to see some familiar faces here with Rice 5. We have High 19, High 19. Don't be alarmed at the hard to pronounce title. That we're just gonna call that New Treasure Island. For the name is the treasure is spelled backwards and it's embedded in the. You'll figure it out.
I haven't figured it out, but I'm gonna pretend I understood that. With that said, though, it does go straight into the typical, I guess you could say, FFR core kind of tech as we see here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, light tech, definitely not how I would describe this, but it is our light tech slot. So it's kind of like a jump stream burst kind of thing. Very few mini jacks, I would say, if at all. But these patterns are really, really rough, honestly. Like, personally, like, the anchors in these maps, in the trills, the burst, it throws a lot at you, kind of at once. It's very difficult to sort of kind of maintain your composure on those.
Yeah, and I do want to bring up that I believe a solid like half of this file was 7 years old, and then High 19
That is
offered
true,
to
yeah.
finish the file for us. So many thanks.
Yeah, it is very funny because, like, yeah, as you said, High 19 basically dug this out of their hard drive and was like, hey, this works? And we were like, yeah, it does. It was like, wow.
Indeed. Yeah, no, it did work out quite well. So that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. This chart, it just, especially in the second half, I want to say the anchors really start to appear more and more intensely, and as you really can see, it's like this behemoth of a chart just continues to throw more at you as it goes on.
But it is on the rather shorter side,
That
as we
is
can see.
true. It is quite short, for sure. And I think this is definitely one of the more, like, one of the probably more strategic sort of picks in like the middle of the round, I would say. Like, as you're maybe like up by 3 points or so, this is definitely something you want to pick if you're strong on Rice.
For sure. But with that, we'll go
Yeah.
into the next one,
We
typically
have
known as the
another
vocal dump slot.
Yeah, we have another new face here. This is Dosho, also known as Shingren. This is an interesting chart. So again, like another new face in NWC, but we've seen them in tournaments before, such as 40M. But this is gonna be our vocal dump, as you said. Some gluts here and there, but mostly it is mostly streamy. It is pretty difficult, all things considered. But yeah, mostly it's just your typical sort of streaming anime dump, in my opinion. It's got that sort of vibe going for it.
Yeah, it works out very well. I mean, if you are familiar with anything by Doshos, or probably better known as Jingren, they do make very vocal dumpy type charts, so, you know, definitely checks out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is basically like, as you said, like it's just what you'd expect from Shingren's sort of library. But yeah, we're getting this like Zranio trill here, and just kind of going into the second half with like kind of a light, sort of lighter dump section. But yeah, it more or less just kind of just does it all over again, I think.
Essentially, I believe it's very well done in terms of snaps. There's variety, but it's all kind of like isolated in the sense that
Yeah, for sure.
you know what you're playing.
It's like straightforward. Yeah, there's no part where it's like I don't know what that pattern. Like I've never seen that pattern in my life. It's definitely like stuff that you will be very comfortable with. Like it's all a matter. It's less a matter of reading and more of a matter of just sort of like just playing through the chart, essentially.
Yep. I do believe this also does repeat twice with the chorus, which we're seeing right now. But that does also lead us into the end right after.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll notice that the artist, it does say various artists. That is because otherwise we'd have to list out every single one of the characters' names and their characters' voice acting. It was just too much to fit in. It doesn't, like, Osu doesn't let you put that many characters in the titles or in the artist field. So
Yeah.
yeah, with that being said, that was Gekisho Infinity. Rice 6, let's go to Rice 7. This is Contradiction by Autotelic Brown.
Indeed it is. And I believe this was a, what's it called? Original song for, I forgot the tournament.
I want to say TWC 2025. This was an original for TWC 2025.
Yes, that is correct. So
So a fairly
seeing
recent
that.
song, all things considered. Maybe like 5 months old, if we were to give it a given age.
Yeah. And we're very familiar with the type of charts Autotelic Brown has made before, so this is definitely in the ballpark of what you'd see.
Yeah, this one, I'm comfortable with saying that this is the hardest map.
Oh, for
But
sure.
I'm sure people will disagree with me because the LNs exist, but this one it's brutal, especially the ending. You just wait for the ending, you'll see it.
Singular Ellen in a rice chart is basically the reason why it's the hardest thing in the pool. Trust.
So true. But yeah, I would say this is our mini jack sort of heavy tech focused pick.
Yeah.
Lots of
I
mini
mean-
jacks, 3-note jacks. We've got a lot of burst, and then in the second half we'll get some crazy like long jacks. It's just this one's all over the place, and we love it for that.
Yeah, I mean, each pool always has that one map that's very heavy on jacks in general, and this is definitely it.
For sure, yeah. And like if I had to give it a comparison to a previous NWC map, it would definitely be Obligatory. I think that one, also by Autotelic Brown, back in 2020 or 2021, I forget. But that was, if you're familiar with that one, if you've been around for a while, you definitely see the similarities. I would say like the songs are pretty similar as well. So just
I know
like
for sure.
considering all that, for sure.
It definitely feels like a successor in terms.
Yeah, for sure. And we're getting into the 300 BPM section now, which is basically like 150 jacks with burst. The sort of long jacks we're getting into, and it's gonna speed up. It's gonna speed up to around 340 at the end. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. These long jacks do not, they're really brutal. They do not let up.
No, not at all. Yeah.
There's no leeway for these sorts of patterns. You really just have to hit them.
Once you get to this section, it's just like...
They're really long
let go.
jacks too.
Dude.
Oh, this part is really funny.
It's interesting.
It
It's got
just speeds up.
jacks,
It just speeds up here.
bursts. It's everything, man.
And what's funny is that I don't think that's even the longest long jacks we'll see in the pool.
What a
But
surprise.
that's for a later time. We'll be looking at now that Rice is done, since we've finished with looking at Rice 7. That means we're going to the hybrids.
Yep.
So this is Hybrid 1. This is Anemone, mapped by Yusta and Vito. This one is a pretty sort of like standard 256 BPM, lots of broken jump stream, and with tight inverses interspersed between those patterns. It is fairly straightforward, all things considered. You definitely, not really any different from the previous hybrid ones that you'd come to expect from NWC.
Yep. I mean, I think this is an interesting song choice for the specific slot, but I can't complain because it works.
Yeah, for sure. It's I would say that the map it does play fairly smoothly. Like the patterns are very like they're unintrusive, but I'm trying to there's a word that I'm looking for. It escapes me right now, but it's just unintrusive is the best I can come up with right now.
Yeah.
It really just it lets you kind of not necessarily autopilot, but just like kind of have an easier way of going through them.
Yeah. I mean, the patterns themselves, snap-wise, it's rather straightforward, which is expected. But
Yeah, I think the main difficulty of this is really just the physicality of it. It just sort of like being able to, I guess, maintain high accuracy in these sorts of tight LN sections. That's pretty much the main difficulty of the map, I think.
for sure. This is also under 2 minutes, so very, very short pick. Every
Yeah,
miss
I believe
counts.
this is the shortest pick in the entire pool.
Yeah, I think that is, sounds about right. But with that said and done, this map is said and done.
Yeah, for sure. And with Hybrid 1 out of the way, that does mean we are making way for our Hybrid 2. which is which is
There we
Dans la Mer
go.
de Son.
I'm sure many of you are familiar with this.
Yeah, this is a ranked map. It was made for Mania French tournament 4K 2024, and it was ranked a while ago, but this is a cut version, so you'll be seeing some familiar patterns.
Is the cut any different from the one used in the French tournament?
I think okay, the cut is identical. I had to change the audio because I didn't like the way that I cut it before.
Interesting.
But
Okay.
it's the exact same.
Yeah. So anyone who played in that, well, I guess was just French players, right?
It was French players and everyone who's played the ranked version.
Yep. So I believe there's a lot that could
Here's
be
the long
said,
track I was
but
talking
already
about.
known.
There you go.
It's at
We
a
have
good
the long
BPM
track
though.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable. It's 175. It's fairly comfortable for most players, I would imagine.
I would hope. I mean, look at the players we have. I feel
Absolutely.
like this is too easy for them almost.
This is the map where two hit the long jack came from, I think.
This
pretty
is
cool.
it, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, get this quick
It's
transition
great.
into the main drop. Yeah, and
Yeah, we're getting this sort of like main bulk of the shield difficulty here.
yeah, in typical Hybrid 2 fashion, you get shields, and you know, maybe another
Maybe
shield
some
here
more
and there.
shields. Yeah, I was thinking about more shields.
Yeah. But this does have some variation in other spots, as you saw, which were more fluid on the snaps.
Yeah, I will say in terms of actual like shields, I think this is like fairly comfortable, honestly. It's
Yeah.
just physical. It's very physical, so you really gotta watch out for that. But it's not like uncomfortable in the slightest, I would say.
No. It does work out quite well. I believe there's not much left that can be pointed out, as I believe everyone experienced enough in tournaments already knows what this map's all about.
Absolutely, yeah. Dans la Mer de Son. That is French for in the Sea of Sound. And you know, I hear Paris is beautiful this time of year.
Really?
Yeah, I've always wanted to take a visit to the Disneyland there and, you know, just kind of sit down, crunch on a baguette while eating a croque monsieur.
Sounds fun.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Sure would.
Well, what if I told you that you can do that right now with Hybrid 3?
Really? Let's see
Yeah.
it.
Il y a toujours beaucoup de monde à ce bal.
Je ne danse pas très bien, vous savez, Nicole.
Ça ne fait rien. Vous savez danser le twist, n'est-ce pas?
Oui, ce n'est pas difficile.
Bien. Moi, j'adore le cha-cha-cha.
l'orchestre est bon.
Oui. Allons danser.
Qu'est-ce que c'est, cette danse?
C'est un foxtrot. Vous aimez ça?
J'aime mieux les danses modernes, comme le Madison et la bossa nova.
Moi, j'adore le cha-cha-cha.
Yeah, that was Saint Patron, I guess, by Ruby My Dear. It was mapped by Abraxos and CRZ Fola 1217. This is, of course, as you may have already guessed, an Osu original for MWC 4K 2025. Just a special shout out to the people who helped with the background. Zeth, graphic design, Panthulu, design quality assurance, and Sakura006 for design coordination. Thank you so much to you guys for all the good work. A little bit about the map. This was kind of an interesting one because we didn't exactly approach Ruby My Dear directly. It was more so, I don't actually know how it went down, but eventually at some point, Mango comes up to us and is like, hey, we have a bunch of songs from Ruby My Dear, pick one and we'll use it. And then I was like, whoa, like that's incredible. And like Ruby My Dear is like, of course, a major mainstay in Osu, but Osu Mania especially, like just like the history that that Ruby My Dear songs have had in Osu Mania. It goes way back. So it's an honor to have them featured in MWC 4K. As for the map, I'm sure you noticed the similarities, as I alluded to earlier, to Croque Monsieur Disneyland, which is a 2020 map. It's ranked by Abraxos back then, and it is a Ruby My Dear song as well. The map itself, as a hybrid 3, it is definitely the hybrid 3 to end all hybrid 3s. It is probably the trickiest sort of like set of patterning that you'll probably ever see in hybrid 3s. And I will say, like, the patterning is just so absurdly difficult, but it really just, it flows so well. I don't know, like, it's very, very wonderfully mapped, and I want to give a special shout out to Abraxos and Fola for mapping it so succinctly and so wonderfully. And I do also want to mention something about the song. Funnily enough, I don't know if you guys noticed, but for the time signature nerds out there, the second half of the song is entirely in 17/4. So just do with that what you will.
It's quite interesting, you know, but I believe out of all hybrid 3s, this is the most hybrid 3 a hybrid 3 can get, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And I mean, it's just, you really just can't, you can't get more hybrid 3s than this. You really can't.
Yep, but I believe that's enough, and we should just get on to the LN pool now.
Absolutely, I can't wait to see what we have in store for LNs. We have Missing by Mysterion and Hylaudel. This is probably one of her weirder LN1s, but it's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like an LN1, but if it was like weird. I don't know.
Yeah. For a second, I forgot that the title was changed to be in English, so I was like, wait, I don't recognize this one.
Yeah. Yeah, the Japanese title is Mitsukanai Mitsukanai, and you'll hear that a lot in the choruses.
As said right here, convenient timing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we have this sort of like chorus sort of pattern. Like, these are more straightforward in terms of the patterning, but I mean, still very sort of. You really have to play it to feel it, but it just feels a lot lighter. It feels like you're kind of like going round and round, almost.
Yeah, though it's very interesting with how the motion and like the finger control is in this.
Yeah, absolutely. It really, you just have to play it to feel it. I think it's very unique in that sense.
For sure. Yeah, no, I think it's very interesting. And for the coordination slot, this is a very good song choice. Kikuo is always very, very impressive with their songs.
Absolutely, huge shout out to Kikuo. I love Kikuo so much.
Yeah, we do have a small break here.
Yeah, I mean, more or less the same in the second half. I think, like, yeah, you get the chorus repeating again, and then you kind of get a little outro.
Yeah, we do get another. I think this is a repetition.
Yeah, this is it's the chorus again, so yeah.
Yeah. Not much to point out for the second run.
For sure. I mean, we are gonna get into the sort of outro section, which I would say like the releases definitely they go off of the sort of 1/4 grid that you're kind of used to for LN coordination. And they start to gear into like 1/6 a little bit. We have here like some flams that are a little bit faster than 1/4 right here.
It's very interesting.
For sure.
But we do go into the outro here with many, what's it, streams, I guess? And then it kind of fades into this jack motion.
I think it is very interesting how like this sort of like jack motion, as you described, is so decorated with so many different like sorts of flams. But it just really feels like it really does feel like that. Like that is what really makes LN coordination, in my opinion. And yeah, there we go. That's LN1.
I think it's a good start.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I'd say it's a little longer than maybe we usually expect. But that the length of LN1s will start to ramp up starting from here. So it definitely you'll be I guess anticipating the sort of length for LN1s from now on. And with that being said, we can go into LN2. Pixel Planet by Toph Daddy.
Of
if
course.
you have been around for a while here, you will recognize Toph Daddy in an instant for this sort of LN density. Very sort of like in terms of song choice, very unique sort of song choice. A lot of sort of happy hardcore chiptunes kind of stuff. This is no, I mean, for those of you, again, those of you who have seen last year's pool will be no stranger to this type of rap. A lot of trills, a lot of anchors, and a lot of verse too. You'll be surprised about the verse, but they're here, and they're here to stay.
Yep. I believe Toph's density is nothing to be unfamiliar with, you know?
Absolutely.
Every year, they always have covered at least one density slot, and as you can see, this year, he's covering semifinals. Who knows if he'll do it again, but as expected, it's just very, very solid.
Yeah, I mean, these patterns are just, I mean, like, again, like LN density, there's not much to say, but it's also like you really have to feel it to be able to kind of get a grasp of what kind of, like, what you're sort of expecting from these. Like, a lot of those anchors, like they really, they, they, they don't hold back. Especially with the burst, like that burst right there, like it's just it again. Like you really have to like just play it. Honestly, I
The
don't
way
know.
Kof just makes bursts within density charts is like
It's very
astonishing.
unique,
I don't know
yeah.
how it works so well. It just
For
does.
sure, yeah.
But as expected of a rather short map, that does bring us to the end.
Yeah, and like short, I'm thinking about like small numbers. But we gotta go big numbers, bro. I'm really thinking like Alexar. I'm gonna put
Mhm.
you on the spot for a second, right?
All right.
Hear me out on this, right? What is the biggest number that you can think of right now? What the biggest number?
That's hard. Maybe like 6 billion or something.
Oh, 6 billion. That's an interesting choice. I was also thinking about six
Took a
billion.
lot of brain power.
Thinking about 6 billion. Um, speaking of 6 billion, why don't we take a look? And that was 6 billion Monsen by Marmalade Butcher. This was mapped by CRZ Kreiserling. And before we move on, I do want to just give another shout out to our design team, Amphi for the photography, what a beautiful photo that is, Panthulu for graphic design and design quality assurance, and finally, last but not least, Sakura 006 for design coordination. Thank you so much. And thank you to Marmalade Butcher for such a wonderful original. This is the 4th original that they made this year for OSU World Cups, and the last one will be appearing in OWC. No spoilers. But yeah, I mean, what a nice song. I just there's nothing really to say about it. It's just like I love this song a lot.
Great.
This is going straight to my playlist once it's out. Like it's just so good. But yeah, I mean the map itself, I would say it occupies a similar slot to Fatal Entanglement. It's got a lot of these sort of accurate, complex guitar snaps. We're seeing like some kind of difficult LN jump stream in the second half, but most of the patterns are like kind of coordination-y, but you kind of get more heavy, like sort of like long jacks and interspersed flams in between, to the point where it's like not really coordination anymore. Like it doesn't really like feel like you're playing the same kind of slot as LN1, but it's like close enough to where it's like you can kind of see it. But yeah, I mean, this map is just, it kind of goes all over the place, but it's fairly straightforward in terms of like snaps and, well, not snaps, but like rhythmic sort of like accuracy. Like you're not really getting any like dumps or anything like that. You're just kind of getting straightforward LN here. That's not, you can't really say the same thing about the next map. The next map is really just, it's completely different.
Why don't we go right into that?
Yeah, it's LN4. Why don't we just get into it? It's not a custom, but it is the cat evolved into the microwave-proof cat by Silicosis 2.
Yep.
Also known as Cub 03.
I think this is another one a lot of people might recognize. It is ranked right now, right?
It is ranked, yes.
Yeah, but this was made for one of the NBC's monthly beat mapping competitions, and the restriction was you can only use long notes. And this was the second place winner, I think?
No, this was one. Wait,
No, I believe this got seconds. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, this was. Yeah, I'm rewriting this here. Sorry, this did get second.
Yep. But I do believe there were a few edits that do remove some long notes, so I guess that restriction is broken now. But all for the sake of making the pool better, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. We edited out 83 of the long notes.
That's still not too many, you know.
Yeah,
Very long note heavy.
This is really tricky, by the way. Like in terms of physicality, this is pretty low there, but like the accuracy is absurd. It is so tricky for some of these elements. I would say, like, in terms of like its placement in the pool, it doesn't occupy a similar sort of position as maybe Slaughter from 2022.
I would have to agree for the most part, yeah.
Like, you kind of get this, like, a similar vibe, for sure. It's definitely more release heavy, that's for sure. But I think the pattern palette is fairly similar, all things considered.
Yeah. You know, as we just saw that one section with the mini jack into the, I don't even know what you would call it, but the sound it represents works really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get this quick break section, essentially. And then get that build up.
Yeah, back to cat flames.
Yes.
You get a little nice burst there. That one's really fun.
It's very fun, interesting. Yeah, no, it is, I believe it was already mentioned, yeah, this is upgraded on 1.05. 1.0 didn't quite cut it, but this works very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of you are noticing that, like, I mean, we usually have like a sort of like a shield heavy LN, but I mean, this time we just felt like it didn't really work out in favor of the pool. So this is not really, I wouldn't like, this is the dump sort of LN pick. This is a technical Ellen pick, while the previous one I would say is like kind of wild card sort of. It's hard to put that one in a box, but yeah, that's just kind of how like in terms of pooling, that's how we kind of envisioned it.
Yeah. But you get one more repetition of the chorus. Just, you know,
Absolutely. Yeah.
always gotta.
Oh, those trills they're really fun. I love those trills so much.
They work
Just
so well
super
in the map's
enjoyable.
favor. Yeah. But with that summed up, we go to the outro.
Yeah, I mean that's our last non-TB map to show you guys.
Yeah.
It just goes by so fast. I mean we might as well just leave it here. Like we don't even need to see the TB.
Honestly, I'd have to
Honestly, we can just
agree.
leave it here. We can let's take a vacation. Let's take a vacation. Let's go
Where?
to Alexa, where would you want to go on vacation?
I don't know. I'm feeling like, you know, tropical desert kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, maybe drop the tropical. Let's go with yeah, okay, yeah, bye guys. We're going on vacation now. See you. We're going to Egypt. We're going to Egypt. We're gonna see the pyramids, the Sphinx, all the things going on there in Cairo. We're gonna have a good time. You know what? Like it's gonna be a blast, Alexa. I can't wait to go on a vacation with you, buddy.
Two.
We deserve it after pooling all this, man. So much pooling. We don't got time to relax, man.
Yeah. All right. We'll
All
see
right,
you.
bye guys. Bye everyone. See you. Bye. We have nothing left to show you. Bye. Well, it's good to be back.
I had
That was a nice
fun.
vacation, wasn't it? Yeah.
Pretty peaceful.
Yeah. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Anyways, that was semifinals tiebreaker, Engdetron Collider by Ko. What a map! I just don't really know what to say. Like, this is
Interesting.
yeah. Shout out to the design team. Let's run the names, shall we? Naria Cat for illustrations, Alex Dunk and the Funk for graphic design, Promatros for the storyboard, Second Over 3 for video, Len Lichu for video as well, and Sakura 06 for the video. Len Lichu again for design quality assurance, along with Red CXCA, Panthulu, and Nafi also for design quality assurance, and Sakura 06 for video and design coordination. Thank you all so much. This was an amazing storyboard, and I mean, this map is crazy aura, don't you think?
Sure. You know, it is interesting to see that 3 people on the SV team of MWC last year helped work on this for the design.
Quite interesting. You just you're here forever. Just remember that.
Yep. No matter what you do, you'll find your way back somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the map itself is quite crazy. I mean, it's very rare that we get this sort of like all-rounded sort of tiebreaker that doesn't increase its BPM at the end. Isn't that strange? Like
That is rather new, huh?
yeah, and that ending, it just like I don't even know how to describe the ending. Like Toph did a really good job on that part.
Yeah.
But like just absurd patterns is just like it's crazy.
Uh-huh.
I
It's
think
hard
the whole-
to
the whole
comment
map,
on all
yeah.
of it.
Yeah, and just to give a rundown of who charted that, this was made by you, Alexire, Vito, me, Toph Daddy, and 11-Bit. So yeah, it's 5 mappers on this. This is a lot.
Thank you to everyone who worked on
Yeah.
this.
Absolutely, I really appreciate everyone who's contributed to this. As well as, I'm sure you've noticed if you've been paying attention to the replay names, Nyasen Fanboy, who recently joined us on the playtesting team, who did all 15 replays this showcase. Thank you so much, Nyasen Fanboy. And yeah, I mean, with that being said, I mean, is there anything else to go over? I mean, schedules are probably out. Or they'll be out soon. Statistics are out in the wiki, the sheets, the Discord. I'm having trouble piecing the last one, Alexa.
Maybe something about, you know,
I think I need a little bit of help here.
banners.
You know what? Like, banners? That sounds about right, man. You know what I was thinking? One banner being $2.50. You know, that's 10 gumballs, man. That's... You really...
Quite the...
Like, it's so chill that I can just be like, hey, you know, give me a banner, Osu. And then Peppy will just go on my profile and hand deliver the banner directly to me. It's
Quite the bang for your buck.
It's beautiful how that works. I love supply chains.
Truly a marvel. But I believe with that said, there's not much left to talk about here, huh?
Yeah, I think we gotta go on a real vacation.
That's... Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, I think, you know what, Alexa, I'll come clean. The vacation we went on, that was all set. I set you up. I'm sorry. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a relaxing time before we get straight into finals and grand finals, which, you know, the teams also can't be taking a vacation now either because these pools are just gonna get harder and harder, and you gotta practice. No vacations. No vacations.
Yeah.
Gotta wait.
Well,
Gotta wait.
it's too bad. Only, what, 2 more weeks? 3 more weeks?
Yeah.
Just
3
gotta,
more
just
weeks
gotta
for the
make it
players,
through.
2 more weeks for us. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that's all we got. Thank you so much for watching, you guys, and thank you so much for playing. Amazing weekend of matches. Can't wait to see the next set of matches next weekend.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Osamania 4-Key World Cup 2025. We're here with some more. A few of them in a row, actually, right now. Some exciting losers bracket matchups we're seeing here. First one, the losers bracket between Thailand and Japan. I am Potassium F, commentating alongside perhaps is.
So yes, I will be taking over for now. But yeah, we do have another Asian matchup going on, Thailand versus Japan. Season was have played earlier and they will still be playing for survival for the semi-finals berth next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are not ones that I expected to be here early. You can even see in the seeding 7 and 12, and one of them has to be eliminated right here in the quarterfinal stage. I think both of them actually getting upset last week in the winners bracket, which is how it resulted in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, definitely not what you would expect in the quarterfinals lower bracket matchup, especially these two Asian giants over the last couple of years of the 4K Mania World Cup. I mean, Thailand having an incredible showing last year, and of course Japan being historically such a strong nation. And we have to say goodbye to one of these teams at the end of this match.
Yeah, Thailand definitely going to be, in particular, looking to repeat their top 3 performance for last year, but they've got their work cut out for them. These team scores that I'm seeing from yesterday, as you said, they both played yesterday. Some very close team scores in some of these maps, but I feel like we're going to be bouncing back and forth. It's kind of scary for both of them, I would say.
Yeah.
Japan actually banning, which is an interesting one there, I think. Actually, maybe Thailand did choke on this. Thailand's team score.
Actually, it's a vice.
Wrong word. But
it is still quite interesting because I think Japan's team score on Toki. I think, yeah, of course Thailand did ban it.
I think kind of notable is that Japan's, even though their team score wasn't necessarily the best, you can kind of, actually it was pretty solid overall, but you can definitely see, you know, like Na, for example, on Japan pulling off a massive 996k yesterday on that one. You can see the idea that they're going for, right? It's a risky pick that Japan seemed to be quite comfortable on getting those full combos. And both of the LN pool being targeted. LN2 was actually what I thought Japan was going to protect, in fact, because Japan's scores were actually better than Thailand's on yesterday's matchups. A bit of a rice versus rice kind of leaning matchup here.
I think Thailand will also be quite comfortable with going for the LNs later on. I think Thailand banning LN2 was because these two teams did play LN2 yesterday, and Japan have a better score by about like 240 points.
Yeah, it's 200 points, but you know, it's something. Thailand doesn't want to take that coin flip. But, I mean, speaking of coin flips, this is a very bold first pick. I feel like both teams did play it yesterday, and you have to say, I mean, Thailand did get the better score, but Japan got a 997, 996, 995 on this map as well. So Japan is really comfortable with this too, and Thailand really can't afford a single miss if they want to be able to close out their own first pick here.
Yeah, Thailand had a 2994, Japan a 2990, and this was also Japan's protect against Taiwan. This is already going to be a pretty spicy opening map.
It's a crazy set of team scores to be seeing.
2990 and you're on the losing end of that. Like,
Thailand looked at a 2990 team score and said, yeah, we can first pick against that.
Not just first. Confident.
They have to be full of confidence for this, because I am not
Yeah.
confident when I look at those scores.
I mean, they should know what they're doing. This is a roster that finished in the podium last year, so they have that experience already against a very inexperienced Japan side.
Yeah, and it does also kind of play into Thailand's strengths as well, because you see Konkawa and Pavin are the type of players who can play anything exceptionally, but their third player, Parponga, really is that kind of rice specialist, especially when it comes to these straightforward maps. He can get the ratio that we're seeing now, and actually everyone in the lobby off to a good start here at the very beginning. 9-9.
All players, it's just Shiokuma being a little bit behind the rest of the lobby, but this lead is negatable right now for Thailand.
Yeah, still holding on to the 99.9. Shirokuma still not dropping too much, so 3 right now, and currently topped the lobby with Pavin at 99.9.
Just a little bit, but we're going to go back into the dense streams again.
Yeah, this is going to continue through the whole map as well, so
Yeah.
even if they can hold this accuracy, it does wear away at your mental stamina as well as we get later on into this map, whether or not they can hold up the sharpshooting for the full 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is Thailand's pick to lose as well, just looking at the accuracies across the board.
Yeah,
Any
99
minor mistake.
99.9 now reached back by Shirokuma, so improving the accuracy. Na is also increasing the accuracy just a little bit. And it seems like everyone more or less has stabilized. Pavin does drop in accuracy a tiny bit in that ratio department.
Yeah,
And
but
still-
Konkawi has like taken over it.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, still this point lead is so small that even a couple 200s is enough to swing this back. So the margin for error is so tiny right now as we're in the Parponga finding a miss. I was gonna say we're into the tricky section with the guitar solo now. And the mistake comes from the Thailand side. Very clean miss. And actually maintains the accuracy above Shirokuma. So Thailand still has the AC lead.
They do have the act lead, but as Paponga has to climb back up to 400 combo, Japan will be able to hold on to this lead for the time being. And it really has to be Shiokuma having to hold on. They are the worst performing player so far, so they have to hold on to this combo. And even the accuracy as well, as you can see the lead is shrinking from Japan's side.
Yeah, Japan can't afford to drop any more accuracy. That miss only resulted in 1,000 points to the side of Japan, but it will be enough if they manage to hold on to this accuracy throughout the
Oh
rest.
my gosh.
The last section here, it feels like this bar
might be
is
3 digits.
slowly shrinking. Parponga
And this-
almost beating out the accuracy of all the Japan side right now.
Yeah, but will it be enough?
Oh my god, 400
We
points.
got the
It's
section.
going smaller and smaller and smaller at the very end. Will Thailand be able to take it
And
back?
hold it on. Will this point be a break point, or will Thailand be able to capitalize on it by the
300
end?
points. And I think Japan break
Oh
that
my
first thing.
gosh.
2990. The miss. It was such a clean miss, but that meant everything here. 0-200s across the board.
Oh, if Japan had their team score against Taiwan, they would have lost. This is a very badly needed team up score from Japan. What a start.
Absolutely incredible. And you can see why Thailand picked this as well. Their ratios are inhuman. Better than Japan on all fronts, but you know, the smallest, as I said, this is a risky pick. The smallest of mistakes is enough for Japan to take that win, and they're going to be starting off on the right foot now. Japan can pick now. If they win their own pick, they're already 2-0 up.
Yeah. But what would you even go for?
Well, that's the hard part.
That is hard.
I
Because
don't...
Thailand's rice is so good regardless.
there's a lot of picks. I would say LN2, if it was still up, would be a good pick to go for. I was also thinking,
Would Toki be good now? By 7?
I was thinking Japan's Rice 1 was quite impressive looking as well. Toki could be a good pick to go for Rice 7.
Yeah, and they will be opting for Rice 7. So Protect, back-to-back Protects actually. But man, if we talked about like how Romanesque Romancia is a very risky pick, I think this is riskier.
I mean, this is the definition of a risky pick, no matter which team is picking it.
Yeah.
It is 1.5 minutes. We're in for a TV-sized map that's just non-stop, extremely hard technical patterns to be able to combo. So this is just inviting chokes for either side into the matchup.
It is, yeah. The silver lining is that Japan do have the third best score on this, behind Philippines and the United States. But also, this was the map that Thailand banned against Brazil.
So maybe one that Thailand.
Yeah. But also the fact that Thailand have just left the map open to let Japan protect.
I feel like this is maybe just a map that Thailand has very high potential to score in. So
Yeah,
they've left it
definitely.
open for that potential there, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're consistent with it. So we'll see what ends up happening here. We can see out the gates, strong starts for everyone on Thailand, but Nikoro Fanboy being swapped in for this map does find a little bit of an act difficulty at the start here.
Yeah, but the thing with this map is that accuracy may not be the biggest factor. It's not like Vice 3, mostly because that this map is so prone to mistakes, and any kind of mistake is going to be a huge swing in score.
Yeah, we're not necessarily expecting a 6-way FC, and at any moment we can see big mistakes here. They're not going to be clean misses either, if we do see any.
Yeah, and we're already halfway through the map, and Nico will be the first one to drop.
That
And like I
is-
mentioned, yeah, that's a big drop, almost 10,000 points to Thailand now.
Yeah, and already like that, this score lead feels insurmountable already, since we're already in the last quarter of the map. Last like 20 seconds or so coming in here.
There has to be a nasty drop from Thailand, and there's one. Actually, no, that's clean actually from Pavin.
Yeah, there is a miss from Pavin, but it's really clean, and I don't think there's even enough time for Pavin to reach that 400 combo again. So that miss is not going to matter as much as the miss earlier on in the map.
Oh wait, but this
wait,
is shrinking very fast.
It's shrinking so quick! Oh my god. Wait, what was happening at the end there? The accuracy drops on the side of Thailand.
Oh, Konkawi with the 7-200s. And best ratio.
Best ratio, but at the end, just finding a few drops there. I mean, the rhythms are definitely fairly but that almost cost Thailand the point just at the very end,
Yeah.
slipping up.
Another close shave and another break point.
Break points back and forth. Biggest advantage for either team has been 1,100.
We are really going to be having a match like this. Rice 1 now coming out. Oh boy.
I don't like this. Stop, don't pick Rice 1. Why are they picking Rice 1?
Thailand feel confident. I mean, they
said-
felt
this is
confident with Rice 3 as well.
This is a map that I thought Japan would pick.
I mean, Thailand have the better team score on this from yesterday.
I mean, look at the reason why though. Japan found a fairly damning choke on it with one of their players. They found
Yeah.
a miss on Ice Cake, I believe. But if you kind of remove that miss, remove those judgments there, Japan's team score is scary on this. They have a lot of potential.
I mean, when we're going to be talking about these two teams, like, almost no pick is safe. So you have to go for, like, the least...
I feel like Thailand should be picking LN1. Like, call me crazy, but Thailand's LN1 score feels a lot better than Japan's overall.
That's true.
Compared to Rice, is definitely feeling the Rice today. They're looking very strong on it overall as a team.
Well, we are still going to be leaning towards the top half of the map pool as we go in for a v5.
Yeah, this is going to be another one where the misses are going to matter so much, because I do think the Japanese players can keep up at least close on Thailand to be able to punish any mistake that comes their way. Thailand need that triple FC if they want to secure a point like this.
Well, a bit of a dirty start for Na, dropping down to 99.7, but they will slowly recover as the map progresses.
Yeah, this one also here to get good ratio on, especially compared to that Rise 3 that we saw earlier.
Yeah.
So definitely have a little bit more leeway, right, of dropping a little bit of accuracy. And we can already see Na's already caught up here. 99.82 is very strong accuracy there. And from now, slip-ups, any rushes with any of the judgments, or potentially any misses that happen, as we're getting a little bit denser now.
Yeah, Na has already overtaken the highest act of Japan's side. But Ice Cake actually struggling a little bit with the accuracy, dropping down to 99.80.
Yeah, I mean, Japan's scores are really strong right now. 99.85 on two of their players, 99.8 on the other one. But Thailand's holding three 99.9s right now.
Yeah. Oh, but you say Paponga will be the first one to miss Cake.
But look at, you said tying with Ice Cake, he's still above Ice Cake slightly, and Konkawa and Patman are still above Nikora Fanboy and Na. So once again, we're seeing the same thing with Rise 3. This lead is tiny for Japan, even with the miss. And this lead back the other way with accuracy, and it looks like they might be able to. Ice Cake's dropping a dangerous amount of accuracy now, 99.75 at the end of the map.
Yeah, Ice Cake accuracy is just dropping more and more.
Oh
and
my
that
god,
might just give the point to Thailand.
Will it be 100 points? Oh my god, stop! Stop this!
How does this keep happening?
Have Thailand gotten a single 200 yet? I mean, they have.
The
they have
previous
on
one.
the previous map, yeah, but my god, what are these 200 counts? They're consistent, weirdly, but also inconsistent with the combos somehow on Team Thailand right now. And Japan just getting a couple too many 200s. I think one less 200 on the side of Ice Cake or Na or Nikora Fanboy, that would have been Japan's point again.
Yeah, Thailand just playing with fire with this. A really strong showing from Japan regardless.
Oh yeah,
because this
Japan
is kind of what you want to like hope for, you know, Thailand just messing up and then you have like one hand on that point.
Japan's absolutely cooking with these Rise picks right now. I think Japan wants to kind of keep up the pace with these. I think Thailand, if anything, is going to be the team that wants to go for those LNs and hybrids.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what now? Japan might be picking something like a Rise 2? Maybe might be a little bit risky for Japan as well. Maybe Rise 6? I can't imagine them picking Rise 5.
No, yeah. Rise 5 Japan was almost out of the question.
They struggled a lot on Rise 5. I don't know why Thailand didn't pick Rise 5 first.
That's true, yeah. Why? Yeah. Thailand have a crazy Rise 5 score. Okay, Rise 4's coming out.
Rise 4. We have the El Clasico Japan pick. The country notorious for their core jack abilities back in the day, although completely different roster now. Not a single player left from back then, but still kind of carrying the torch of their older team is Japan now.
Well, Thailand did play this against Brazil, and I'll just let you know the 300 counts of the players. 61, 63, and 66.
Oh man.
The problem was, Thailand had a lot of bad judgments. Like, Archie had 4 200s, 3 100s, haven't missed. So, this is going to be electric.
Ooh, and those misses definitely matter quite a lot in a map like this. Just similar into the previous maps that we've seen Japan come close to winning. This is a kind of map that all of the accuracies we expect to be quite high. So even if Thailand managed to get ridiculous ratios there, Japan's will also be close enough so that Thailand cannot afford a miss.
Cannot afford a miss is going to be a lot easier said than done. It has been so close the past 3 maps, and we're already having to chuck out the Court Jack map.
Pavan in the chat saying, I can't jack anymore. From my experience, that means that Pavan will get about 10 300s.
It's about psyching yourself, you just say that you can't do this and you can't do that, and then you eventually do it.
It's always the MVP players that say that, man.
Sometimes it works.
We'll see who Japan decide to sub in here. I don't think we've seen Japan on this map yet. But
no.
Given that we have seen Thailand's team score on this once before, Japan definitely with the information advantage here, they're definitely picking this because they feel like they can beat that score from yesterday.
And surely Thailand should be able to upscore from yesterday because 2981 is a pretty good team score, but I believe it is like one of the lower team scores across all the other teams that have already played this map.
Yeah, well, I mean, the easiest way for Thailand to upscore their score from last time is just to not miss, right?
Just don't miss.
Just hit the note.
Press your key.
Yeah, and there was a few, also bad judgments from Achi happening as well yesterday with the 100s and 200s. We'll see if any slip-ups happening like that, but at the very least, we know that it's possible.
It is possible, but it also means that Japan will have to step up.
Let's see what ends up happening. As expected, strong accuracies out the gate here. We're going to be seeing a lot of 9s on our screen throughout this map, I can imagine.
Yeah, the only player not holding a 99.9 is Nicole Fanboy, and even then, 99.89 from them.
Enough to hold it even right now. It looks like Thailand with a very slight advantage in the accuracy, but you can see it flickering back and forth. Nothing significant whatsoever yet.
Yeah, it is just Nicole Fanboy being the weakest link because the other 2 players of Japan are completely crushing this intro.
Yeah, this feels like a reversal of some of the previous maps that we've seen. Usually Pavan and Konkawa being the one in the lead, but actually finding the miss. That's a big miss as well. That was 99.98 down to 99.83, and this lead now 8,000 points already and counting.
Yeah, Japan's highest accuracy now down to the lowest accuracy just like that. So Thailand have some comfort, but if there's anything to go by from yesterday, is that Thailand can be prone to dropping judgments and dropping combo.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what Japan have to hope for now. They have to hope for a big mess up on the side of Thailand. There's still time for it, but it's going to have to happen quite soon if Japan want to take their own point.
Yeah, into the last quarter, we still got more Kojak bursts left. We got a bit of a rest section. And this is just to prepare you for what's to come towards the end.
But it is going to have to be a couple of misses, it feels like at this point. Na has recovered the accuracy back up to 99.9, but still behind as a team are Japan in that ACK department.
Yeah, and this will be the largest lead we've seen. Thailand will be able to take it quite comfortably at that. And
this is a good team score, my god.
2997? Almost 2997, 296.
Oh my god.
Oh my god,
these ratios.
Archie halved their 300 count. I was speaking like 60, 60, 60. Now we have 49, 30, 61. I thought they couldn't smash it and they completely made me eat my words there.
They destroyed their ratios from yesterday, but also completely eliminated any of those bad judgments that happened. 3-way SS for Thailand. And they're feeling a lot better today, it looks like, than they were yesterday on the Core Jack.
My goodness, that is better than South Korea's team score as well. They locked in.
It shows the potential that this team have, why they are one of the contenders potentially for that top 3 spot. And Japan coming very close in so many of these so far. It's just not enough, and Thailand I should say, starting to run away with the match a little bit.
Yeah, that's for sure, but it's only a 3-1 lead. There's still a lot of maps left to be played. And there we go, we finally see something that's not right. But quite interesting, because it's gonna be Hybrid 3.
This is such a wild pick. What is going on?
This was Japan's ban against Taiwan, so it makes a little bit of sense, but yeah.
So Thailand was just picking like the most comfortable rice maps, and then all of a sudden they're just like, let's go to the complete like polar opposite map of the entire pool. Like you could not get further away from Thailand's first picks on this one.
Yeah, this is not a popular pick. I believe it's only been chosen once, and that was Philippines against Singapore.
Yeah, Philippines-Singapore was played, and understandably so. You can see exactly from those scores, you can see exactly what type of map this is. I don't think anyone, maybe one FC happened in that one, and the rest of the players missing just non-stop. There's so many like really aggressive technical bursty patterns in this one that it's hard to imagine any of these players being fully comfortable with it.
Yeah, there was only one FC in that Philippines-Singapore match, and that was Valeria with a 989k. Pavin saying that they have a 965. This is going to be a very messy map to watch.
I don't believe for a second that Pavin only has a 965. I'm sorry, that's just wrong.
It's gonna be the psyching again, you know, you just gotta tell yourself.
He's just straight up lying to us in chat now. Watch him get like 995 or something ridiculous.
Gosh, if someone gets a 995 on this?
Yeah. I've seen crazy stuff out of these players on the side of Thailand. I was saying, like, you know, this is one of those like much harder maps of the map pool, one that a lot of players are likely to struggle on, but I guess the line of thinking for Thailand is they do have some of those players, Pavin and Konkawa in particular, that can be the difference maker, that can completely carry their team score.
Yeah.
And looking at the other side as well, some of the players on Japan, fairly well-rounded as well. You're looking at players like Ice Cake when we're getting more into these like LN patterns, as well as one that is really able to maintain the accuracy quite well. So we'll see how Japan performs on this one as well.
Yeah, Ice Cake being one of the only 2 players from Japan to have actually played a 4K MWC prior to this year.
Yeah,
so they've already had Shiokuma and Nico also just being the 2 of the 4 rookies. And as such, Shiokuma and Nico having to play a bit of catch-up in accuracy, as is Matcha Latte.
Matcha Latte got some pretty rough 200s on some of those patterns. Understandable. As long as you're maintaining that combo in the intro, though, that's okay. Plenty of time to catch up the accuracy, and also plenty of time for other people to drop the accuracy down to your level, right?
Yeah, which Ice Cake dropping from a high 99.7 now, tying with their teammates, and here we go.
And Matcha Latte.
Very messy drop for Matcha Latte.
Yeah, huge drop down to 99.3, and that's swinging the lead back towards Japan, despite the 2 best scores of the lobby right now belonging to Team Thailand. Japan clawing it back with 3 FCs, and it looks like that might not even be enough. In fact, it's switching back over to Thailand with the accuracy as Matcha Latte's increasing back up to 99.5 almost.
And it's really just off the sheer unbelievable accuracy from Konkawi and Pavin. Especially Konkawi.
Yeah, Pavan does drop in accuracy just a little bit, down to 99.76, but still beating out the entirety of the Japanese team. Konkawa is doing something unthinkable right now. I will avert my gaze from the bottom left of the screen for the rest of the map, it seems. But Matcha Latte already caught up as well, now tying Ice Cake score. Nikora Fanboy finds a miss. One miss apiece for either of the team.
Yeah, but also just the accuracy from Japan. They're dropping steadily. Ice Cake under 99.5.
And this score lead is just going to grow more and more over time because these accuracies are so dominant by the side of Team Thailand right now.
Yeah, very impressive performances from Konkawi and Pavin.
But I mean,
basically negating the miss.
Them, we're seeing 4 full combos in this lobby right now.
Yeah.
I expected to see a lot more misses than this. We're seeing 1 miss from either team.
But regardless, this is the most dominating lead we've seen so far. Thailand with a 28,000 point advantage. They will take a 4th point.
Yeah,
but not without 4 FCs. Oh my gosh, Konkawi. 993.
My god.
1.
Yeah, interesting looking 965k from Pavin.
Wow.
Yeah, we can see that. 2 FCs for each team. And Thailand managing to get that advantage without a single shred of that combo advantage either. The misses tied perfectly between both the teams. It was all 100% accuracy in that lead.
Yeah, Thailand showing why they finished 3rd last year. And yeah, Pavin saying that they had a 965k in chat. Producers a 992.
Yeah, and still trying to claim that he can't play it. I don't know. I'm doubting that one a little bit. I think we just saw proof otherwise. But either way, it's now Japan getting to pick, and that hybrid performance kind of should dissuade Japan from going into any of these hybrids or LNs. I think they're going to want to stick with some of, well, I guess they have the option of either Rise 2 or Rise 6 right now.
And just looking at the team scores, I think Rise 2 might be a safer option.
Rise 2 kind of feels very similar to the Rise 3 situation where all 6 players can, you would think, relatively consistently FC it with very high accuracy. Yeah. So it's really just, which player on which team finds a miss if it does happen.
Oh, but they will go for Rise 6.
Yeah, so maybe a bit more of a tricky pick compared to the Rise 2. Less comfortable, for sure, for these players. And we'll see how that works out. Have either of the teams played this? I don't think they have.
No, they have not. Which is going to be very interesting, knowing that these two teams probably do not have any information about each other on this. For Thailand, it should still be the main 3 Rise players, Konkawi, Paponga, and Pavin.
Yeah, I mean, they do have Achi as well on Team Thailand, who has been showing some really strong Rise proficiency as well, but it does seem like these 3 players on Thailand are kind of settling into their roles as the tournament goes on.
I'm expecting either Nikoro or Shiro Kuma for Japan. Quite interesting to see that Ice Cake might be staying in for this.
Ice Cake has been playing a couple of the Rise, definitely is proficient, especially when it comes to accuracy. Definitely one of the better sharpshooting players in the team of Japan.
Okay, there we go. Nikoro fanboy in.
We'll see how this one plays out. Japan's been close on quite a few points, but they're going to need to start taking them because Thailand's been winning more of these close maps than not.
Yeah, they have been slowly warming up into the match. I mean, the first 3 maps have been decided by almost less than 1,000 points, and now we've just been seeing Thailand just destroy on the last two. Okay, now 17 notes with 100%.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Konkawi?
starting nice and chill. we
Just looking at
we'll see
the
if they
players,
can
100%.
see if we can keep that up for that long. Surely not. But it seems right now, everyone off to a nice start. Nikora Fanboy down to 99.8, but not really a big deal. Some of the players should start dropping down as well. Ice Kick does drop a 200 there as well, and all of Thailand seeming like they're confident so far. As we're getting into these trill patterns here. And accuracy's all sort of evening out. Na does find the first miss for Team Japan as well. That's going to give Thailand a bit of a buffer, as they still also have 99.9 on all of their players. No one on Team Japan with that kind of accuracy, so this lead is also going to start growing over time due to the AC.
Yeah, Thailand have just seemed to be able to put away their nerves, their struggles from the start of the match aside, and they are looking so confident now.
And these accuracies on Team Japan need to start building it back up again. Na and Ice Cake both in that 99.7 range. That's not going to cut it when all of Thailand are performing this well.
Yeah, and Nikora Fanboy will drop another for Japan. So only 1 FC to 3. And Pavin making it 1 to 2.
Yeah, that trade necessary for Japan to stay in this. It's going to keep the scores close enough to be possible to come back for Japan, but it's going to take another few massive mistakes from Thailand.
There has to be multiple from Thailand because their accuracies are completely trouncing Japan's.
Yeah, Pavin does drop a bit more after the miss as well, down to the 99.7 range, matching Na's score now. So that's at least one Thailand score that is being matched by Japan, but the other two still way in front. Konkawi still with the 99.9 FC.
Yeah, and we are rapidly approaching the end as well, so there has to be mistakes from Thailand. If not, this will be match point.
This lead only growing ever so slightly towards the end of the map. We're into the outro now. I don't think there's that much room for misses at the end here. Even if there were misses right now, you would think there's not enough time for those misses to have enough impact.
And that is going to be match point to Thailand and elimination looming over the heads of Japan. 2981 with a V1 double S from Paponga. But that ratio from Konkawi gives them the MVP.
Yeah, 99.9. And just the team scores are looking too strong from Thailand right now. They have so much incredible accuracy going on for them on their side. And they're also starting to avoid these misses more and more as the match has gone on. They have been warming up in the combo side of things as well. And now Thailand, they get to pick where they want to go for things. And I wonder, are we just going to see the LN pool untouched?
I mean, Thailand could just avoid it. They just need a single point. And if they want to go for like Rise 5, they could.
Just don't pick Rise 2. That would be the worst pick, I think, on the board. As long as Thailand don't pick Rise 2, I think they're okay with picking pretty much anything else here.
Yeah, most logical one would either be Rise 5 or any of the LNs.
Yeah, LN3, if we're looking at like more of the tricky maps, similar sort of to Hybrid 3 as close as possible, maybe you're looking at LN3 there. Hybrid 2, another one of those more tricky maps that might catch Japan a little bit out of comfort. But it looks like we are going to be seeing the LN pool. LN3 coming out for Thailand.
And just looking at like how consistent Thailand have been so far, this could be the nail in the coffin for Japan. Japan already played this They had a 2957. And it was Ice Kick, Nikoro, and Suzuran. Suzuran, the only player to miss from those three. And Thailand have not played this yet.
See what happens. Are we seeing Paponga staying in for an LN pick? Definitely one of the players there, Paponga, that you would not necessarily associate with LN maps, but definitely one that we will be seeing playing LN the later and later the tournament goes. And I think, honestly, he's improved a fair bit since we've first seen him in MWC.
Yeah, I mean, Paponga did play LN 1 and LN 2 against Brazil. Albeit they did get a third amongst the three Thailand players.
I mean, look, if that's a very high bar to not get.
It is
on Team Thailand when you have teammates like Pavan and Konkawe. I think it is perfectly reasonable to not be in the top two on that team.
Yeah, just looking at some of the team scores from Thailand on the LN, it's like night and day between Pavin, Konkawe, and Paponga. Like, if you're looking at like LN 2, for example, Pavin had a V1SS, Konkawe had a 1-200, and then Paponga had 28 200s.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of Paponga's role when it comes to these LN maps and, you know, maybe some of the hybrid maps as well, if they ever come up.
Yeah.
Paponga's role is kind of just to hold it together, keep a decent score, match one of the teams, one of the players on the other team, so that Pavin and Konkawe can do the heavy lifting when it comes to that accuracy. And on the other side of things, you know, Japan now subbing in Suzuran for the first time this match. Japan really does need all of their players to get as close as possible to Pavin and Konkawe and to really make sure that they beat out Paponga's score in particular.
Yeah, we can already see right out of the gate Paponga dropping to 99.5, but they are beating out Japan's lowest accuracy of Suzuran.
Yeah, we'll see if some of the accuracies improve a little bit. Suzuran does take a little bit more of a hit there in the 200 count. Nikora Fanboy also a little bit behind some of the other players, but nothing too dire so far, only 1,000 points. As Pavin and Konkawe, of course, having the two highest accuracies in the lobby out the gates.
Yeah, Konkawe and Pavin definitely the reason why this lead is belonging to Thailand right now. Suzuran is slowly recovering accuracy.
Yeah, it looks like Suzuran now beating out Paponga as well. So Paponga with the lowest accuracy in the lobby right now is a good sign for Japan. We'll keep them in things for just a bit, but Suzuran does drop it more in accuracy.
Yeah, that could have been a combo break there.
Combo breaks definitely should be possible here. And this lead is not very big still. 4,000 points starting to increase. And now Ice Cake, the one on Team Japan to find the miss first. And this lead all of a sudden gonna balloon now. Thailand with the accuracy and the combo advantage on their side. But Pavin finds one trade there.
Yeah, equal clean trades from both Pavin and Ice Cake, so this lead should reset back to its original position. But this is not comfortable by any means for Thailand. Okay, it might be comfortable now.
Yeah, might be comfortable again once here because now only one full combo for Japan is on Suzuran. Still two full combos on Thailand. And this map also has notably very long outro. There is no chance for misses anymore. That is just it.
That is it. Thailand will be able to close out a 6-1 victory against Japan in the quarterfinals lower bracket. They will eliminate Japan from the 4K World Cup 2025 and Thailand will advance to the semi-finals weekend. The team that got podium last year will still be able to try and fight for another back-to-back podium position.
I mean, Thailand's had an incredible weekend. They've been prematurely eliminating some crazy teams this weekend. It was, Brazil yesterday? Into Japan today? What
Hey,
what is
I
this
remember Brazil and
quarterfinals?
Japan being like a top 2 team back in the days.
What we've got all these previous podium teams duking it out for survival in quarterfinals. Shout out to Konkawa, by the way. What's that score?
What is that? Yeah,
Yeah, what is-
995 v1 WS. Okay. We get it. We get it, Konkawi. We get it.
Yeah, they're pretty good at this game.
Yeah, I think
the
they're
triple
pretty
MC.
good.
Super strong performance there for both teams as well. Japan, I mean, they're showing that they're still a really, really strong Rice team in particular as well on some of these picks. And it feels like if some of the players maybe get more experience for next year as well, Japan could become one of those really hard-hitting late-game teams once again and make it a bit deeper into the tournament. Just a little bit unlucky they had to face a team as strong as Thailand here so early on in the losers bracket, but congratulations either way to Thailand. They will be progressing to the losers semi-finals next week.
Yeah, and they will be facing Canada next weekend, so that is going to be a very spicy match you do not want to miss.
Oh man, that is that is one of the matches of all time.
Seed 7 and
Seed 8, I
Seed
think.
8?
Yeah, isn't
boy.
it Canada Seed 8? That is a spicy matchup. I think Thailand's entire losers bracket run is going to be absolute cinema if they manage to keep going down the line, because I think they have not a single easy team in that losers bracket potential. But looks like that is going to be it for Japan now, and we are not going to be having much of a break because in 13 minutes we're going to be seeing one more match here. Poland versus the Philippines, another one of these second losers bracket matches of the weekend, to see who gets eliminated right now and who progresses to that semi-finals week.
Yeah, but before we take this short break, we'd like to remind you that banners are available on the OS store for 250 USD. You're able to purchase a banner for any of the teams, even though they've been eliminated, like Japan. You can still show your support for the players and the staff and everyone involved. And if you purchase the banner of the winning team of this year's World Cup, you'll be able to hold onto that banner for 365 days, or at least until the next edition of the 4K World Cup.
Yeah, go check those out, but in the meantime, we will be signing off for now. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to another match here we've got lined up for you in the Mania 4K World Cup quarterfinals. Another losers bracket match, and another one that is coming from the second match that both teams have played this weekend, Poland versus the Philippines. I'm Potassium F, joined by a different commentator this time, going to be Nightcore. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Potassium. Good day to everyone who has tuned in the stream. And again, we have another banger match to show you. It's going to be the two Ps, Poland versus Philippines. As you've said, going to be the second conditional, so whoever does take the goal in this will get their way into the semi-finals, but not without one of these teams heading home today. So I think it's going to be a great match. Strap in. It's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, this one's going to be actually a really good one. If you kind of just ignored the seeds, ignore the performances that we've seen so far. If you just told me at the start of the year, Poland versus Philippines, I would just say, oh yeah, Philippines definitely favored in this one. A team that's historically had some extraordinary performances in the World Cups. But this year, I mean, looking at some of Poland's scores, what they've managed to accomplish so far, they have had some absolute banger team scores on a lot of these maps. And I think that's showing this week as well. This match is actually very close.
Absolutely. As I was saying in the qualifier results stream, that I think Poland just need to find their footing if they do want to thrive. And that's what they've been exactly doing, rivaling scores against Philippines from the previous 2 weeks. So I think if things can look the same today, they might be able to pull off an upset. But again, this is Philippines as well you're talking about, and they're still highly regarded as well as a team you do not want to mess around with.
Absolutely, and I think Philippines do have a more clear-cut kind of pick plan here. LN1, looking at both teams' scores from yesterday, LN1 was very clearly Philippines favored. Poland did not look very comfortable with that at all, but Poland protecting Rice 3, it's an interesting one to protect. They're actually going to be seeing Rice 2 being banned by Philippines as well, so the more straightforward maps are the ones that Poland's been thriving on more. But I'm looking at other maps as well. Poland are very strong on maps like Rice 4, Rice 5, also. Even LN2, honestly, I feel like Poland could manage to take LN2, LN4. They've shown some very strong proficiency on also. Philippines probably going to be wanting to pick into the more kind of technical LN hybrid picks, I would imagine.
I would probably guess that too. And looking at the bans, so Philippines going for the Rice 2 ban makes sense when your opponent does have the Rice free protect, and going to be LN4 ban for Poland. I totally understand that ban as well. Going to be more the dumpy LN picks, so maybe just not really too comfortable with it. I'm not really too sure about how they did perform yesterday, or if they did perform on it
I mean, I don't know if that's the best ban coming out of Poland. I mean, looking at the scores, definitely looking Philippines favored overall, but Philippines definitely showed some weakness on LN4. And I feel like if Poland felt like they could get a better score, maybe a little bit less misses on their side on LN4 this time, it definitely looks like a map that would be winnable for them, albeit definitely a bit of an uphill battle. So it is going to be the ban coming out from them in the end, maybe more comfortable with the rest of them, and a hybrid 1 first pick. Okay.
I can somewhat see hybrid 1 heading into action for Poland. Though, you were saying earlier that Philippines would kind of want to go for some of the more release aspects as well. This map does have everything. Like, it does have that bit of technicality shown in it as well. But again, you do also have to focus on more that density and coordination aspects as well. I totally understand where Poland are coming from, maybe trying to test the waters for Philippines LN at the start. So, I presume this is going to be the lineup for the hybrid. Actually, going to be seeing Silicosis jump in for hybrid, which I wasn't really expecting.
Well, I think kind of the avenue of attack here, I don't think Poland has the most exceptional looking team score on this map. They did play it yesterday. They did win it, but maybe not quite as convincing as you would want it to be for it to be a first pick here. I do think the idea maybe that Philippines is one of those kind of rare teams that you see that does switch out their entire roster for between Rice and LN picks. So usually with rosters like that, maybe if their players are a little bit too specialized in one or the other, it might be a little bit harder to find players comfortable with the hybrid picks in particular. But that said, I mean, looking at the names on the side of Philippines, you have to imagine they could play it just fine.
Absolutely. So yeah, Silicos is also going to be taking Lively Peninsula spot. Pretty well known for their strong LMs, and for Poland, they're actually going to be requesting a timeout this early. I'm not really too sure what's going on there, but okay, it looks like Malza has to fix their setup. So I would probably presume that Malza is going to be going in for this pick. And yep, the timeout has been given. So timeout this early is not really something we'd expect to see happening that much, but now with them trying to fix their setup. Looking at the side of Poland as well, I'm kind of surprised not to see Honey Marin be playing this. I do think they are pretty prominent in Blanco Hybrid as well, alongside Rice. I think Poland just has like the more well-roundedness, as I do remember hearing in around the 16 or around the 32 week that Poland were definitely a bit more versatile when it comes to what their players are really capable of, and I think that advantage will definitely go down to them. But now I think Poland are going to be finishing timeout as Malza's setup has been fixed.
Yeah, so definitely going to need the full force of Poland here if they want to make this match as close as possible, because Philippines are also going to be coming swinging if they get any of their lobby players into the lobby, that is, of course.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah.
Looks like we're just waiting for everything to be sorted out on the technical side of things for Team Poland, and then they should be able to get into the match. Leave it joining the room again, and there's Malza also.
If I probably guess who Malza would swap out for, I think my guess would probably be Psycho. Klobok definitely, I think, is the player to look out for inside of Poland. Being probably one of the most well-rounded on their side. Though not criticizing any other player. Like, they're also really strong. It's just that when we did come to the last few weeks, I do remember Klobok taking on a lot of those MVPs. So yeah, Bagjeka, I think, is going to be getting swapped out for Malza. And for the side of the Philippines, I would not be too surprised if Silicosis and Franco jump out.
Okay, there we are. Everyone into the lobby. We're looking like we're going to get started right away now. Poland's first pick coming out here.
Okay, so going to be interesting to see how this does perform. Both teams are well capable enough for playing this. So I think it's really just going to be coming down to some of those misses, some of those 200s as usual. Again, this map can get very techy as well, especially after the first quarter, where you're going to be seeing a lot of those jacks, rolls, even some polyrhythms as well. So it's pretty much a test of everything. Again, the map is 1 minute and 40 seconds long, so those misses are going to be absolutely brutal if any of these players do find one.
Yeah, absolutely. This can be one of those very easy swing situations, back and forth. The score can go very quickly if anyone messes up. We'll see which team is the first to do so, as everyone gets off to a nice start at the beginning of the map. 99.9s across the board. But, oh, very early miss there from Psycho. That's going to be Philippines off to a big lead now. That's below 99%.
That's a pretty nasty miss over the side of Psycho. But Planet also was taking a small accuracy drop outside the intro gun. It's that 99.5. A couple of advantages just still remain to Philippines. That is giving them that 9% point advantage at this point. So, heading outside the first quarter of the map, seeing a lot more of those two-handed LN drills. Everyone just kind of slipping up. Malza taking that slight accuracy drop, but nothing really too significant. And double miss from Psycho and Malza.
Huge miss from Malza as well, down to 99.1. Going to be tanking the accuracy, and Philippines still holding strong with 3 full combos. They're looking to run away with Poland's first pick.
The breakpoint is what Philippines would definitely need in a well-balanced match like this. And just looking at the accuracy as well, I don't know if there's going to be enough time for Poland to catch up. Philippines have to miss. And even then, with that 25, Plana finds a miss. But even then, I was going to say Philippines do have that safety net as well, that 22,000 score lead. Even though it was kind of a nasty miss, it's not going to be as much, especially as we're getting to the ending. The density is going to spike up a small bit, but I think everyone's pretty comfortable with this. I think if anything else happens, looks like Philippines are going to be taking the first break point.
Yeah, just not enough time there. Only one miss from Philippines compared to the multiple on the side of Poland. And break point early, 21,000 points. Philippines take it with two really strong full combos. Klobuck on for Poland as well, matching that. But 2v1 in the end, it looks like Philippines going to be taking the first hybrid.
Very impressive team scores by all players. That 990, freeway 990 from Silicos Saliva and Klobuck. And still very strong scores from the other players. And with Philippines now up that break point, they have the world in their hands. It's really what they're comfortable picking. And I would not be too surprised if they jump into LN.
I feel like, in a case where you win the very first point off a break point, it's kind of a good idea, honestly, for Philippines just to go straight into the LN1. Just slam the door shut. Say that, yep, we're going to be up 2-0 at the start with our strongest pick.
Absolutely. I think LN will be a really strong pick. I think hybrid for Philippines still might be a bit risky, because if looking at the scores, there's a Klobuck and Klobuck and Malza were still not really too far behind, so I think hybrid could be a bit more risky. But as you were saying, Philippines going to be shutting the door, jumping into LN1. Leslie Peninsula going to be swapping out for Silicosas, and I would not be too surprised if Polymarid would be going in for Psycho.
Yeah, and yesterday, just looking at the scores that we saw from Philippines yesterday, this map was, in my opinion at least, this was definitely their best performance. Relatively, was on this map. They looked so comfortable on it. High accuracies across the board and the full combos. It is going to be insanely difficult for Poland to match up against this. I think this is probably the most one-sided map that Philippines could have picked here.
Oh, definitely. And actually, we're going to be seeing Bangjanka going in. So, not going to be seeing Polymarid. I think it would be a map they would be able to thrive off as well. But, yeah, as you were saying, this is going to be a very comfy map for Philippines just after looking at the performances in the other match. So,
and I mean, you said there's no Polymarid. It actually does seem like two of the Poland players are not online right now. So Polymarid and Majke not online means that Poland's probably going to be lacking some of their key players on some of these picks unless they do show up at some point.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, more versatility, that is really what you need. And I think at the start, looking at the start, still swindling a bit back and forth. Plan is on a slight rough start, but training back by Malta. Really, it's going to be down to that consistency. 3 minutes and 12 seconds long of pure LN coordination.
Yeah, the bad starts don't matter so much. You're expecting a couple people here and there to have bad starts on a map like this, but definitely have the time to build it back up. Plana already almost at that 99.7 mark to catch up with his fellow teammates. And Malza just a little bit behind there is going to give Philippines a bit of a lead at 3,000 points.
Going to be a pretty nice small lead for Philippines, especially as we do get out the first quarter. Again, consistency is definitely key for this map. You do see minor stream sections as well, as we are seeing right here, but they're not really too dense at around the 1 mark. So I think it's pretty simple for all these players to kind of hold on. But Malza just finding a lot of those 200s, dropping underneath that 99.2, just going to be kind of anchoring Poland's score. Looking at Bangjanka and Klobuck, still at 99.6, but when you're looking at Philippines, that triple 99.7 is a very impressive team score. And Lehman does find that.
It does find a miss there. Very clean miss though. Still at 99.68. Still actually matching the top score from Poland on Bangjanka. So it looks like that miss is definitely going to dent the score lead, but not going to be able to flip it back to Poland. It's still 8,000, 9,000 points even in favor of Philippines. They can afford another miss like that, or two even if they want, because this accuracy that they built up is very significant.
Yeah, that overall just consistency and team accuracy is just really what's keeping Philippines taking that stride in this pit. And even though, despite the best efforts in Poland, like Malta still has to climb their accuracy bit back up, they have to rely on Philippines finding a pretty detrimental drop when it does come to the last quarter of the map. Even though the long notes are just Philippines just striving on them, both teams still striving on them, but Poland just not really able to catch up as much, still on that 99.6.
Yeah, I mean, Leave It doing a really good job of recovering from that miss as well. 99.72 accuracy now for them, above everyone else on the Polish team as well. Bietka managing to keep up with the Philippines team. Klobok as well, not too far behind, but ultimately it is a lead for Philippines. Lively Peninsula does find a miss. A decent drop in accuracy as well, down to 99.65. That's going to dent the score lead, but not going to be enough to switch it back. Philippines can still afford another miss if they want at the very end of this map.
It could happen, but I think it won't, because we just have no map left. And I think the score lead's actually slightly ever so increased over on the side of Philippines as well. And that's going to be it.
And look at this, 3 full combos on Poland versus just 1 on Philippines. Doesn't matter whatsoever. Look at the accuracies. The Lively Peninsula got 0-200s. That was a double S choke.
That is absolutely heartbreaking to see, but still just looking at that team score, very impressive on the side of Philippines. I think Poland has to pick Rice, because kind of looking at it, I think their PA definitely against the Philippines. Like, while I think they can hold on pretty well, it's really that 200 count that is kind of a bit high when you face the Philippines. So I think Poland have to go for Rice.
I mean, Poland just have to go with what they're comfortable with, and that has definitely been the Rice so far in this tournament. They've shown some really strong, consistent team scores on these Rice picks. And if they show up the same as they have been on some of these Rice maps in Philippines, definitely not immune to the chokes themselves. This could be Poland's chance to take a point back.
I think this pick does favor Poland. I think when it does come to Rice consistency, Poland might have that upper hand when it does come to it. But again, Philippines still have that overall raw accuracy. So really, it's going to be coming down to, well, as always, consistency. And on a map like Rice 6, it is going to be very brutal. You got a lot of those rolls, mini jacks, pretty much dump. Just dump, pretty much.
Yeah, this one's a very easy one to find, those misses. Some of these patterns very tricky. And definitely an unusual style as well, not something that you would always see.
Yeah, especially the slow mini jacks. They could definitely throw off a few players if they're not really too careful. And did they play it? And did any of the teams play Verse 6 last week? Not last week, yesterday?
I'm not sure if either of the planes... actually, Poland did play, Poland did play Rise 6. They got, unfortunately, 0 full combos, but their accuracies do look fairly strong across the board. So if they can improve some of those scores a little bit, avoid the misses, then there is always the opportunity to be able to beat Philippines on these Rice as well. Interestingly enough, we are seeing Leave It stay in for this one instead of Volpsy, who is usually one of the Rice players on the side of the Philippines.
Maybe just not too comfortable with it, if I had to guess. There's a lot you have to take into aspect of this map as well. Very abrasive. If you do know Ska, then this is pretty much the example of what a Ska map is like. Throwing in a lot more of those trails, anchors, dump sections. And as well, 3 minutes long, and the ending just being very brutal as well, being a pure test of stamina. And here we are heading into our first Ki. Gonna be more raining down the drills, free no angers. Everyone's still holding on very well, Scorely just going back and forth like a tug of war.
Yeah, no difference between these two teams' accuracies so far. It looks like Psycho and Silicosis, but both with very similar accuracies there. Malza also keeping up with Lever on the other side. Klobach actually with the highest accuracy in the lobby, so these two team scores pretty much dead even right now. It's going to be up to who finds the mistake first, and we can see 173 points right now is the lead for the Philippines. That is nothing.
It is pretty much, like, even finding 1 or 2 300s, like, it could just swing the lead back over towards either side. It's pretty much going to be like Silicosis finding that draw.
Yeah, Silicosis, that's a big drop as well, down to 99.6. Lowest stack in the lobby now. Poland are going to be able to inch forward with that accuracy advantage too.
That is a pretty detrimental drop from Silicosis, dropping down over to that 99.6 range. Recoverable, yes, but if Poland can keep their consistency for the final drop, then Poland will be able to take their point.
Yeah, they gotta hold on though, because this lead is gonna start shrinking over time. If Silicosis brings up the accuracy and Klobach actually finds the trade miss. Very, very clean miss at that though. 99.85 is the accuracy still. So Ak lead might be actually switching over to the Philippines. Psycho finds a miss as well. Poland crumbling towards the end of this map. Philippines gonna take the lead back.
There's still a good few map left. There's still around 800 nodes in the map. It is still raining down on all players. If they can keep on to their consistency on Philippines, they'll be able to snag this breakpoint over towards from Poland. But anything is still possible. Heading into the final area of the map, the dump has ended. It is only going to be some of those anchors, and with that comfy 7k lead, Philippines might be able to take a clean drop if they ever do find one. But it doesn't really look like, as the map is slowly reaching to its end. Philippines are going to be taking that second breakpoint against Poland.
And it looked so good for Poland. It looked like they could have it in the bag. Even after that first miss, it looked like they were still in the advantage. But just unfortunate for them, the wrong time the misses came in. And that was, I mean, look at Klobach. That's 0-200s. That was as clean as you could possibly get with that miss. Shout out as well to Malza with the score V1 double S also, but not quite enough to beat the Philippines with their 2 995Ks.
Really strong team scores on the side of Philippines and Poland. Really, it was just that miss. It was really just that double miss from Klobach and Psycho. Had they not happened, they probably would have snagged over their pick. But now, Philippines getting into their next pick, and definitely will have to strengthen the door a bit. I think it'll have to be one of the LNs. I would probably guess something like LN3, or maybe some of the hybrids might be on the board despite the more risks. And yeah, it's going to be going into Planet Shaper, going to be our LN3. I could see this pick coming from a mile away.
Yeah, Philippines looking like they're going to be still attacking the LN pool of things. This one going to be a much trickier pick as well. Less of the straightforward one. I think Poland can definitely contest with the LN2, so Philippines keeping it on the safe side of things for now. This should be the LN pick that they're more favored on compared to that other one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this can still go both ways, but what we have seen from the side of Poland, I think their PA does have to kind of have a small bit of working on, but I think if they can hold on to their consistency, they can still take this point over.
This is one where I feel like has a lot of potential as well for Philippines to find some fairly messy breaks also. At least compared to that LN1, the break potential was not that big. So Philippines could have just run away with their accuracy lead. This time though, there is some potential if Poland managed to keep close with their accuracies.
I think so too. And as well, like, this is not a map that you can really find clean misses on. Like, being really more shield heavy, like, finding misses will be pretty brutal on either side. And especially with the tech aspects as well thrown in. Going to be kind of more your techie Jack LN. Lavia Peninsula finding a 200 near the start, but again, as it is with the intro, not going to be really mattering too much. Alright, heading into the build-up. Going to be seeing some more of those shields, reverse shields being introduced a small bit. Lavia Peninsula climbing their accuracy a bit back up. But Klobuck and Bagjeka coming in with this intro with that double 99.8. Will things change when we do get into the main Ki? They will drop underneath the 99.8, which is to be expected. But here we go, jumping into the first Ki. Gonna throw into more the tech aspects and some of those shields. Gonna be raining down with a lot of those scatters as well.
These accuracies are very close between the two teams right now. It looks like Philippines has a slight advantage, but not easy to see from where at first glance because all of Poland's players are maintaining the accuracy, but Lively Peninsula and Psycho both with a trade. Perfectly tied right now as well. Those two players still on 99.4.
But Psycho, again, not really able to keep up with that combo aspect. Levy Peninsula finding that small accuracy drop, but traded back by Psycho's misses, gives that pretty comfy net to the Philippines. Bagjeka and Klobuck still holding on to that really good 99.6, but it's really just Psycho kind of anchoring down with just not being able to keep up with the combo. Levy Plana as well, that 99.6 and 7. Very impressive scores from everyone still, but heading into the final quarter of the map, final half I do mean, still raining down on all those shields and all those LNs. More shield heavy on this aspect, but everyone is still kind of thriving on that with that 19,000 point lead for Philippines as well. They have that comfy lead going into the outro.
Already we're at the end of the map here. There is a long outro section of this as well, so not much opportunity left for misses to happen. Psycho does have one last one at the end, and it looks like Philippines is going to be safe at closing this one out. 2 full combos for either team. Strong accuracies as well for Bagjeka and Klobuck. Managing to keep up with the 2 full combos as well, but just the miscount a little bit too much on the side of Poland. But you can definitely see some of these LN maps as well. Poland's accuracy is definitely up there. Subtract those misses, and I feel like this could have potentially been very close.
Yeah, absolutely. Poland still have that crazy potential as well, but again, misses are really going to be what's going to kind of hindering scores down a small bit. And as you were saying, it would have been very close if Psycho did not really find those drops. Even then, looking at the PAs as well, still quite close. But it was really just those 7 misses from Psycho that had the score lead this big. But again, on a map like this, it is very hard to keep combo, and still very impressive to see 4 full combos and some low miscounts on the field.
I mean, you say close. Actually, Poland has a better ratio as a team, I think, overall. This is Klobuck with the best ratio in the lobby. They can definitely keep up with these ones. Not so release focused, so their accuracy is definitely up there. I think Philippines might not want to be picking into the LN2 next. But first, we're going to be seeing if Poland can take their first point here. It's going to be their Protect. The one that they are most comfortable with. I think this one could definitely be their first point on the board.
I think going into their Protect, and especially how Philippines also did ban Rice too, I think this is Poland's best opportunity to take a point. Like, they have the pure accuracy and consistency in them. So it's really just going to be down to if they're going to get a freeway full combo, which is 100% doable, but you also have to get the pure accuracy off the Philippines as well. Going to be seeing Malta jump in for Bagjeka as well. Not really too surprised, very strong Rice player. And we're going to be seeing Valeria as well. Fulpsy, Valeria and Silicosis on the side of Philippines.
Yeah, switching fully out for the Philippines Rice team, and the Rice player coming in for Poland as well in Mauza. So all the expected swaps happening for these two teams. We're going to be seeing whether or not they can keep up the consistency because that accuracy side of things, I think Poland has definitely stepped up in the accuracy side today. They can keep it as long as they can hold it together with the combo. That's what's really been pushing the lead towards Philippines in these maps.
Absolutely. And with just this map is pretty simple on the outside of things. Gonna be more or less so 240 jump stream, hand stream, with some of those trills scattered in as well. Really, it's just if anyone would tank a bit of accuracy, it would be the guitar solo after the first Ki, which I think is going to be the most important aspect of how this match will go, or how this map will go, even.
And we're in for a long one as well. This is going to be a test of the stamina, whether or not they can keep up these accuracies the whole way. Strong accuracies across the board, everyone above 99.9. Psycho a little bit behind, but not by much. Still keeping up with Volpsy on the side of Philippines, so this lead is going to be well within 1,000 points either way.
And yeah, just everyone striving off the intro. Heading into the small transition before the Ki. Gonna be a near 6-way Volpsy, finding that drop right before the break. This is Poland's chance to climb back and take this point.
Yes, such an impactful miss there. Volpsy doesn't drop that much accuracy, but that is more than enough. If Poland managed to hold on to the combo throughout this, but it is a very long map, so they're going to have to hold on for a lot longer if they want to capitalize on this one. They can't let it slip like last time.
A lot more of those anchors, and some of those trills are going to be also reining in when it does come to the Ki. Poland just not showing any signs of fatigue. Low 200s dropped, I do believe, from any of the players from the side of Poland. But this is only the first Ki. We still have the guitar solo, which is going to be bursting in with some streams as well. Around 300 BPM, I do believe.
Yeah, this guitar solo is going to be where we might see some big mistakes. We've seen a few players dropping a lot of mistakes on the guitar solo in the past as well. And so far, it looks like the accuracies as well starting to drop ever so slightly on the side of Mauser there. Silicosis and Valeria still with the two highest accuracies in the lobby in Poland. Still in the lead, but they can't let it slip anymore. And here comes the guitar solo. We'll see if anyone from either team messes up at this juncture.
And no, it looks like everyone just thrive off that. We have seen some slight accuracy drops from some of the players, but that is to be expected and where the main difficulty arises from. But now, the score lead only by 3,000 points. Volpsy actually matching Psycho's accuracy, so it can still go back over towards Philippines if Poland do find a 200 or two. But will that happen? Poland's consistency this match has been absolutely amazing, alongside Philippines as well. It's going to come down to the wire, I think.
Yeah, the accuracy is on the side of Philippines now, so that's going to actually slowly start to eat away at that score lead, but I don't think it's by enough. The accuracy of Poland is well close enough to Philippines for this to make all the difference. And we're in the outro now. All they have to do is hold on to the combo. As long as they keep on to these, they can win their first point of the match.
And here we go into the final section of the map, still having that light jump stream area. A drop, Valeria finding that drop. That is going to be doing it for Poland. They're going to be taking their first point, preventing that sweep. Poland are back in the game, as they always were.
Huge point. That is a massive point for Poland. 2 score v1 double S's on the side of Poland. Just the 1-200. And that is a crazy team score as well. 997, 997, 995. Almost matched by the Philippines, but not quite enough.
Very impressive team scores by everyone. Silicosis getting, actually no, Clovo getting that MVP to that 997.8. Still very impressive scores from everyone. Freeway 995 plus on the side of Poland. And for Philippines as well, still on that 990 plus. So it got scary at times. So now Philippines going into hybrid 3, gonna be a kind of more of a risky pick, but I think compared to what the other LN pick is, I think this pick does make a bit of sense.
I think the other LN2 pick is like very comfortable also for Poland. They have the ability to be able to get the arc on those LNs, as we saw on that LN3 pick as well. So picking LN2 a bit too straightforward, I think. Not as much release ability required for that one, and Poland should be able to honestly tie up Philippines' score on that one. This one, though, much trickier map. There's going to be a lot more going on and a lot more misses to be expected. So this one is going to be actually a little bit of a volatile pick as well. If Poland can keep up their not just accuracies, if they can keep up their combos, then I can also expect some misses coming in from Philippines here.
This pick can really just go either way. I think this is a strong pick from Philippines, but there's not really much LN maps they can pick other than LN2. So I think this is going to be one of Philippines' strongest picks. But again, Poland can still take this pick after just seeing their consistency on LNs as well. So it could go either way, but I do think it does slightly favor over towards Philippines with just the LN accuracy fundamentals alone.
Yeah, I think it definitely being like one of the harder picks in the pool also does kind of favor them. They do have a bit more of that late game capability in them when it comes to the hybrids. But yeah, we'll have to see, because I don't know if we've seen Poland play this one just yet. Philippines did play on this one yesterday, but they definitely did show some kind of signs of discomfort from some of their players on this one, so definitely not one that is set in stone from the get-go.
To go either way, and going to be very exciting to see how all 6 of these players are going to be performing. Of course, Libya Peninsula and Life are going to be jumping in for the side of Philippines, and Mal's actually going to be jumping in for the side of Poland, which does make sense. So this is, of course, a long map as well, so your consistency and stamina does have to be that aspect as well. Again, this late into the map, which is going to be our 6th map, fatigue might start to show on some of the players, but hopefully we do not see that, which maybe Philippines could have picked this, maybe to try catch the fatigue out on the side of Poland, but as we are seeing right now, it might happen, it might not happen. Really just depends on the players. And of course, at a map of 3 minutes and 7 seconds long, that stamina and consistency is going to be put to a test.
I mean, just general as well, trying to avoid the combo breaks is also going to be a big factor of this one. We can already see right from the get-go, very tricky bursts. So far, not tripping anyone up. And in fact, Poland actually doing very well so far. But we will expect to see some drops in accuracy and combo coming up fairly soon as we're getting into the main meat of the chart now.
We will just have to wait, getting the build-up into the first Ki, and everyone's still holding on pretty well, but when we do get into it, going to be seeing a lot more of those technical scatters. Kloba going to be the first one, and Levet as well. First one on each team going to be taking those drops. It did affect Levet a small bit more with that accuracy, but still swirling around. Psycho finding that drop as well. Going to be favoring Philippines by a significant margin. Only Malza right now with that full combo. But still, on the side of Philippines, they're taking some accuracy drops as well. It's going to be swirling over back towards them when they get their max combo counts back. So I think Poland holding on very well to accuracy right now.
But Levet did find multiple misses as well. A second miss later on is going to matter a lot more as well, because Poland's misses were quite clean. They still have 99.6 and above for all 3 of their players, and now Lively Peninsula finding a miss as well. 99.4 on 2 of the Philippines players, the 2 lowest accuracies in the lobby, and a repeated one there. Poland starting to earn themselves a really significant lead at the halfway point in this map.
And here we are. Will they be able to keep that lead with 20,000 points? Clubbook finding a miss, but they can afford a few. But here we go, jumping more into some of those technical areas. Bit of that coordination as well. Lively Peninsula going to be trading back over towards Clubbook. Just finding some of those chain misses, actually dropping underneath that 99.
Oh, that's a messy miss there. Huge act drop there. Lively Peninsula dropping down to 98.7, and now that's 26,000 points. Poland, they can afford a couple misses. That was a bit of a messy drop from Psycho, but still should be in their advantage as long as they hold it together enough in this ending section. Live does find a miss as well. So looking like a prime opportunity here for Poland to take a break point.
this would be a very important breakpoint on the side of Poland if they will still be able to keep up. 26,000 point lead, a few misses they can take, but with the map coming to the outro, I think it's safe to say that Poland do take this pick. Valeria finding that drop as well. No full combos on the side of Philippines. Malza
Shout out to Malza. My god, the only full combo in the end. Valeria, I mean, that was pretty much a full combo as well, but Poland coming out as the clear favorites in this map was not something I necessarily expected, but they've shown exactly why. Strong team score across the Polish side.
Very good show of consistency for Malza. Getting the only full combo, as you were saying. But still, the PA on Klobok as well. 5 200s. Still very impressive control of PA alongside not Vulpsy, Liva and Valeria as well. But really, just those misses. Of course, hybrid free, definitely hard to keep your combo on, so could have went either way if anyone wasn't really comfortable. But Poland just taking that point is going to be a very significant point they can take. And now it is up to what they're going to be picking next. And honestly, I think Hybrid 2, I think they might have found a key to open up Hybrid 2 as well if they want to pick that later. But I think Poland...
Later, but I don't think Poland need to pick that now. I feel like they're still going to be wanting to stick with the Rice for the most part. They are going to go with Rice 1 right away. So gonna keep at it, trying to take some of these Rice picks away for themselves, and it feels like this match could be tied up very quickly. Philippines almost out of picks really for themselves.
This could be something Poland can capitalize on, especially just running out those picks. Of course, you have, for the LN wise, you only have one hybrid and one LN, which is density, so going to be a bit more risky on that side. Poland definitely having their strong territory when it does come to Rice, and I actually don't think either team has played this yesterday.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit of an unknown for these team scores about what they can quite get on it, but we do know for sure Poland has been cooking a little bit when it comes to these Rice picks. If they can hold on just like before, they will be able to take it as well. And so far, Philippines been showing some signs of weakness as well on some of these Rice with the misses here and there. So we'll see if the opportunity presents itself for either of these teams to take any significant advantage on this one.
Absolutely. And actually looking at it, Malta is actually playing in a convention as well. But outside of that, this map is going to be more of a consistency area. 336 BPM around, some jumps, trills, and some mini jacks as well. For a straight pick, this is pretty self-explanatory, but your consistency still has to be intact.
Yeah, a very short map as well, so any misses are going to be even more impactful. I mean, we've seen the misses have all the impact in the world on a map like Rice 3, the longest Rice map in the pool. This one being one of the shorter ones. Any misses are going to matter even more. I don't think any team is going to be able to come back just with accuracy alone.
Yeah, it's 100% going to have to come down to the misses, especially with the trills and the mini jacks in this map as well. It will be... most misses will definitely not be that clean. But I think 336 BPM is a BPM that I think all these 6 players are really comfortable with. It's just
crazy statement. say that like a few years ago when I was playing.
MWC has evolved.
And also Silicosis, rough start there for the team of Philippines. They're going to be giving over an early lead to Poland.
Small late start over from Silicosis. I mean, definitely as you were saying. Not into the Kia yet, but misses like that, especially as it was a pretty nasty one down to that 99.4. But here we are, rolling into these streams in the first Kia. Everyone's still very comfortable with it. Psycho dropping a small bit of accuracy, but really that miss from Silicosis was going to be giving that lead to Poland. So they do have that safety net intact, but look at the side of Valeria and Kloba. 99.9. Very impressive performance by both players coming out of the first Kia.
They're matching each other's accuracies right now. The entire difference right now on the side of Silicosis with that miss, still trying to recover the accuracy And until they do recover that accuracy, the accuracy lead is just by default going to be in Poland's favor. Psycho with a little bit of a lower accuracy themselves, but still keeping above Silicos' level. And Malza actually beating out Leavitt as well, so this lead is going to stay solid for the time being.
Very, very comfy performance over by Poland. They do have that small safety net, but if they don't really take a significant drop. But heading into the final Kia, going to be following more the same. Malza finding a drop.
Wait, this isn't the end of the map. This could be dangerous. This lead is going to shrink. I think Poland might still have the lead just by a little bit, but it's going to be very close now.
Wait, hold on. We're getting to the end. Is it 3-digit?
Oh my god. 400 points. Poland just keeping it in their favor. That was the cleanest possible miss I've ever seen on a Rice 1 pick from Malza. But not enough for Philippines to take it. Poland going to manage to win their 3rd point in a row, almost tying up the game.
Very well done performance by Poland in this pick as well. That V1 double S choke from Malza, but had that miss happened a slight tad bit earlier, it definitely would have went over to the Philippines. But
absolutely. But I mean, nevertheless, you don't need to worry about that if you're Poland right now. They are feeling good. The comeback is on. Remember, this was 0-4 just a while ago. Poland managing to win 3 in a row, and if they manage to keep it up, they could reverse sweep this. You have to feel like at this point, the belief has to be there for the Polish team.
They have that crazy potential to still kind of have that catch up as well. They can't afford any more breakpoints. But now with Philippines going into their next pick, they're starting to run out of picks. As I was saying a bit earlier, now there's only going to be Hybrid 2 and LN2 when it does come to the LNs. I don't really think Philippines will be going more into Poland's territory with something like Rice 5. So really, what's it going to be? Is it going to be LN?
A tough decision. Yeah, LN2 I don't particularly like because, I mean, Poland can keep up with the accuracy for sure, but Hybrid 2 also feels like maybe not a very comfortable map for Philippines as well, and we saw Philippines weren't exactly that comfortable with Hybrid 3 either, so hard to imagine they'd be super comfortable picking Hybrid 2 either.
It is a pretty tough choice for the Philippines. Those 2 paths open, which one will they take? And they are actually going to be getting a timeout as well, which does make a bit of sense, especially this late in. Maybe to calm down a bit nerves, maybe to talk strategy. And no, they're going to be going for LN2 as well. I'm not really too sure on what I think about this pick for the Philippines. I think, compared to Hybrid 2, I think this might be the weaker pick.
Oh, it's really hard to say. It depends on the Philippines' individual players, because if they're not feeling Hybrid 2 right now, I mean, Philippines have really been struggling with their misses in the past few maps, so I think they want to maybe pick something a bit more comfortable that they can keep the combo on more consistently.
Yeah.
Looking down the line as well, I mean, Poland still has good picks for themselves as well. I'm looking at, like, Rice 5. Poland had a crazy good team score on that. 2987 was their team score on that yesterday. So they've kept some really high impact maps for them towards the end of the match that they can still dig into. Philippines, despite being 1 map up, kind of feel like they're the ones being pushed against the wall right now.
Yeah, especially just running out of picks. Definitely a very dangerous spot to be in when you're facing off. And just, I'm really scared for this pick, honestly. Going to be seeing Lively Peninsula and Planet B jumping back in for this pick, which is quite understandable. Bagjeka as well going to be thinking to side for Poland for this LM pick. And I don't know, this could really go any other way. LN2, like, it is going to be more of your simple it's going to be more of your simple density. But again, you have some of those trills and free note oriented patterns. And of course you do have the ending, which does get a bit heavier on the walls as well, and anchors. So there's a lot to be focusing in this map that you can't really tunnel vision as well. And I think Poland might have the consistency advantage. So I think if Poland can just keep holding on, they can take this breakpoint for them. And it would be a very important breakpoint as well.
Yeah, definitely Philippines with the better score on this map yesterday. But that was a different day entirely. I would agree with you today. They have been looking more consistent when it comes to the combo side of things.
But of course, we'll just have to see how it goes. Heading off the intro, not really going to be making too much of an impact. Everyone getting up to the max combo, and here we go. Jump straight into it, no explanation. Plan on finding a 200, but not really going to be too significant, especially in the density map. Should have been back by Clone, but kind of struggling to keep up with the accuracy a small bit, down to that 99.3 range. But I think they can still keep up with their consistency. It can still go either way.
Yeah, flickering back and forth, no big advantage for either team. Looks like maybe a small accolade for Philippines, but nothing really massive to speak of so far. Klobuck is increasing the accuracy back up to that 99.5 range. Psycho actually the one with the highest accuracy in the lobby right now. That's definitely helping Poland out a lot.
Absolutely. And here we are heading into the halfway point of the map. Seeing a bit more of those 3-0, and Psycho finding a pretty nasty miss going down to that 99.5. I think this is the safety net Philippines needs, especially heading into the back half of the map. Poland really just have to rely now on Philippines getting a miss, but Psycho actually climbed their accuracy a bit back up. Again, the score lead not really too significant, so I think if Philippines finds a miss, they can swing over back towards the side of Poland. But will that happen? Philippines just need to keep on to their consistency, and Poland just need to hold on as well. Especially as we get into the back half, going to be starting to get a bit more anchor heavy and trill heavy as well.
Plana finds a miss. That's a big miss for the Philippines. It's going to shrink. I think Poland might be able to take the lead back with this one. The accuracy lead actually starting to flick towards Poland's side. Psycho's increased the accuracy a lot, and Lively Peninsula finds a miss as well. Philippines have lost the lead, and now Poland going to start running away with it at the very end of the map. We're getting into the dense section here as well. We'll see if the players can hold on. They just need to hold on for a few seconds longer, it looks like, with 4,000 points in the lead.
We still have the outro. Again, Poland aren't really too safe with finding a miss. Really, it's 2 misses against 1. Even then, and we get to the outro of the map.
And they've done it.
Poland have done it. Poland have taken their second breakpoint and equalizing the game. It's now their advantage with their pick in next favor.
They have come all the way back 4 points in a row to match what Philippines did to them at the start. The consistency, the combo. That's really the story of this match so far for Poland. They have clawed their way back, and now they get their own pick. They still have comfort picks left.
And that's what I was kind of saying with Philippines. I was definitely questioning this pick and decided them. I think Hybrid 2 definitely would have been a better pick for them, but regardless, it is now in the present, and Poland is going to be getting their next pick. I would not be surprised if they would be jumping into Rice 5, the only tech pick they have left. I do believe.
Oh, their Rice score was phenomenal. Their Rice 5 score was absolutely phenomenal yesterday. I would not be surprised in the slightest. They're going to go for it right away. This is a really strong pick for Poland. And I mean, something we don't always talk about in these tournaments as well is the mental advantage right now. Given how these points have transpired, Poland has such a strong confidence advantage going into these last couple maps.
It's definitely, like, as you were saying, that confidence boost Poland have definitely going to be giving them a pretty significant advantage in this pick. Again, Philippines can still take this. Especially, like, both sides are really strong at Rice, but I think Poland definitely has the advantage, especially from yesterday's score, and just their overall morale boost as well.
It's going to be up to Philippines now. They need to reset their mental if they want to be able to take this back. Really just try and get one good score on the board, get the ball rolling again if they want to make sure that they at least take this one the distance. And I feel like, I mean, at this point, there's a pretty decent chance we might be seeing a tiebreaker. I don't want to speak too early, but I would love to see that one coming out.
A tiebreaker against
these matches.
A tiebreaker just against these two teams would be one of the best performances I would say. Just looking at these two teams as well, like even in this match, like the performances from all these players were absolutely phenomenal. Just putting up really strong fights. But we still have the rest of the match to go and see how it will turn out. It's going to be a very important point for Poland if they will take it. and also a very important breakpoint the Philippines does take it as well. This pick is going to matter the most.
See how this one plays out. Strong starts for everyone. Psycho a little bit behind in the accuracy, but very early on in the map. Not going to matter too much. As we're getting into some of these polyrhythms here, some of the trills, very tricky to keep good accuracy on. We've seen a lot of people slip up on these patterns so far this weekend.
Yeah, especially especially with this map as well. Your mini core jack trills, broken jump stream, packs a punch in pretty much everything. Has that small bit of dump aspect as well, and a lot more of those growing anchors as well by everyone. Still 3-digit point lead by either player. Psycho climbing their accuracy a bit back up, but it still favors towards Philippines right now. Even a 200 on the side of Philippines can swing the points back over. Psycho finding that 100 very early, which is going to be giving Philippines that pretty nice advantage, but still not out the game yet. Still, even finding a miss on the side of Philippines can swing things back over towards Poland.
Yeah, Psycho's still staying close enough, 99.6. A little bit behind the other players on the Philippines, but close enough to be able to capitalize on a mistake for sure. 2,000 points is all that separate them, and we still have another half the map to go. We'll see still 6 full combos in the lobby. Whoever makes the first mistake is going to be the one to lose the map, you would have to imagine. And this is actually getting closer. Are we seeing this dip down into the 1,000s potentially?
Yeah, Silicos is actually getting that small accuracy drop, but climbing a bit back up. But really, it's just going to be... I think Philippines definitely has that small comfy lead. Psycho just really being anchoring down the score of Poland just with that 99.6. But we still have the ending. Gets a bit more heavy on the stamina side and the anchor side as well. Anything can still happen. Will the nerves get to any players? Everyone just still holding on very strong. Is going to be down to the wire at this point. There's barely any map left. The anchors are still raining in by every player. Small bit more of that jump stream, hand stream, stamina. Mausa is going to be finding that miss. That's going to be doing it. Philippines are going to be taking their break point.
That one didn't seem like the miss would have affected it anyway. We almost got a 6-way FC on the map like this. But instead, the 5-way full combo, 3 full combos for the Philippines, and they're answering back now. Their first point in a long while, and they're going to be ones to hit match point first. Poland now on the back foot, going to have to win one more break point, but they've done it twice before. Why not a third time?
It's definitely doable, and the final pick that Philippines are going to be going for will decide that. There's only, I do believe there's only 3 maps left. It's either going to be Rice 4, Rice 4 going to be Korjak, Rice 7, which maybe they could go into, but I wouldn't really recommend it, just especially after
Rice 7 is a coin flip. Rice 7 is actually just a coin flip between the two teams as they're playing right now. I would not be comfortable picking that if I am the Philippines. They are going to be going with Hybrid 2 instead. This one being saved for last, but not one that I can imagine Philippines is super comfortable with picking into. More like they're forced to pick it.
Absolutely. Like, this is getting down to the wire at this point. 3 minutes of a Jack Tech Hybrid, and what a scary map this is going to be. This could really go either way. Like, you could just imagine the nerves in the lobby right now. Going to be seeing Silicosis live at Plana on the side of Philippines. No swaps out for the side of Poland. Honestly, I don't think they will be getting any swaps. Actually, Psycho might be getting swapped out. Or no, yeah, Psycho might be getting swapped out. But Jack is going to be making their way into this pick. And I can totally see that as well. This map is just absolutely brutal. The shields, the mini jacks, the rolls, the coordination, testing everything. It is going to be pretty much that final test before will we see Philippines knock Poland out, or will Poland hold on and challenge Philippines to that tiebreaker?
A really important juncture here. Something that we can't imagine there being too big of an advantage for either team, even though it was, I mean, in theory, technically Philippines' pick, but definitely doesn't feel like that in the grand scheme of the match. This is up for anyone to take.
There has been
Up to Poland now to be able to show that they do deserve to take this one's tiebreaker.
Just that one last slice of pizza on the table. Anyone can take it, but who will it be? You could just, again, the nerves on these 6 players, knowing if they will be. It's pretty much you're playing this on your life on the line at this point. But we'll just have to see how this turns out.
And big choke potential in this map. The entire thing non-stop filled with these mini jacks, filled with these shields.
Is just going to be continuing to rain down on you. That shield, reverse shield consistency definitely plays a big factor. Coming out the intro, Malza on that slight rough start, that 99.3, but again, with a map like 3 minutes, all they have to do is keep their consistency on. And here we are, first Ki getting thrown in, more of those technical scatters, a lot more of those shields and mini jacks back.
Both trading misses there. It's going to cancel each other out. No big advantage for either team now. Those 2 players on very similar accuracies as well, so nothing too bad. Both teams reset. And Silicosis now finding an extra miss on the side of Philippines. This is going to give Poland a bit of an advantage now.
This is looking into Poland's favor, but still, the score, very small margin, even a 200 on the side of Poland. But I even think that if Silicosis gets back up to their combo, could start shifting over towards the side of Poland, and Philippines, but looking then, Bagjak has caught their accuracy up back to that 99.6, and here we are halfway through the map done, and the map does get a lot more brutal.
This is so close. Why is this so close? Less than 1,000 points. 2 misses for the Philippines, but it looks like they're clawing their way back with the accuracy only. Malza finding a little bit of an act drop in that section. But here comes a more Rice-focused part, and you wonder whether Poland might be a little bit more comfortable here.
And here we go. All the jacks raining in at 160 BPM. Malza Bagjak finding that drop again. Going to be giving Philippines more of that advantage. Score lead slightly significant, and finally missing this area is not really what you want. That timing for Poland was just unfortunately detrimental, but still, we have the final quarter of this map. Anything can still happen. Bagjak catches up to their combo. Gonna jump into more of the coordination section, which I do think which does give advantage to the Philippines, but still, all those jacks as well. 7k, 8k point lead over towards the side of Philippines. Silicosis finding that miss.
That's a big miss, but
trades
Malza trades it. It's going to be completely neutralized. Philippines going to keep the advantage going into the last section of the map. And Poland now have to hope for multiple mistakes to come out of the Philippines team if they want to stay alive here.
Heading into the ending of the map, it is still possible for Poland to get themselves back and take this point, but with just very small amounts of the map left, mini coordination section, there's not really going to be enough time, but anything can still happen. The map is still there until the very end. Plan on finding a drop, but unfortunately, with a clean miss like that, I don't think.
If there was a little bit more coming out of the Philippines in terms of misses, that could have gone either way, but an incredibly close match overall. Philippines just barely avoiding that tiebreaker. Going to be 6-4 in their favor, and unfortunately for Poland, they are eliminated here in the Mania World Cup.
What an absolute match we have seen. Starting very strong to side the Philippines, but Poland just getting that absolute insane performance on the next few maps. Absolutely well done to all these players. Really good fight. Unfortunately, we couldn't see a tiebreaker today, but we will see one maybe sometime soon. But once again, Philippines making their way into these semi-finals, and that means we'll unfortunately have to say goodbye to Poland. Really strong fight they've put up, and really, if they can keep performances up like this, I think they'll have crazy potential if they do sign up next year as well.
Absolutely, a lot of these players on the Polish team as well, kind of coming into the scene relatively recently as well, so plenty of room for that team to grow even further in the coming years as well. Philippines going to be the one to move forward into that losers bracket semi-finals, where, I mean, the competition as well is only going to get harder from here on.
Exactly. And who are, and I'm actually unsure, who are Philippines going to be facing in the next match for the semis?
I am in the process of checking that out right now. I believe it's going to be the loser of Hong Kong versus the United Kingdom, which is an absolute banger match that's going to be coming up later today.
Absolutely, just really stay tuned for that. It is going to be a very strong matchup, I think, for both teams, and we could even see potential tiebreaker for them as well. So for now, I guess that's pretty much it. We do have our next match, I do believe, in 2 hours, which is going to be Russia and Indonesia, so kind of keep your eyes out for that as well.
Yeah, definitely make sure you come back for 13 UTC for that one. We're going to have the last 3 matches happening towards the later end of today as well. So stick around. 13 UTC is the next match that we're going to be having. In the meantime, make sure you go check out the banners, the profile banners on the Osu store. Buying those ones to put at the top of your profile there. You can stack them as well to support all of your favorite countries in the tournament. And if you do have the one for the team that eventually does win, that will stay on your profile for a little bit longer after that as well.
You can absolutely.
So until then, we're going to be having a bit of a break. Make sure you stay tuned and come back for another one of these losers bracket matches, in fact, in Russia versus Indonesia.
Yeah, gonna be an absolute eye-watcher to watch, and definitely stick around for that. Definitely stick to that and stick some banners on your profile, again, as Potassium did say as well. So I guess that's gonna be it for us now, so I guess we can just sign off, take a 2-hour break.